Sincerely, I was crying because not just because of the events that were related, but also because of the way the writer talked about what happened. It was callous, it was defiant, and I couldn't believe that a person would write that even after, I mean, he wrote the book years after the coup, but for him to be that, like, just write whatever you want to write, you don't care, it was just quite weird, you know. It was quite weird to see someone be so defiant years after the war to the point where they would describe killings the way they did. I mean, I was a bit shaken, and then for some reason I decided to read some other books just to get I wanted to get the idea of what happened in Lagos at the time, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't just looking at things from a perspective. I wanted to try and get as many perspectives as possible, but it was crazy. We're going to get to that today. It's going to be a fantastic session because not only are we going to be reading the main book, which is Why We Struck, which is Why We Struck by Ademulegun, but we're also going to be paper you content why I want to kill. Not the funny thing with this yellow paper. When I went to the bookshop, I opened this page, I saw it, and I told them to give me a stick on. They gave it to me, and it's been in this book since I started reading the book in the bookshop. Let it well, but yeah. So that's why let me just cut it. So we're going to be looking at the book, right? We're also going to be looking at other books just to be able to understand the things that happened and also to understand the emotions of certain people about the events of January 15, 1966. A lot of times when you look at it from one perspective, you just assume that every other person is a demon until you ask them how they feel about, how do you feel about what happened? And then they tell you, and you're like, okay, so there's another perspective to this. We're going to get into all of that today. So this book, we're going to continue today. I hope you've been enjoying the reading so far. There are many books to get into. But one of the things I like to do is I don't like to just take a book and begin to read. Since we're not having an audiobook session. We're not having an audiobook session. So I prefer to read something and then look at that same issue from different perspectives so that we get an understanding of the events, not just to know what's in the book. That way we're learning and we're growing better than we would if we just wanted to read one book at a time. All right, having said that, one second, I just want to confirm that we are streaming on those other platforms now. I think we are. Okay, we're good. Please just power tap and share the live. Good morning, Prince 577. Please just power tap and share the live. Good morning, Prince 577. Good morning, sir. I think I should also share it with. Oh, that's true. Somebody actually told me to share the live with them. So please let's do that while we try to get everything set, and then we'll get into the news, things that happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. Please like the live, share the live. Please click on the heart icon beside the name to Sri Oris. Join the team. If you're already a member of the team, thank you for being a member. So the next thing to do, please, like we do this every time we come, just get in and maybe drop a heart, me, anything. These things actually do help the live, get on the FYP. Good afternoon, UIG. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the gift you gave yesterday. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks to every single person. UIG gave the most gifts yesterday, so I saw that this morning when I was going through the app. So thank you very, very much for that. Oh, yeah. Kasari Power Tapejo. Let's get this into 10K, please. There's a lot to cover today. but I want to make sure that we're also able to get this out. Maybe find a job and get off hosting lives during working hours. Maybe this is my job, King, and you should tell your dad to go find something doing, since instead of him to work, he was busy sleeping with your mother to give birth to a retard like you, King. That's for you and your parents. Now, I'm going to mute you. The little brain you're supposed to have, what if you will? So I'm going to. Whoa! Thank you, thank you, thank you for the kitten. Thank you for the lion. Thank you, Tishi. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. One of the things I've discovered about the way life works today is, I say it every time, if you find anything you want to do and discover that your office is, it's better for you to open shop online. Open your shop. Open your shop. Oh, it's T-Shy. Okay, T-Shy. Thank you for not being shy this morning. Thank you for that generous gift. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. These things do help, the life, you know. And by the way, to the clown who is asking me about work, that's what you get for working online. So there's a young lady I saw, she's on TikTok. She calls it thrift, this second-hand clothing. Oh boy, that girl has no shame. I can't remember her name right now. I think it's Memuna or something. That girl, oh my God, go bagang, bule. I mean, I was like, boy, people like that would ginger you, like forget. With a degree, she has a degree. Oh, she's educated though, but she's online selling clothes. Some people are online dancing. Some people are online, whatever you want to do, whatever you find, just do it. People that want to, and Mina, thank you, Jalila Larakwe. It's Mina, brilliant girl, brilliant. Selling a bule, if you like, insult her. That's your own problem. She's fine. I actually saw it. I was like, this is good, So people like that. She has a place where she has loads and loads of bills of clothes, right? And if you like, you're insulting her. She's going to the bank. But there's no shame in making legit money. God bless you, UIG. No shame in my game. So yeah, I'm online, and I was talking to somebody the other day. We're talking about this thing we're doing here. I was like, do you know, lecturing or teaching in classes, sometimes you can't even reach as many people with the information. Meanwhile, I was just thinking about something this morning. I was like, do you know that this information that we share here, a lot of people know, well, not a lot. Some people have this information, especially in our universities. People have read these things, they've studied it, but we only discuss these things amongst ourselves in classes, right? But it never gets out there. And that's a problem I've noticed in every sector, every field of endeavor in Nigeria. A lot of research has been done. You know what, guys? There's a beeping sound. So let's try and start this thing well. Just give me like a minute. Let me switch the source of light, and I'll be able to concentrate. I hope you don't mind. Let me just put up the image. Tom313, Ekabo, good to see you. Why is bank details still on my face? I removed this thing since yesterday. Just give me 1 minute, please. Let me change the source of light so that we're able to concentrate. Thank you. I say, Nami and Nami and Usain Bolt just finished running. Cause man, that was some good run. So thank you for staying tuned. Apologize for the break. All right. Oh shoot. Sorry about that. Boy. All right. I was saying something earlier that there's a huge gap between is on Walele Kokon. I froze. Sorry. Ah, jeez, man. But they'll be sorted eventually. Yeah, so I was saying that the conversations I had in halls, in classrooms, in lecture theaters, you don't really have it outside. But you see, it's not just about history. It's what you see in just about every field of endeavor in our universities. The research that are being carried out, the results of those research, nobody really knows outside the four walls of universities. They end up in journals, they are known, they are read, they are studied, they are even experimented on, but you don't really have it as something, for the most part, that the generality of our people know about. And the reason is that we've discussed these things, we've written them in books, we have them, we've studied them, but for those things to actually mean something, they have to get to people, and they have to get to people on the platform of their own choosing. See, my training, I'm trained in different fields, right? And one of those fields, one of the things that you're taught is that you have to reach people where they are. So if people are on social media, it's important that that information that you think is so grand, I gave you whatever I gave you as a degree, you're able to bring it out to people so that people can actually see it and appreciate it, right? That's why all of us are using AI now. This is not the first time that AI is coming out. It's just that it's coming out to the world, but it's been used several times in different at different levels before it was now brought to the public. A lot of the things that we have in our universities, most people don't have access to that. I remember when I was in school, there was a professor that somebody told me about. I had a friend, of course, at the time, I think it was in botany. So he told me about this professor who had been able to come up with biogas for cooking and stuff like that. This was many years, this was more than 20 years ago. We were in the uni. And he told, I mean, this was Ife, so he's Nigeria. Now, this is 20 years after. And I wonder, how come people don't have access to that kind of technology? Although people have been using it, as lecturers, they've done it. So one of the things I understand, one of the reasons I do this is because, listen, we read the books, I'll share it. The important thing is that people are getting the information. So if you have anything like that, maybe you want to sell your goods or whatever, let nobody on here tell you, go and get a job and not come online. This is the job. It's actually more than a job, it's work, right? And it means more to me than, just sometimes engaging some loonies on TikTok saying nonsense. Yeah, so that was to finish my response to that clown. The rest, we hear it at home. It's not ubiquitous as we predicted. Absolutely, AI is everywhere right now. AI is we have been using AI for some years now to do different things, from designing to generating images and stuff. So I think that perhaps if we start with history, maybe we'll get into sciences, we'll get it into the only group that I think does something with what they do in university outside the uni in Nigeria are the arts, the people in humanities, but not just humanities, primarily theater arts and music, but more theater arts than anything else. And you have, for instance, all of us talk about Ole Coup now. Ole Coup is a fantastic production by Uncle TK, Tunde Kilani. But you know, it was actually written as a book in the 70s by Professor Akinwumi Shola. He wrote Ole Coup, wrote Koshegbe, Shaoro Ide, you know, I think he wrote Agogo Ewo as well. You know, all these books, Efun Shetan, you know, but now we can watch them. So what that means basically is this: you have someone working in uni, writing a book. That book has now been made into a movie, is now entered into culture, so everybody knows those things. And they used TV at the time, we're using internet now. That's all this is about. So that's a long answer to the other clown's question. All right, having said that, let's get into some of the news making the rounds. Just becoming, good to see you. It is work and it is worth it. It's actually missing the links in our development. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Don't worry, every time they tell me this thing, well, not every time, but sometimes I'm going to mention it so that they understand that it's not a play. All right, so, sorry. I was trying to settle down after the old stuff. So thank you for joining us everywhere, social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Not Twitter, YouTube. I heard there's video on Twitter live now, but what we're doing for now is just YouTube and Facebook. All right, thank you very much. Let's get into news. Ondo Amotekun arrested Igbos kidnapping and trafficking kids from Ondo to Anambra for ritual and organ harvesting. Amotekun Corps have smashed a syndicate that specializes in child trafficking, rituals, and organ harvesting. Amaka Ngozi Ifeanyi, Adaize Kenneth were arrested. The syndicate was said to have stolen many children from Ondo State and sold them off to another gang in Anambra State. Amotekun began investigation into the activities after a young boy, Eric Momile, was kidnapped in Ijoka, Davog, Akure, the state capital. The team tracked the boy to a hospital in the eastern part of Nigeria. In the eastern part of the country, where he had already been tested and declared medically fit to be harvested by one Amaka, suspected to be a major player in the gruesome trade. Twitter, we'll get on that device for that one. As long as they know that they will not be talking, because that one, Oman say you're back on. Along the line, we arrested the culprits, the suspected kidnappers, and discovered that this is a business they have been involved in for a long time. Many children have been kidnapped and used for rituals and organ harvesting. So that's the terrible thing that's happening. We just hope that, number one, God keeps us, and that Amotekun is also empowered to do more in protecting Yoruba people. All right. There's a video of somebody from the East who took his stupidity all the way to the United States of America. I'm going to play you his video, and I'll just say a few words on that. Then we'll go to the next news. 1 second.
I'm here in Oyetunji village. You see my brothers here, my sisters. Funny enough, they are not Yoruba. They've never been to Nigeria before, but they can speak Yoruba.
Some people are just sorry. 1 second, I think I need to change the internet service provider. This one is lagging. So this clown actually traveled. I don't know whether he lives in the US or whatever hole he got out of. He went to Oyotunji, and I'm going to tell you about Oyotunji in a bit. Let's just listen to the clown. This is the one Nigeria thing they are looking for. All right, here's the video. or the audio at least.
I'm here in Oyetunji village. You see my brothers here, my sisters. Funny enough, they are not Yoruba. They've never been to Nigeria before. But they can speak Yoruba more than me, that is even from Nigeria. This is spiritual. Mom, Shegba Yoruba. Ogbo Yoruba pa. Shegba Yoruba. Come, let me show you something.
This is Ọba Temi, Ọba tó wà.
Ọba tó wàjà lẹ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. So this is àwọn abúlé Ọ̀yọ́ Túnjí tí close fún tourists or anything wá ní abúlé Ọ̀yọ́ Túnjí. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi, you know what I'm saying? Kí lorúkọ rẹ̀?
Orúkọ mi ni Son John ni wọ́n fi mọ̀ mí ní íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so
but orúkọ Yorùbá mi ni Ayọ̀, Ọdún Ayọ̀.
Okay. Yeah.
Funny enough, Egbon is not Yoruba, and Egbon has never been to Yoruba before, but he can speak Yoruba more than even me. This is very spiritual. We are here in America in Oyetunji village. This is really, really spiritual. Like for real, you need to visit here. You need to come to this place. We're in South Carolina, and this is the custodian, the Egbon Adugbo Gogogo himself. Egbon kí lorúkọ yín?
Ire owo mo lapi agbára ṣe mo dúpẹ́ ara ikú bàbá wa. Kábíyèsí ọ̀nà ìlẹ̀fẹ̀ aláfin tó Ọ̀yọ́. Kò sí ẹnikẹ́ni wàhálà ara ikú bàbá wa. Kò sí ara ikú, kò sí àrùn, kò sí ọ̀fọ̀, kò sí ẹ̀jọ̀, kò sí ọ̀nà, kò sí àkóbá, kò sí àṣèlú, kò sí ọlọ́pàá, kò sí búrúbù, kò sí wàhálà, kò sí jàmbá, kò fi àdínà ara ikú bàbá wa. Jẹ́ kí ire àìkú, jẹ́ kí ire ọ̀tọ̀nà wa, jẹ́ kí ire àyè, jẹ́ kí ire lẹ́sọ̀, jẹ́ kí ire rẹ́njọ́kọ̀, jẹ́ kí ire lọ́wọ́.
And so on and so forth. I like the Yoruba. The guy just a rap. If the guy is Yoruba, somebody needs to teach him how to behave. If the guy is Igbo, the person to, I don't even want to go deep into it because I think it's not the best way to start today's session. It's just to say that people should be very careful with the kind of rhetoric. There's something I wanted to say. I'm just trying to stop myself because and to pọ̀ Túnjí lóye Túnjí ló yàn ṣe wọn náà bí ọbẹ̀ ọlọ́kà. They found this page, Abi. That's the reason I'm trying to hold myself back. Calling Oyetunji. They are not Yoruba. People are chosen, and I think they set up this place in the 70s, right? Yeah. The first king was crowned in 1972. They set it up in 1970, and they already talked about what they wanted to be called and everything. They established a Yoruba community in North America. You carry your camera, go there, say they are not Yoruba, but they speak better Yoruba. But then, like, let's just move on. This is something from a car manufacturing company from China moving into Nigeria. I'd like you to play an interview that he had with the Minister of Solid Minerals. It's actually quite short. 1 second.
We have over 10 brands, Chinese electric vehicles.
Yes.
We would like to bring them to Nigeria to have them to produce locally. Because by doing this, China is going to we have over 10 brands, Chinese electric vehicles.
Yes.
We would like to bring them to Nigeria to have them to produce locally. Because by doing this, China is going to have a stronger partner in Africa.
Yeah.
When Nigeria becomes stronger, China is becoming better.
Yeah. We want a situation where our local lithium here, the raw minerals, can also be used to produce these batteries locally here, and then go the whole hog, produce the electric vehicles. So we need this technology transferred to in Nigeria, and it can only happen via these companies, Chinese companies that come here to operate.
So that's something. That's the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria. You deny. I hope I'm pronouncing the person's name correctly. They're planning on locating a particular electric vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. But I also like what the Honorable Minister for Solid Minerals, what he said, that there's lithium in Nigeria. They're trying to make sure that instead of taking the raw material and then exporting it, out abroad, it would be better to actually have it here, manufactured into batteries and stuff. So that's something that's really, really good. Also, moving on, I got to start from Brand Watch on the top countries posting about Traore on X. Of course, Traore is the military head of state of Burkina Faso. So the top countries posting about Traore on X, as on Twitter, number one is Nigeria. Nigeria has 316,540, Kenya 243,600, South Africa 185,820, United States 184,460, Ghana 88,300, United Kingdom 70,460, France 30,060, Indonesia 21,980, Uganda 21,820, Canada 20,780. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The top 10 countries posting about Burkina Faso, and you don't see Burkina Faso in that. 20. And there's the reason I read the number. We can see Nigeria has 316,000 because we're a lot. From Canada is 20,780 tweets. So the point is that, are we saying there's nobody from Burkina Faso who is putting anything out there about Burkina Faso? And I can assure you, this 316,540, the 316,000 of them are obedient. The 540 are probably human beings who are trying to correct the nonsense they are spreading on social media. We're sensible human beings, because we cannot say obedient are not human beings. They're human beings, but they're not, for the most part, they're not sensible. So this whole thing about how wonderful it is to be there, just understand that we are the ones posting about it, talking to ourselves about places we've never been to. Right? Or we don't even know what's happening there. We just assume because we think that's what Nigeria needs, or some clowns, no, I can't even say we. Some clowns think that's what Nigeria needs, so they're going to push that and make it look as if it's really good, and then they're making themselves happy. The folks in Burkina Faso themselves are not saying anything about this stuff. It's Nigerians that are tweeting the most about what's happening in Burkina Faso without even being there, which is quite interesting. And somebody says here, naive and unintelligent youth cannot study history. Check their age range and you will understand why. I have said it before, anybody supporting the military junta Traore is definitely less than 40 years old. Some of us saw what military did to human rights in Nigeria, and that's actually quite true. Seeing what happened back then, I don't think they will log so Yoruba ko sọ̀rọ̀ níbẹ̀. Ṣáà fi yẹn tiẹ̀ lẹ̀. Ó ń kọ́ Yorùbá ni, ṣùgbọ́n ohun Amẹ́ríkà ṣì wà ní ohun ẹ̀. All right, so all these things that people are doing on social media, everybody's tweeting and all of that, it becomes very difficult for you to do that if you really have the kind of government that you're looking for. You want to have, it's not going to happen. If you want a military dictator, please just locate that in your area of the country, and hopefully that will help you get better. But the truth of the matter is that's not the kind of intervention that Nigeria needs at the moment. It's not going to augur well for us at all. Also, there's news on social media about the fact that there's a coup in Ivory Coast and the president has run away. We decided to grok it just to be sure that it is true, since we can't go to Ivory Coast apparently. As of May 21, 2025, there is no official confirmation of a coup in Ivory Coast. Social media posts claim a coup occurred on May 19 with gunshots in Abidjan and the president missing, but this lacks credible evidence. Reputable sources like Black Star of Africa state no coup is confirmed, and major outlets like BBC and Al Jazeera have no supporting reports. Political tensions and regional instability may fuel rumors. Monitor official government statements for accurate updates. Guess who is pushing this other one to Nigerians? Be like some people really need to go to the asylum, right? You are just wishing nonsense. Just wishing nonsense. So, and even if you have something like that, what you see all these kids that go around shouting, we're not our parents' generation, we will do better than them. I don't think you're wiser than your parents. In fact, not only are your parents wiser than you, I think a lot of people are actually dumber than the last generation. You know why? Because See, every generation is dumb until we learn from the older one. Once you tell yourselves that you know more than the people who have gone ahead of you, you are dumber than any other person. That's one of the problems. You're looking for military, and you were born in 2002 or 95. Okay. Please, let's read. This is one of the reasons we have these sessions. Maybe when we have sessions, we talk about what happened during Abacha. That Abacha that they're saying is the best thing since sliced bread on Twitter. We grew up on that Abacha. And we knew how hard it was. I've said it here before. There's a forest reserve, not too. It's a bit far from where I grew up, from our house, but the entire place was decimated in 1995 because of Abacha. That's the one that everybody's studying on Twitter that gave you GDP. All right. We said this yesterday that Chowdek has made over 2.3 billion naira selling amala. Well, the person, sorry, not Chowdek, Amokelge. She's a local food vendor. She has made 2.3 billion naira in deliveries on Chowdek. That's not to say that that's the only way. So if people that walk in to eat, that's another thing. Of course, this is revenue, not profit, but it makes a lot of sense that Amala and Ewedu could make that kind of money. Terrible news coming out of the south east again. I pray God helps them and gives them grace. But there's some news from that side, from the Punch newspaper. Man machetes 14-year-old girl in Abia for refusing sexual advances. A 33-year-old man identified as Chinazum Uwalbani is in police custody for macheting a 14-year-old girl to coma in Obetenchina village, Ntigozo community in Obingwa Council area of Abia State for refusing his sexual advances. 14-year-old far. That's actually quite sad. We're going to move on from there and go to a video somebody sent me yesterday. He who denies history shall not have no future. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. I'm going to play you something from the Liberal leader in Canada, who is trying to become. He's the MP from Canada. So let me just play you this from. 1 second, please. Oh God. I see what's going on in the comment section. All right, we're there. Take a listen, please.
Nope.
No French?
No French.
Go to 1688.
How's your French?
Nope.
No French?
No French.
Okay, the Liberal Party of Canada is the party of official bilingualism. It's going to be a tough one. I don't speak French either, so
The point is that whether the Quebecers or English Canadians, it's not the language that matters, it's what is that they deliver to them.
But the language matters very much in Quebec.
No. At the end of the day, Quebecers see who delivers what. We have English-speaking, French fluent prime minister for all the time. One of the things that matters to Quebecers are being a sovereign country, a sovereign republic.
Yeah.
And which prime minister has ever talked about that?
Mr. Arya, if you're going to run for prime minister, you have to know that the French language matters, and French it matters in Quebec.
Trust me.
Profoundly.
Trust me. At the end of the day, for French Canadians and English Canadians, the matters most is that how the children and grandchildren are going to prosper in this country. That is the thing that matters.
How's your French?
Nope.
So his name is Chandra Arya. Is Ottawa Liberal MP and is trying to become the party's next leader, but he doesn't speak French. You see, when people say things like, "Oh, what does he have to speak Yoruba? You are very tribal. Yeah, tribal." It is human. This is Canada, and Canada is not anywhere close to Osun State. It's far. This man is not going to win. Why? Because of the way the country is set up. They understand linguistics, they understand boundaries. And I'm not surprised because his name is Chandra Arya. He's not white. And this is what happens sometimes when you think that, they will understand. Nobody will understand because you went to meet them at home. There's a way they organize themselves in their home. It's based on language. That's how Canada has been since the 19th century. I think it was about 1870 thereabout. So it's important to understand that this thing is not. Chandraya lost his seat to the new prime minister. Thank you, Akim Omilowo. So these are the things that make people lose. So what they want is development. They don't really care about those things. Now you go tell me what I care about. Or you just farabali and listen, learn the language. Which is why no matter how many times some people try to become governor of Lagos, they will never get it, because if you respect the people enough, in fact, we already know, because you're already saying things like Afonja to a fellow Yoruba person, and you call yourself a Yoruba man. That is the joke of the century. All right, please let's keep our tapping on 9.5K. Let's get this into 20, please. Thank you very much. Just a few more things before we get into the conversation for today. It's going to be a fantastic session, by the way. Fantastic. I told you something earlier. I'll repeat it just before we get into the book, how I felt when I was preparing for this session today. All right, so Dangote Refinery has slashed petrol prices by 15 naira nationwide. New rates now range from 875 naira to 905 naira per litre, depending on location. This is actually good news. We're going to be paying less for fuel. So if you're in the southwest, you're paying 885 naira, but if you're in Lagos, you pay 875 naira. All right. And then, of course, for other parts of Nigeria, please, you find the details online. But I just want to say the one that is closer home. So Lagos, in fact, let me just say it now. Lagos 875, Southwest 885, Northeast 905, Northwest and North Central 895, South and Southeast 905. That's from Dangote through the partners' retail outlets. The partner retail outlets. So there are other people who would move products from here, and they might decide to charge something else. Another news, Governor Eno, that's Mo Eno of Akwa Ibom State, has been endorsed for second term. It doubles the PA salaries from 250,000 naira to 500,000 naira. All right. Just sharp, just for us to know what's happening. President Bola Tinubu sent 1.48 trillion naira Rivers State budget to National Assembly for consideration and passage. Canada honors EFCC chairman Olukoyede for role in global crime fight. Mr. Olawale Ogunbadejo was caught disposing refuse on the road. Who was caught disposing? Hey, Mr. Olawale Ogunbadejo, who was caught disposing refuse on the road, has just been remanded in Kirikiri prison by Magistrates Court till June 26. Recall that the Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab, ordered for the suspect's prosecution earlier today. The suspect will return to the court for his trial on environmental crimes. If I hear that Lagos is smelling again, may God bring him out of this in his life. He will know how to dispose of waste. And I'm glad that this person is Yoruba before they shout if he's Igbo. Because when they took the one that was Igbo, we could not rest here. But everybody, oh, it's because he's Igbo. Okay. They arrested him because he's Yoruba, maybe. But at least we are happy that something is being done. But when they do it to another person, if we hear anything, if you say nonsense, we'll respond to you. You'll be stupid and just move anyhow. Nobody can touch you because you are Igbo. If they touch you, be shouting, is it because I'm Igbo? This one is Yoruba, so let's just remember that, because that one will also happen very soon. But just so we understand. Adekomi, good to see you, my brother. Kabo. Federal government announces tolling on Lagos Calabar Highway starting in December. We're going to start tolling that highway. And of course, people already there's a why must it be told? Why must it be told? Listen, when I remember when I was in school, we used to pay toll gates going to when you're about to enter Ife. Then I think we had a windfall at some point, and President Obasanjo decided to remove everything. remove toll gates and everything. So we've not been used to that for a long time. But I don't think it really hurts, to be honest. At least we are driving through Lekki before the other thing happened. You pay. All right. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has lamented that 85% of Nigerian students sent abroad on government scholarships never returned to contribute to national development. That is corruption. We don't look inwards when we are shouting that China thing. I watched one documentary years ago about what China did with development. One of the things they did was they sponsored a lot of people to go abroad to study, and they're expecting them, of course, to return. And a lot of them returned in different fields: physics, chemistry, botany, all fields. They send them abroad. The United States, Russia, went back and built. Now, it's one thing for you to travel to school. I mean, it's your money. If you like, don't come back. But when the federal government is the one sponsoring you, they're not sponsoring you to go and study and then help America. They are sponsoring you because they want you to go and come back and contribute to national development. But everybody will say, who is a fool? I cannot be a fool. I will not go back. Who will leave this kind of environment? I'll say something that will go back to this. There's a problem we have in Nigeria. We are used to enjoying systems we don't know how to build. We live abroad. You see the life, everything is flashy. You like the place. But have you ever asked, how was it built? If the people in that place also move somewhere else, you will not be able to find anywhere to move to. So while it's good for us to enjoy, if you're living abroad, please enjoy the life, do your job, but please try and also study the systems. Maybe at some point you can replicate it at home. It could even be at the local government level or state level or regional level, but at some point, everything you do, whatever work you're doing, and I understand a lot of us have to do a lot of work because there's bills to pay, there's life to live, all of that. But in the midst of all of that, and a lot of you abroad don't want to retire abroad. That's what I've noticed from most people I've spoken to. They don't want to retire abroad. They want to travel home. But you see, you don't want to come back home when you're already so old that you can't contribute so much. So please think about it. There has to be something that you can do to help build the system. The problem we have is that we are not building anything. We are just enjoying stuff. And by the way, most of the systems you have in Europe and the US, for instance, they're on autopilot. What you call the infrastructure, we need to build things like that. So please, as you enjoy being abroad, try and also study the system so we can at some point replicate it. That'll be something, to make our space better. By the way, a lot of people that we look up, a lot of the countries that people mentioned, they also have kids studying abroad, funded by government. Lee Kuan Yew, for instance, he studied in England. See, one of the reasons I like biographies, excuse me. One of the reasons I like biographies is that it helps you understand the context in which the person you are looking up to actually grew up and how they did the things they did. So instead of just housing, look at Singapore. You have to add up everything that made it that, and it includes how the person was born, how they grew up, what they did, the choices they made, the mistakes and the errors, the successes. Everything coming together makes us who we are. So please, just like they also returned and built their space, let's also find, or if you cannot, let's say for some reason you can't return now, maybe there's somebody in Nigeria who is doing something that you can invest in. That's way you're also contributing your quota. So you may not even have to leave where you are because, of course, the system works. I'm going to blame you for wanting to stay there, but you could maybe support or invest or something in someone in Nigeria. Anyway, so here the Minister of Education is saying that a lot of people, 85%, can you imagine? 85% of Nigerian students sent abroad on government scholarships never returned to contribute to national development. That is not good enough. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Corruption is not just with the politicians, we ourselves. Anilowo. All right, this is from the Edo State government. Governor Okwebolo, Edo loses $1 billion to court-related violence annually. So apparently they're declaring a quote-unquote state of emergency on cultism in Edo State, and I hope that they're able to sort that out and we have less of that kind of exercise or activities in Edo. One or two more things that we go on. The Nigerian Senate moves to criminalize use of harmful chemicals for fruit ripening by fruit vendors to artificially ripen fruits, describing the practice as a serious public health risk. You know those people that used to use carbide? I know they're not here. You know, you are elite. But we're glad they're doing something like this. They should criminalize it and all of that. Abia State government is ready to partner with serious investors to build the proposed stadium city and boost the state's economy. So if you are interested in investing in Abia State, Governor Oti is waiting for you. They want to build a stadium city. But let me just say something. There are many stadiums to build in the southwest if you're Yoruba. Build those ones first, eh? God bless you. 1 or 2 more things. But if you really want to invest in the East, please feel free to do that.
In the Federal Capital Territory, I want to also commend the minister. Let me know, but no, let me speak. It's a well-presented budget. Budget is hard, but I asked my colleagues to pass the budget, but I also think that some issues should be discussed with the minister in camera. For one thing, IDPs need to read. There's so many details that the people of FCT or the representative of FCT should discuss with them. I asked my colleagues that they should pass the budget as is.
All right, that's the senator representing the Federal Capital Territory, Senator Ireti Kingibe, talking about the budget that was presented by the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike. That's a 1.78 trillion naira budget. I like what just happened right now, at least speaking with one voice. I think there's a lot more, but I think we can... Guys, let's end on the very funny. Okay, let me say this one, then I'll play this other crazy stuff. So the funny thing, I'm sorry, the good one is that Peter B spent some time on Twitter yesterday, writing out, and explaining how a lot of people are lying, saying that he went to. Excuse me, please. Saying that he went to Rome to see the president. So that he did not do such thing, and that was not why he went to Rome. He just went there to do the thing, to worship or to be part of the inauguration of the Pope. So that's what he said. Now, the crazy one I wanted to talk about, let me play it so that you hear it. This is from Senator Ali Ndume. I can't believe this. This country is something else, but please take a listen.
No need. Why are you laughing? Look, this is Senate. Don't be joking with us. Okay.
No boxing gloves.
No, he was my former friend, Well, what you are doing is visible. It's not something hidden. So there is no need bothering to say that you are doing well. Everybody that knows where Abuja was 2 years ago and now know that we have done well. But my problem is every time, even yesterday, my friend told me that Wike is doing fine. I said, no, it is the Senate that is doing fine, because without approving his budget, he cannot do anything. Now you have said it, and we'll continue to support you in that regard. But my main observation, as I said, and it's serious, what distinguished Senator Ningi said, is about security. And I'm suggesting that instead of the police coming out at 4 o'clock to be causing go slow, you should introduce picketing. They do that in Cairo. What I mean by picketing is that from 6 o'clock or 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, you deposit or post police at every 200 meters. In every street, there will be after 200 meters, there should be one police sitting down there or standing there till in the morning. That way, the presence of the police alone secures the night, and they can leave in the morning. That is very, very important. Secondly, about the issue of health. Even today, a patient was taken to Asokoro Hospital. They don't have That is what I don't know. You are not minister of federal government. You are minister of FCT. It's in the FCT. So no, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All of them are under you. So if it is just, or what of the Asokoro Hospital, is it under you or somebody else? Eh? Asokoro, I can see even in Abuja here. Asokoro District Hospital, please take note. The district hospital? Yes. They don't have, as it is now, they don't have MRI, they don't have CT scan. And I think this is something, I'm sure it's not, you are not aware. If you are aware, you would have done something about it, and you need to do something about it. Lastly, FCT, are you with me? It's about the indigents or the displaced persons roaming in Abuja. It is not enough as Nigerians driving them, arresting them. What you need to do is to do what the Kano state government did as far back as in the 70s. That is picking the indigents, if you know, and you have a camp where you can feed and train them so that they will be off the street. If you have something like that already, that's fine. But it's very important because before somebody comes to the street to beg, it means he has nothing to eat. So if you can have a camp that will provide them such facilities, train them, and then take them off the street through that transitional method, is better. It doesn't matter, but they're all Nigerians. Are you not coming from everywhere? That's my suggestion.
Chairman, my brother said, I don't even talk about indigenous. Or not indigenous, what happened in this is federal capital territory. It's not like a state per state. It's not like a state per state. You've got this federal capital territory. The way can.
How do you expect to have a camp? You know what? Let me finish playing Wiki's response before I talk. Before I say anything.
Not in what happened in this is federal capital territory. It's not like a state per state. It's not like a state per state. You've got this federal capital territory. The way Kano, the way Rivers, the way Sokoto, the way Ondo will not be the same way that will happen in the FC. Those you are talking about, they are not indigenous. They are not indigenous. People come from everywhere to just take over the whole of FCT. And you are saying that because we should that people, if they have work, it's not correct. That those who believe that they will continue to beg. That is the truth of the matter. And we'll tell ourselves the simple truth. As a city like this, with the federal capital territory, where you have all the international bodies where they reside, it will be difficult for you to follow that kind of pattern. And we don't want for us to say, let's keep them social areas and then train them for this job and that. The FCT cannot handle that. We cannot handle that and let the truth be told. As regards to health, MRI, in fact, as of yesterday, we had the FCT executive committee, which will approve that you go and buy CT scan and because the budget of 2024 will be ending in June. June ending. So yesterday, they will approve that there must be immediate procurement of the MRI and the CT scan. So that has been taken care of. Now, you talk about security. Also, understand that this
All right. So I thought it was a ridiculous suggestion, but I'm also very glad that Wike, responded well, because to ask the federal government to begin to open a camp for beggars and for indigent. I don't. Did he mean indigent or indigent? I thought he said, okay, he said indigent. So the question is, why should the government create camps for the indigents of a land? They are indigents now. They are the owners of the land. Why would I create camp for them? It's their land. They are poor. Then you open like a training center, and those things are in Abuja already. So why would you want to? Anyway, I'm very glad that answer came. I also, it was a very ridiculous suggestion. 2 or 3 more things. Lagos State government has launched a drone surveillance program aimed at improving crime monitoring and emergency response of the Lagos Neighborhood Safety Corps across the state. Please, let's power tab, please. Let's get this into 30K, please. We're on 14.7, which is good, but we have to take it up a bit. Please click on the heart icon here, join the team, drop a heart to me. Let's get the live going. Thank you so much. All right. So here, the Lagos State launched a drone. Sorry, Lagos State government launched a drone surveillance program aimed at improving crime monitoring and emergency response of the Lagos Neighborhood Safety Corps across the state. That's good news. 2 more things, and then 1A, 1B, and then 2. If Dangote had invested in $19 billion in Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, he would be worth $120 billion by now. That was VP, the Vice President Shetima, praising Dangote for his patriotism and investment in Nigeria. And also, JAMB has announced a fresh round of mop-up examinations to accommodate the over 5.6% of candidates who missed the just concluded 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. If you have kids who missed that exam, there's a date for them now, so please check the JAMB website. And then lastly, something from the governor of Niger State. After this, we'll get into the conversation. We'll get some people up to talk, and then we'll get into the conversation proper. So this is Governor Umar Bago of Niger State. He says something I feel actually makes a lot of sense. Just listen, take a listen for, it's not that long, less than a minute.
Enabling environment used to produce. All the factors of production are inherent here in Taraba State. And it was enumerated in the speech of Alhaji Aliko Dangote. You have the land, you have water, you have sun. People from the Euro will barely farm for 3 months in a year, but we can farm 24 hours, 7 days, 365 days a year. It means we have no business in poverty. So the government must be an enabler of businesses. You must provide enabling environment for businesses to thrive. You must invest in assets and capital procurement so that the private sector can concession and use to produce.
So I thought that made a lot of sense. The idea that the government is saying, I mean, I watched the video yesterday where Dangote was speaking at, where Dangote was speaking at in Taraba, and I hope that every one of us actually takes advantage of all these things. Indigent is poor and needy, yes. So if you said we should take care of indigent, I would understand. But to take care of indigent, that doesn't make sense. But even then, I don't think we should be creating camps for beggars. Like, what do you think that would do? Everybody will leave their state and move into the camp now. That becomes a new local government or a new community of beggars. And there will be no training or anybody coming and leaving. That will be their base. All these funny ideas is just crazy. All right, so that was... that's the news for today. We'll bring some people up here. So if you want to discuss some of the things that we've read out, we'll do that for the next 15 minutes thereabout. And then we'll get into the conversation proper. Today we're discussing why we struck, but I brought some books that we're also going to be checking out There's a book by Bengbule and also another one by J. Isawa Eligo. So get into all of those. J. Isawa Eligo. We'll get into all of those things after this conversation. So let's bring some people up. Oh my Billy, you're laughing. Not like that now. Before you know now, another local government don't start. And we also say you are an indigenous, is a lawless abigo. Is a no man's land. We are all the indigenous of this place. Before you know it don't change. So yeah. Thank you for listening. Let's have some people speak and then we'll get into the topic of today. All right. Welcome, apologist. Ekason.
Good
Hello,
afternoon.
apologist. Good afternoon. Yes, sir.
Ẹ ṣe kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun.
Yes, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to talk about the issue of Lagos is smelling. Thank God someone was caught. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé ọmọ Yorùbá ni. So ṣèlú dàpọ̀ wà ní kirikiri báyà bí. So that is fine. So no excuse pé after all na because of in tribe na that's why they can't jail am. If say na people they no go jail am. They are not go jail am. So that one will not go. So if another person is caught again from another tribe, we don't want to hear any excuse because I'm a funra batoni. And to those people who are saying Lagos is smelling, I responded to someone that said, yes, I agree, Lagos is smelling. I said, what do you expect of a refugee camp? Because it's a refugee camp now. I said, go to jail, Ojodubega, that pedestrian bridge. Stand there and watch the way buses and trucks will be bringing people to Lagos on daily basis. A refugee camp, so that's what I just want to say. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you, apologist. Hello, Spotless. Good to see you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon, my brother. How are you, sir?
You're doing a nice job, sir. So I just want to react to the audio you play about the Senator Ali Ndume. So all of us are aware of all the previous administration in the FCTDA. And then we know that, Wike is doing a lot of stuff, doing a lot of gigantic strife. So he's doing a lot of projects around infrastructure and a lot of stuff, which some people might be okay or might not be okay with, but let's just give him his flowers. I can hear the senator saying, it's not Wike that is working, it's the senator that are working. Oh, that's their job now. Isn't it their job to do the approval? So they are doing their job and he's doing the job. Let's give him the flowers. For the fact that he's not a member of APC doesn't mean that we shouldn't give him his flowers. So the guy is doing a nice job, and the thing is we learn every day and we get better. That's why although his boosts are reduced lately, right? So the thing is the more you engage in something, you get better in it. So let's give kudos to Wiki. So in respect to Dangote was in Taraba yesterday, and then one of the things he said that I picked as a snippet was, let's encourage local investors going, because we have the governor of Taraba State, Abokivas, going around the world, calling for foreign investors. So Dangote was trying to tell him that it's good to, want to bring foreign investors into your state, but also encourage local investors, because he was saying that the local investors surviving there would be what we now tell the foreign investors that, okay, this government is supporting investment here, and then they are going to flow in. So thank you very much. This is my point for now.
Thank you very much, my brother. That was really good. And yes, it's true. I think what we have with Wike is actually a blessing, since El-Rufai. Since El-Rufai's tenure, I've not seen the kind of, should I say, impact or seriousness, so to speak, in the federal territory. So this is actually quite good. And it's also interesting that it is wicked that they'll be asking to start a camp for beggars. But I'm glad that he answered that question, that stuff immediately, which makes a lot of sense. So thank you very much for that. Somebody said I should play music. I will probably look for it. Is there a song called 200 Million Momo? I didn't. Sure, is that something like that? If I find it, I found it actually, but we can't play it now. All this music we can only play at the beginning. Well, I found the song. I found it. Balagbaja. So play. Thank you. Thrive and shine with humor. Hey, comedian. Do you like comedy? Your name. All right, let's power tap. Let's share the live. We're 19.6K. Let's try and get this into 40K. What is the response of Obi on him going to Rome concerning Fidelity Bank? We already talked about it. He said that's not why he went. Yeah, that's that about that. So I'm going to take people down again so we can get into the conversation. I do this so that we don't have a lot of interference and then people are able to enjoy the session. Thank you so much for coming up, Spotless, and apologies, Joshua. I appreciate your presence. All right, please let's get this thing up. Let's get it up. And then we'll get into the conversation. And let me make a quick dash to, by the way, I'm trying to get myself up because today's session is going to be very, very wonderful. We have some people on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you. YouTube. So we don't greet YouTube people with that. We are Prof. Busuyo. Yeah, let's start it. I beg, this food is taking long. Okay, if we get ready now, what's ready? Just to be sure that the other devices are also working, so that once we get started, I don't have to. The only issue I have right now is that I may have to get up at some point because of the lighting and all that. Oh, my brother is watching me. All right. Let's get started with this book, and then from here we're going to look at other documents. It's going to be a fantastic session, but please let's power tap, let's share the live. Let's get more people to see what's happening, and then let's just have fun. So we started reading this book on Friday, and we'll be discussing a lot of stuff. The book, of course, is Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. Right? We've learned a lot of things about the political situation at the time, their motivations, the people that worked with him, and we've talked about all of them, especially the primary seven. So that will be himself, Ademoyega, Ifajuna, Nzogu, Nwotegu, Anufuro, Donokafo, and I always forget the other one. It's Chukwebuka or something. Sorry, let me not mix it up. Let me just look for his name. Let me be like, say, yeah, Chukwuka, Humphrey Chukwuka. And so he also talked about how they planned the coup and the things that have been said about what they were trying to do by people like Madiabo, for instance. And then he talked about how they had reconnaissance around the residence of the Sadauna in Kaduna. He also talked about the plans they had. The man that was supposed to help them in Enugu, Chude Soke, was a major at the time, and how he was eventually sent to India to study, and how they had to find someone else to work with them and things like that. And of course, we read about exercise Damisa. Of course, we know that Damisa in Hausa means leopard. That was the code word, so to speak, for the coup that happened in the north. Also, talk about what happened in Lagos and Abeokuta, and also the plan that the NNA had at the time. Where are you streaming from, please? Why do people ask me this question? What do you think I'm streaming from? I'm streaming from TikTok. I'm in Nigeria, actually. That's the much I can say. All right. So there's something I find very interesting in the things that we've studied so far. It was a plan that he mentioned, which was going on at the time. So I'm just going to read some of the things again, and then we'll jump straight to what happened on the D-Day. So he says here, it was at this time that I met Chief H.O. Davis. So he had gone to Takwa Bay on December 27th, 1965. It says, well, at this time that I met Chief H.O. Davis for the first time, he was a famous politician who had been in the nationalist struggle since 1941. I remember saying yesterday that it's not 1941, it's actually more like 1937 at least. Maybe even before then, but 37, as at 37, Chief H.O. Davis was already part of the National Youth Movement, where you had people like Ernest Ekoli, Obakisonya, Akinlamaja, Ademola sorry, yes, Alakija, Alakija, and there's a man of Adetokunbo Ademola, yeah, and of course Obafemi Awolowo. So he's been in the nationalist struggle for a very long time, even before 1941. Then he said they were having a conversation, and in that conversation, the chief said something to the effect that, let me just read it here. He says, I had gone to the back of the chalet and was attracted by the presence of a lady standing in the adjacent compound. As I moved closer, I saw a gentleman sitting nearby. I had a second look and thought I could recognize the person. I greeted him and asked if it was Chief Davis, and he said yes. I soon got into deep conversation with him on the political situation in the country. I was particularly interested to know what the federal government's view was, apart from Balewa's public statements. Chief Davis made it clear to me that the federal government had no solution to the political crisis. He said that everybody was just waiting to see what would happen next, and that nobody knew exactly what that would be. But surely something was bound to happen. So basically, hearing that from him, he started thinking that apparently they're working on something. And then he said much later, by January 3, 1966, he went to work with Ifajina. After extensive prodding, we discovered that the Balewa government had a terrible plan to bring the army fully. One second, please. I have to adjust. To bring the army fully to operate in the West for the purpose of eliminating the elites of that region, especially the intellectuals who were believed to be behind the intransigence of the people against the Akintola government. So they got wind, or they caught wind of the fact that the federal government was going to use the soldiers to essentially decimate people in the universities, especially in Ife, like he says. So he says here, it was for this reason that the government had attacked the intellectuals of the region, especially those at Ife, intimidating and victimizing them for their refusal to support it. People like Tai Shulari of Mayflower School, Ikene, were among those marked down. It was also intended that if the plan succeeded in the West, the next target would be the East. The federal government was to use loyal troops for this purpose, and the 4th Battalion in Ibadan, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Lagema, and the 2nd Battalion in Ikeja, temporarily commanded by Major Igboba, was soon to be taken over by Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, were designated for this assignment. Please, let's power tab. Let's get this thing up from 25K. Let's get it up. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, you can't really help us power tab, but thank you for watching, and on Facebook as well. But if you're here on TikTok, please, let's try and get this into 50K. Thank you. Oh, you went to Mayflower, Mayowa. Oh, that's nice. By the way, there's a portion, there's a wall in Mayflower where they have the name. I think it's a street. It's like the street was named after Nzogo, but I saw some images the other day where they just splashed the name Cardinal Nzogo. If I find that picture, I'll probably show you. No, it's somewhere on one of these devices. I'll show you if I'll be okay. Thank you for confirming. So apparently, let me just show you, since we are talking about it, I will just mention Tai Shulari. It's actually quite interesting that Baba is known all over the world, especially this country, but the school is inside the Kenya. It's quite interesting. All right, so this is what the stuff looks like. For those who have not been to Ikena before. Major Chukuma, Kaduna, and Zogu. So that's at Mayflower at Ikene. Meanwhile, I saw something. I'm going to have a conversation on this. Let me not get distracted. I'm going to talk to you about this thing later. There's something I saw somewhere I think would help, but it doesn't relate to this particular conversation. But yeah, that's Treachery School, Mayflower. So we jump from there and we all right, so they had to move very fast because of there's also a street in Ibadan named Dishonor. I don't know that one. I mean, I'm sure you probably know what you're saying, but I don't know. So if you tell me exactly where in Ibadan, maybe I'll be able to ask someone to check, or maybe I'll even remember if I'd seen it before. So please, let's get this thing up. Let's start up. Thank you very much. So getting back to the book, Why We're Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga, he says, in preparation for this horrible move by the federal government, the high echelons of the army and the police were being reshuffled. Major General Leronsi was ordered to proceed on leave from mid-January. He was to be relieved by Brigadier Mimalari over the head of Brigadier Ademulegun. Excuse me. Lieutenant Colonel Njoku was to temporarily command 2nd Brigade headquarters at Apapa. In the police force, Inspector General Edet was sent on leave from December 20, 1965. The officer closest to him was retired, and the 3rd officer, Alhaji Kamsalem, was brought in as the new Inspector General. The stage was thus set for the proper walloping of the Upga rioters of the West. From our own stance, this proposed whipping of the West was a most dastardly plan. Anufuro, Onwotego, and I had each in turn commanded the troops in Makurdi against the Tiv rioters who were opposed to the high-handedness of the Sardauna government of the North. We knew from practical experience that it was not force that was being used to reconcile the people, but the individual commander's ability to come to terms with them. This was the reason why some of us achieved more success than others in reducing the fierceness of the encounters. For instance, in the period that I commanded the detachment from May to July 1965, there was no single civilian casualty. But before me and soon afterwards, things were much different. By the way, what I'm doing right now is just to do a little recap of what we discussed yesterday, and then we're going to get into a new chapter today. So he talked about how they got some young man to do some work for them and make sure that the person didn't talk to Negbe. And then he says, I talked about the D-Day itself, which was 15th January 1966. They had fixed the time for 0200 hours, which is 2 a.m. And then talked about Captain Wobosi reporting to Lagos early on the 14th, obtaining written orders from Ifajina, commanding him to carry out the Ibadan operation. We talked about what happened in that meeting, and that's what I would like to begin today. So let me just start reading. So the page is page 100. Okay. Somebody asked earlier, I just remembered now, page 100. At midnight, Nwobosi was waiting by the telephone to receive the final order from Lagos to move. At about 2300 hours, that's 11 p.m., a group of officers were assembled at the military quarter of Major Ifajuna at Apapa. This included the officers who took part in the planning of the coup, namely Ifajuna, Anuforo, Okafor, Chukwuka, and myself. With us were a number of young officers, captains, and subalterns who had only just been summoned from the officers' mess for the operations. Not more than 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. One of these was a staff officer working with Ifajuna, and the other was a subaltern working with Major Okafor. I wanted to repeat some of the things I talked about yesterday. One of the things that we've heard in the last few years is we've heard things like, oh, there were many Yoruba people that were part of the coup planners, therefore it is not an Igbo coup. I've said it several times, it is an Igbo coup. But the reason it's an Igbo coup is not because we had a lot of Igbo planners, it's because of the way the coup itself was executed. But in actual fact, there was only one Yoruba that was in the planning group, so to speak. The the nucleus, the core of the team was Ademoyega, Ifajina, and Zogo. There was no other Yoruba that was part of that plan. The Yoruba that you saw there were those who were brought in much later, and we know that because we see this, for instance, in the book by, starting with this, we're going to read other sources. Sorry. So we start with this one, then we'll read other sources, and then we'll continue. So it says here, at about 2300 hours, a group of officers were assembled at the military quarters of Major Ifajina Zapapa. Then it said not more than 2 of them had previous knowledge of the operation. And in case you're not here yesterday, welcome. Thank you for coming. So let me just take this time to quickly explain this, because it's something that is all over social media that is, of course, just lies. And people like to say those things because they don't want to make it look as if it's a people. And I'll say this to people that I know who are Igbo. Own it. The idea that it was an Igbo coup is not your fault. It's just what happened, right? And you don't need to lie in order to change history. Most of the planners were Igbos, but that's not even what makes the coup Igbo. What makes the coup Igbo is 2 things. There are 2 things. Number 1, the beneficiaries, the victims of the coup, and then number 2, the beneficiaries of the coup. Aluseku. Oh, since you mentioned Chief Toladeni, I agree with you because he likes Jukuma Zogo. So thank you very much, Aluseku. All right. So I was saying that it's an Igbo coup, not because many of them were Igbos. And the reason I always say that is because majority of the officers were Igbo anyway, so you couldn't help that. And it's not their fault that they were officers. But you see, when you talk about the fact that the beneficiaries, and we're going to get into it today, the victims and the beneficiaries, I was studying the victims this morning, and I cried because I just imagined that, this happened to some people's sons and some people's brothers, and for what? I mean, you can even say, some politicians were doing this, some politicians were doing that, but I'm talking about even the officers. Why would they be unalived? We're going to get into all of those things today. So starting with that stuff about the fact that a lot of people that were there did not know about the coup. Contrary to what you see on social media, on Naira Land, on Twitter, with this nonsense that people put out there that Yoruba people were part of the planning and everything. Number 1, even if they were part of the planning, it still doesn't change the fact that it was an Igbo coup. But number 2, they were not part of it. And one name that people talk about a lot is Fola Oyewole. He wrote the book called Reluctant Rebel. I'm just going to read something from his interview that he had. It was actually in 2016. I said 2019 yesterday. It was in 2016. And he had this interview, and then he was asked, how he was part of the coup. So I'm going to read the question, and I'm going to read his own answer as well. So here's the question. It was on the allegation that you were among the people that planned that coup, that you were detained by the federal government. We want you to assess the situation then. We want you to assess the situation then that really prompted the military to strike. And here's his answer. I was not one of the master planners of the coup. It will interest you to know that by 11:30 on the night of January 14th, 1966, I had no clue about the coup. No clue whatsoever. There's no way you are a couple of hours away from the execution of the coup and you didn't know anything about it, and people say you are the one that planned it. So all those clowns on social media, you are lying to yourselves. Let's continue. So they asked him, so why did they link you? Here's his answer. Precisely, I was friendly with Emmanuel Fajuna, who was a brigade general. And then after they had planned and done everything possible, as the saying goes, some of the people who agreed to what they had agreed decided not to take part. It was a matter of getting anybody who could help. And by virtue of my position, I had a telephone in my house, which was the same thing that happened to most people there. The original planner started telephoning. Where are you? I want to see you. It was an emergency period. I was second in command to the transport brigade in Apapa, and we were on 24-hour alert. So like they will say something like this, something is happening in Ogbomosho, blah, 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 can you help out? We did get instructions 24 hours. It didn't come as a surprise, so that is what happened. They drove to my house at about 25 minutes to 12 and asked me to come to Ifeajuna's house. I got there and I saw a lot of officers sitting down, and they had finished what they were talking about, and they said, you stay and I will brief you. That's exactly what you see in the book by one of the planners, saying they were there having meetings. Young people came there, but they didn't even know anything about the coup. And then, like I said yesterday, apart from Fola Oyewole, there's another person who was there. By the way, Fola Oyewole, Wale Ademoyega, Victor Banjo, and Ganiu Adeleke fought on the Biafran side against Nigeria. But like I always say, if you take that route and you fight with certain people, you will have yourself to blame at the end of the day, because to be honest, some people, they're not worth it. Why did I say that? Because the same Ojukwu arrested and detained this man, Wale Ademoyega, killed Victor Banjo. And all for what? For trying to show that you are detribalized? It's not necessary. My brothers and sisters, just all right. There's another person that was there, so let me just read this out. So there's another question. You were at a point, according to your book, with Captain Adeleke. The book, of course, is called Reluctant Rebel. You were at a point, according to your book, with Captain Adeleke, another Yoruba soldier. Who was he? Okay, you know what? Let me read something before I read what he says here. Number. So he says, I was not the only one. The question was, do you still feel the same perception about the coup? Then he says, I was not the only one. There are some other people who didn't know until that day. For instance, on the night people were briefed, a colleague was in the briefing and he told me, look, I have to consult my family. They looked at him and said, okay, go and consult your family. Just by the corridor, they told somebody, follow him. Maybe he will be the first casualty of the coup. Of course, what do you want him to decide? So simple. That gentleman is still alive today. Then he says he was a colleague, talking about Captain Adeleke. He is the one who said he wanted to consult the family and we were friends. We both worked in Apapa before the crisis. So just to tell you that, apart from Ademoyega, who was part of the planning, there's not that Yoruba person who planned that coup. And guess what? If there were, who acknowledge them. There's no sense in denying, history. It happened already, unlike some clowns who just always like to change their past. We will tell you it happened. It's just that it did not happen. Or I'm not going to lie that it happened just because it's going to make you feel good. All right. If you don't feel good about that, may God heal you. All right. I'd like to read something from. I've never read this book here before, but I want to read something from Nigeria's Five Majors. It's a book by Ben Bule. I watched his interview yesterday, and man, I had a better understanding of why certain people behave the way they behave from a part of Nigeria. It was just a shame, man. And some of the things he wrote here also got me teared up, because no human being should talk like this. But let's get into the book, just to establish some of the things that we've read here. 1 second. Okay. In any event, the Lagos fiasco was something no military detainee was ever likely to forget. The evening of the Southern Zonal Operation had begun with an O group summoned, the O in quote, at short notice by the BM, Major Ifajuna. Held in his Apapa residence under the guise of a house party, it had drawn together a crop of mostly strong-minded officers, ardent believers in a revolutionary new Nigeria devoid of further rancor and turbulence. This included Majors Ademoyega, Anuforo, Chukwuka, and Don Okafo. Now, watch, it now says Captains Adeleke, Nwobosi, Zegu. Did you see? I'm going somewhere with this. I'm reading from 3 sources about the event of that evening. When you see, it was here that people started getting names and started putting it in Ireland. That's why I'm reading this thing intentionally. Let me read it again. It says here, a group was summoned at short notice by the BM, Major Ifajuna, held in his Apapa residence under the guise of a house party. It had drawn together a crop of mostly strong-minded officers, ardent believers in a revolutionary new Nigeria, devoid of further rancor and turbulence. This included Majors Ademoyega, Anuforo, Chukwuka, and Don Okafo, Captains Adeleke, Nwobosi, Nzegu of the Nigerian Air Force Headquarters, Oji Anudeaja, Lieutenants Ezedigbo, Oguchi, Okaka, and Oyewole, as well as Second Lieutenants Egbiko, Igweze, Ikejiofor, Inweke, Onyefuru, and Wokocha. Most of them form No. 2 Brigade. The object of that crucial meeting, confided the BM, was partly to disclose to those in attendance the 8-hour already communicated to the cardinal counterparts, and partly to thrash out details of any outstanding operational problems. I'll say this to you, that's a lie. That is actually the conclusion of this thing is a lie. Why do I know? Because I read on that book. There's this book, but I called book in English. But I'm going to read from this book today. I've not read it. I think I read it here before. This book. Let me just show you now. So in case you want to get it, it's Go One by J. Isawa Elaigo, the biography of a soldier statesman. Well, I marked a lot of things. I'm looking at the one that really. Oh, this one's about the Rossi. We're going to get there. You're going to get there. We're going to get there. Here's the point. The person here says that they did not know about that stuff. The man, Fola Iwole, says they were just called in. So when you read this thing from Bengbule's perspective, the idea would be that they called these people together to discuss the final details. There's something I'm looking for. You know what? I think it's in this book. There's something I'm looking for. And he talked about how a lot of people participated in that coup and they did not know that they were part of a coup. Maybe we're going to get to it. But then the important thing is that these people were not called to finalize anything. As a matter of fact, Oyewole said they had already finished the meeting before he was called in. And the reason they called him in was because the person was supposed to do what he was meant to do originally and decided to back out. And that's why they called him. So all those Yoruba names, apart from the first one that he mentioned, which was actually quite intentional. This guy, I don't trust him one bit. I've read the book. We're going to have a session on the book. There's some things to learn from the book. But again, some people's history and a lie. Anyway, the point is that from these other sources, you know that certain people had a meeting, yes, but it wasn't all the names that he mentioned that actually were part of that meeting. There's no way Lieutenant, a junior officer, could have planned a coup. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue. I'm going to get to Ironsi. So I marked a lot of parts of this book just for that Ironsi part. We'll get there very soon. I just want to make that point, about the whole Yoruba thing. It's not what people say it was. Then he talked about the way they got people to work. He says 2 officers were conspicuously absent from the gathering. One was Major Obieno, commander of the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron, based at Abeokuta. He had been briefed well in advance and was supposed to attend this gathering so that after the address, he would proceed to Abeokuta to bring his armored vehicles to back up our Lagos operation. It was thought that he might yet turn up, and we kept our expectation of him alive. The other was a young captain who, at the first light of day, was to fly in a special plane to Calabar to effect the release of Chief Awolowo. He too had not turned up, and we expected that he would do so later. We were all addressed by Ifajina, who highlighted the political situation in the Federation, pointing out that the politicians had failed the people. In effect, there was nothing to follow the political chaos except the disintegration of the country. Unless there were men of goodwill who would rally round to fight for the survival of their country. Now that the moment of action had come, it was essential for those called upon to rise to the occasion. The response of the young officers was enthusiastic and almost unanimous. Only one captain asked to be excused, but he was soon persuaded to stay. After this, officers were allocated to their various duties. Major Ifajina and 2 subalterns were to arrest the Prime Minister. To do what? Arrest. The Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar, and Federal Minister for Finance, Chief Okotiebo. Major Nifuro and 1 subaltern were to arrest Colonel K. Mohammed and Lieutenant Colonel Onegbe. Major Okafor, 1 captain, and a subaltern were assigned to arrest Major General Ironsi and Brigadier Memalari. Major Chukwuka and a subaltern were to arrest Lieutenant Colonel Pam. Major Demoega, a captain, and 3 subalterns were to occupy and control all strategic locations of the federal capital, including the control room at Lion Building, the police headquarters, the P&T telephone exchange, Parliament Building, the Nigeria External Telecommunications Operations Room, and the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation (NBC). This group was also to set up roadblocks at strategic locations And Major Ademoyiga was to make the early morning broadcast over the NBC to say, my fellow Nigerians. As soon as the duties were allotted, we all moved to the 2nd Brigade headquarters, where troops were called out and ordered to get into their combat suits and bear their arms for internal security operations. At the same time, sorry, please. All right. At the same time, Abeokuta was contacted by telephone and Wobosi was ordered to go ahead. A signal was sent to Enugu ordering Oguchi also to go ahead. Arms and ammunition were issued to officers and men for the brigade headquarters, from the brigade headquarters armory. For transport, hey, my eyes oh. For transport, Land Rovers and 3-tonners were laid out and shared between the groups. Those who had no military transport were to use their personal cars. At 0200 hours, that is, of course, sorry. At 0200 hours, we dispersed to carry out our various duties. We were to reassemble after our initial tasks had been completed at the Federal Guards officers. Hey, guys, I need to calm down, man. Oh dear. Sorry about this. I need to calm down. I'm running too fast. My mouth is trying to catch up with my brain. So let's slow it down a bit. Tasty, thank you. No, it's okay. It's how I read on my own. On my own, I read very like that. So to be saying it now, my mouth is trying to catch up. So let's get into it. At 0200, we dispersed to carry out our various duties. We were to reassemble after our initial tasks had been completed at the Federal Guards Officers Mess, Dodan Barracks, so as to review our successes and reallocate duties for the second phase. The second phase had previously been arranged as follows. A, the completion of any uncompleted tasks of phase 1. B, the occupation and control of the various military units in Lagos, including the army headquarters, to effect a favorable disposition of all troops. C, immediately link up with the outstations, Abeokuta, Kaduna, Ibadan, and Enugu. D, the control of the airport. And E, the initial broadcast over the network of the NBC. I took my own group straight to the P&T exchange with a view to cutting off any further use of the telephone. So we talked about all of this yesterday. They went to P&T to cut off the telephone. Then he went to the Lion building, went to the security room, they took him to the ground floor, and at the control room upstairs, he told the officers that the army was engaged on special operations. So they didn't really tell them what was happening, just telling them whatever it was they needed them to hear. When it was done at the Lion building, he went to the NET, and when it was done, he went to NBC. It was 0320 hours, that's 3:20 a.m. I posted a few other ranks under the command of a sergeant to the station. And then when it was done there, he went to Parliament buildings, and then he ordered roadblocks to be set up at strategic locations on the two main exits from Lagos to Ojota via Maryland and Lagos to Agege via Mushin. And I remember saying something yesterday, and I'll repeat again. There's a reason he said Lagos to Ojota and Lagos to Agege. For those who don't know, Lagos is not everywhere that is Lagos State. There's Lagos the town, there's Lagos the state. You wouldn't say Lagos until Tinubu made the mega city. So in all of our minds now, it's a city, but in actual fact, it's a state. After this, I was at the Federal Guards Officers Mess, Ikoyi. Close on my heels came Major Anuforo's group. They had accomplished their own tasks, having arrested Colonel K. Mohammed. So here goes, we're about to get into the full stuff. I think we're done with the old, recap. So he said when he got to the Federal Guard, Negbe had resisted arrest, and in the scuffle, he had been shot. Next came Major Chukwuka's group. They had accomplished their own task, having arrested Lieutenant Colonel Pam. After them came Ifajuna's group. They too accomplished their task, having arrested the Prime Minister and the Federal Finance Minister. In addition, as they were returning to base, they saw Brigadier Memalari escaping from the attempts of the Okafor's group In addition, as they were returning to base, they saw Brigadier Memalari escaping from the attempt of the Okafor's group to arrest him. They, the Ifajuna group, wanted to arrest him, but in the scuffle, he was shot. I went out to look for Okafor's group. I met Okafor himself coming from the Federal Guards barracks. "What has happened to you and what have you achieved?" I shouted at him. "I have just lost my command," Okafor said slowly. The news sent cold sweat through my spine. I almost shivered. Quote, "Oh no, what have you done wrong? What's all this about?" End quote. I spoke to my RSM just now and he nearly shot me. He said the GOC had been to the barracks. I did not meet him there, explained Okafor. "What? Did he escape from you?" I asked. I went to his house to arrest him. I found that he was not there. He had not yet returned from the party. "Which party?" I asked. Everybody had left the party since 9 last night. No, it was another party. He had been to another party after Memalari's party. Now he had been in here. He commanded the troops to take any order. It commanded the troops not to take any orders from me, and none of them would obey me now. In fact, they were ready to shoot me. It was shocking. It was horrible. If we could no longer use the Federal Guards, what troops could we use? Where were the men? Which was the force to rely upon? Why was it that your own group did not achieve anything? I asked Okafor. No answer. Let me stop here and go to another book. You see, they just said, "Oh, we killed it, we shot this person, he resisted the arrest, we shot him." Let me read to you how this man described that scene. Sorry, it's so I'm going to read from the Nigerian 5 majors. I found what I was looking for. I'm going to read from the Nigerian 5 majors by Ben Bule, just to explain some things. It's going to take me a while, but let's stay with me, please. It was no wonder, therefore, that from the moment it became clear that the military uprising had failed, those same fair weather, let me go back a little. Security measures were further tightened during the much vaunted Commonwealth Prime Ministers Conference held in Lagos a few days before our coup d'etat under the auspices of Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa's administration. Furthermore, although many an army officer had welcomed the idea of a military push and had already given it their blessing, since it represented a viable means of checking the orgy of violence in the nearby western region, not so many of those same officers were ready to stick out their necks when it came to the crunch. On the contrary, quite a good number of them had failed to turn up during the operational phase of the coup in Lagos. Please stay with me. This gets very, very interesting. It was no wonder, therefore, that from the moment it became clear that the military uprising had failed, those same fair weather officers were the ones who threw their weight solidly behind the GOC, Major General Ironsi. They were the first to deny all knowledge of the plot and the first to condemn it unequivocally. That was very unfortunate. But even more unfortunately, the junior officers who had gone along with the plotters had not been properly briefed, which was for fear that the secret might be leaked to the authorities. The net result was that those junior officers who would otherwise have proved immensely useful were made to tag along blindly, with no clue as to what precisely the whole military operation was all about. One of such junior officers was Lieutenant Gibson Ayafulu of the Signals Apapa. According to him, he did not... Look, Ashola, we're not on why we struck. I already moved away from why we struck. This is Nigerian 5 majors by Ben Bule. According to him, he did not even know what a coup was. Sorry, let me take that again. One of such junior officers was Lieutenant Gibson Ayafulu of the Signals Apapa. According to him, he did not even know that a coup was in progress, although he was himself actively, if innocently, involved in its prosecution. On the very night of the operation, at about 100 hours, he was woken up by the BM of the 2nd Brigade, Major Emmanuel Ifajuna, and told to get dressed immediately because there had been an emergency, and hence the need for an internal security operation. Incidentally, the military push had coincided with Lieutenant Ayafulu's 6th week in the Nigerian army. He had therefore only little knowledge of the loaded Sten gun which Major Ifajuna had thrust in his hands. In fact, he had not been amply acquainted with the mechanics of the weapon handling No, guys, I think I need a break. Ah, boy. Just a second break. I'm good now. I have to tell myself I'm in public. I'm not reading to myself. So let's go back into this. He had therefore only little knowledge of the loaded Sten gun which Major Ifajina had thrust in his hands. In fact, he had not been amply acquainted with the mechanics of weapon handling as a whole. Later on, he was taken by Major Wale Ademoyiga to the P&T headquarters in Lagos Island and left there with instructions to proceed to paralyze all the vital items of communication equipment inside the building. He set to work at once, without bothering to find out why. Indeed, without asking any questions at all. Then, having completed the assignment, he did nothing else but wait for his superior officer to return. He waited long enough to become irritable. Finally, as dawn was breaking, he caught a bus back to Apapa. It was not until he was arrested shortly after his arrival at the officers' mess at Apapa that he realized that he had just taken part in a botched-up military coup. This was the experience of many of the young guys that were brought into the coup. They were told to do stuff, they just did it, obeyed the last command. They just did what they were told to do. They didn't even know what they were doing. Carrying out their own tasks. Besides, Major Ifajina and his colleagues did not get around to conducting any meaningful rehearsals before embarking upon such a hazardous, far-reaching venture as a coup. That was due largely to the aforementioned tight security measures mounted in Lagos by the federal authorities. The upshot of it all was that the operation was not only badly planned, but also badly executed. Major Ifajina's rough and ready methods had far from yielded the much desired result. But by far, please guys, this whole thing about Iransi, we're getting into it right now. I'm going to be reading from some sources. This is the first one. Please listen. Pay attention. It says, but by far the most formidable obstacle between the coup executors and success was the unanticipated element of treachery that manifested itself in the course of the nocturnal operation. In that regard, and to begin with, both Major Don Okafor, who is Don Okafor, is the same person in this book who told Ademoyiga that he has lost his group. Do you remember? He says, I went out, this is Ademoyiga now, he says, I went to look out for Okafor's group. I met Okafor himself coming from the Federal Guards barracks. What has happened to you and what have you achieved? I shouted at him. I have just lost my command, Okafor said slowly. He said he has just lost his command. That's what he said. What we see in this other book is that he didn't just lose his command, he was treacherous. He says both Major Don Okafor and Captain Ogbo Oji, the latter of whom was Ironsi's kinsman from Umuahia, are taking a stand against any step that might embody the killing of Ironsi, the very same man who at the most crucial stage of the operation called out the troops of the 2nd Infantry Battalion with orders to quell the rebellion. In other words, Okafor, who was part of one of the major planners, was against any arm coming to Ironsi. And another gentleman was also there who also got information across to Ironsi. Let's continue. It was, to say the least, too much of a coincidence that while the two would-be assassins were pointedly making for time, it says here, it was, to say the least, too much of a coincidence that while the two would-be assassins were pointedly making for the GOC's residence, hoping to apprehend him, he himself was at that same time heading towards Ikeja to enlist the support of the personnel of the said 2nd Battalion with a view to quelling the coup. Obviously, someone must have tipped off the superior officer. Who tipped him off? Was it tipped off at the time that this happened? Guess what? No. How do I know that? I'm going to read something to you from the book by J. Isawa. Again, the best way to read this history and to understand it is you have to pick things from different places, or else you may not get the full picture. So let's start with the party itself. There was an interview that was conducted for General Yakubu Gowon. So I'm going to read this book. We're going to piece everything together. Then I'll go back to the main book. This is Gowon by J. Isawa Eligo, the biography of a soldier statesman. All right. Gowon remembers very vividly the evening of January 14, 1966. His new brigade commander, Brigadier Memalari, had invited him to a party, and he felt very reluctant to go. But he changed his mind when he was informed that the party was to welcome him to the brigade and bid farewell to the outgoing CO of the 2nd Battalion and to some other staff who were going on courses for being posted to other units. Meanwhile, Yakubu's Igbo girlfriend at Ibadan, Miss Edith Ike, had come all the way to welcome him back home. Home from where? Let me just read something to you about where he was coming from. On completing his course at the Joint Service Staff College, Gowon decided to return home by ship. So Gowon had just come back home from his course, and then his girlfriend Edith, who was an Igbo lady, traveled from Ibadan to see Gowon in Lagos. He had planned to take Edith Ike back to Ibadan that night in the company of Lieutenant Colonel Abogo Lagema, the CO of the 4th Battalion. At the party, he declared his intention to get to Ibadan that night in the hearing of Ifajuna, Oji, and a few others. Despite appeals by his colleagues, such as Memalari, to stay till the next day because of Operation Wetie on the Lagos-Ibadan road, Gowon did not change this statement. This added to the confusion about his whereabouts later. In the end, he could not see Lagema to discuss the details of the journey. He was tired from his long trip by ship to Nigeria, and above all else, had to get ready for a ceremonial parade to mark his assumption of office as the new CO early the next day, January 15. He therefore gave up the idea of going to Ibadan that night without telling anyone. After midnight, on his way out of the party, please listen. After midnight, on his way out of the party, sorry, a reader just came in. Let me just mute him. After midnight, on his way out of the party with Edith, Gowon remembers vividly having met the general officer commanding the Nigerian Army, GOC, Major General Aguiyi Ironsi. General Ironsi's remarks are still verdant in his memory. Ironsi had told Gowon and Edith, "Well, have a nice time, blank. You never know tomorrow." So understand this. This was at the party. Bengulie is saying that the man knew after the coup had taken place. We're going to read a lot of sources. I'm going to read one more source. This one, Gowon is saying at the party, he said to them, "Well, have a nice time, blank." That blank, the reason it's blank is because, according to the footnote in this book, is because it's vulgar. In fact, let me read to you so we get that out of the way. What number is this? Sorry. Okay. I think it's something to the effect of something sexual, something vulgar, and that's why they did not put it there, right? Oh boy, these prints are very tiny. Anyway, let me just continue reading. When we get there, we're going to read it again. For the blank stuff, but the important thing is that it was vulgar. I found it. So he says, "Well, have a nice time, blank, blank. You never know tomorrow." Yakubu then turned to his girlfriend and asked, "Did you hear what the general said?" The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her, and she retorted that she thought it was rude. Gowon replied that it was not only rude, but vulgar. Let me read the explanation for that. It says, "We have avoided quoting the whole sentence because of the apparent vulgarity of the statement. Perhaps under a different situation, It was not unusual to hear vulgarities of this nature among soldiers in moments of lighter mood. So essentially, he said to them to do whatever they wanted to do, which was again vulgar, most likely sexual. He says to them, have a nice time, you never know tomorrow. When was this? The coup had not taken place at this point. What does that tell you? It tells you that Iransi knew about the coup well beforehand. But there's another source we're going to read very soon. Let's stay with this for a second, or for a bit longer. It says, did you hear what the general said? The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her, and she retorted that it was rude. Gowon replied that it was not only rude but vulgar. Both of them then proceeded to Ikeja barracks, where Gowon was lodging. A few hours after their return, Gowon was woken up by a commotion at Ikeja barracks. Please, let's power tap. Please, let's power tap. Let's like the live. Let's share the live. Thank you very much. A few hours after their return, Gowon was woken up by a commotion at Ikeja barracks. He peeped through the window and saw Captain Martin Adamu, the battalion adjutant, from whom he inquired about the commotion. He was told that there had been a coup. Gowon became furious and chided the captain. Do you realize there is a coup? Why did you not tell me? He recalled much later that Captain Adamu looked very startled, and it seemed that the real implications of what was happening had just dawned on him. He then informed Gowon that the GOC General Iransi was at the barracks. For the first time, please listen now. For the first time, the implication of Iransi's statement at the party dawned on Gowon, and he became suspicious of Iransi and even of his Igbo girlfriend, Edith. He later found that his suspicion of Edith was misplaced. However, given his suspicion then, he quietly dressed up and went to the battalion headquarters to see Iransi. Iransi then briefed him on the coup. Gowon then turned to Captain Adamu to know if he had informed the brigade commander, Brigadier Mamalari, of the situation. He was informed that the telephone lines were out of order. Please listen very attentively. He was informed that the telephone lines were out of order and that they could not contact anyone. He tried the telephone himself and found it was a worthless effort. After his briefing, gets weird now. After his briefing, General Iransi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours before the first unit could get into town. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not understand, that's Gowon, could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, quote, these people have got 2 hours ahead of us and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready. He then turned to the general and said, I am going. Curiously enough, Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, who had said nothing all this time, then asked him, if something happens to you, who would look after the boys? Gowon then retorted that if the officers who had been killed meant nothing to him, Njoku, they meant everything to him. That's to Gowon. Now, why did I read about Njoku? Because Njoku wrote a book. I'm going to explain everything I'm reading right now. I just want to read it first so all of us will get where the source is, or the sources are. I'm going to read something to you from Njoku's book. His own book is called Tragedy Without Heroes. A Tragedy Without Heroes, the Biafran War. And this is what he said. Having got the battalion in motion, I turned to the general officer commanding to spell out the task he had for us. The general officer commanding is not normally the person to give orders directly to a battalion. It should come through the proper channel, that is, via brigade headquarters. In that emergency situation, the general officer commanding was acting in order. Whatever the situation, it was my superior officer, and military discipline demands I must obey the most senior officer present. Who knew the extent of the kidnapping? By this time, Jack Gowon had arrived at the battalion headquarters and was with us. Lieutenant Colonel Jack Gowon, who was sleeping in Ikeja military cantonment that eventful night, never forgave me for not sending for him specifically. It was impossible for anyone in my position to remember all the details in such a situation. I was not even sure I knew he was back from the party. According to military practice, the alarm raised by the bugler was enough warning for all and sundry to turn out. Quote, but they said they would not kill anyone, end quote, the general said. You know what? There's a lot of stuff in all of this I'm reading. Let me unpack these things dear. Number one, if you read the book by Bengbule, the Nigerian Five Majors, he made it seem as though Ironsi just discovered that there was a coup. You know, I was like, so there was a coup. Okay, you guys go and make sure that you do this, do that. Let's quell the coup. That's the stuff you get. And I'll tell you this: it was an intentional thing. Why do I know that? Because he repeated it even in his interview, saying that the person who stopped the coup was an Igbo man. That's Bengbule's own words, not mine. He said, why they call it Igbo coup? The person who stopped the coup was Ironsi, and it was an Igbo man, which tells me that he was trying to cover something, and that was what made me to go and read other books. And what I found out was that no, Ironsi was not just discovering about the coup after the coup happened. He knew about the coup before. And how do we know that? Because from this book and from Gowon's own narrative, Ironsi told him on the night of the 14th that nobody knows tomorrow. Go and have, he says, well, have a great time. And then he says something vulgar. Then he said, nobody knows tomorrow. It was only after the coup that Gowon said, wait, nobody knows tomorrow. How? In other words, he gave it away. If you say, oh, no, it's just one of those things. Okay, let's assume that it's just one of those things and it's not a big deal. Okay, so how do we now, why am I still saying Ironsi knew about the coup? Because of the book by Hilary Njoku. Remember, Gowon referred to Njoku, who was a colonel. He said, Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, who had said nothing all this while, then asked who, Gowon, says, if something happens to you, who will take care of the boys? That was the first time Njoku would speak to Gowon in that particular meeting. What does that say to us? It tells us that Gowon is saying here, he was in the same room with Ironsi, and Njoku came inside. Njoku is saying here in his own book that was in the same room with Ironsi and Gowon was there as well. So that tells us that at least both of them are telling the truth, that they were all at the same place at the same time. Now the question is, what was said by this one and what was said by the other? We can piece those things together and recreate that scene. So what really happened was, number one, he also, by the way, mentioned here in his book, Njoku mentioned in his book, the book is called A Tragedy Without Heroes. He mentioned that Gowon had spent the night at Ikeja, which is also what Gowon had said. He was with his girlfriend Edith, who was also an Igbo girl. And at the time that sorry, let me look for the title of the person who told him that something happened. It was a captain. The captain is called Captain Martin Adamu. He was a battalion adjutant. He told him that there was a coup. It was when that guy told Gowon, when the captain told Gowon that there was a coup, that Gowon said, oh, perhaps there's something about the statement that Ironsi made a few hours ago. Then he began to suspect both Ironsi and his own girlfriend Edith. And then he left and went to the barracks went to the battalion headquarters to see Ironsi. Now, let's talk about what happened when he saw Ironsi. Ironsi was talking to himself. He was thinking out loudly. And what did he say? According to Njoku, Ironsi said, but they said they would not kill anyone. Who talks like that without foreknowledge of that event? Which tells you that when you read the book Nigerian Five Majors by Bengbule, be careful. Don't just take it and say he wrote it. You have to be able to balance it, because what they are trying to do is to paint it to make it look as if, oh, he just came in and saved the day. He didn't really know about what was happening because he was a good man. I'm not saying he was a bad man, but I'm saying he knew about the coup. It doesn't end there. I mean, it did not end there. Let's continue. But they said that they would not kill anyone, the general said. That obviously was an admission of foreknowledge of the coup. Jack looked at me. Who is Jack? Yakubu. That's Yakubu Gowon. So, like I said the other day, Yakubu is Jacob, is Jack, is Jake, is the same thing. They're just derivatives of the same name. Excuse me. Jack looked at me. None of us said a word. From this day forward, I was to lose Jack's confidence from all indications. He thereafter bore the impression or the notion that I knew about the coup beforehand. One of the reasons that he also bear that thing is because you did not say anything until he said he was going to go do something. And then you now said, what would happen to your men? Let me read something to you about that. Ironsi said they should chill for another 2 hours. Let me read that. Gowon turned to, for the first time, the implications of Ironsi's statement at the party dawned on Gowon, and he became suspicious of Ironsi and even his Igbo girlfriend, Edith. He later found that his suspicion of Edith was misplaced. However, given his suspicion then, he quietly dressed up and went to the battalion headquarters to see Ironsi. Ironsi then briefed him on the coup. Gowon then turned to Captain Adamu to know if he had informed the brigade commander, Brigadier Memalari, of the situation. He was informed that the telephone lines were out of order and that they could not contact anyone. He, that's Gowon, tried the telephone himself and found it was a worthless effort. After his briefing, please listen. After his briefing, General Ironsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours before the first unit could get into town. This was the point at which Gowon really reacted. So people have organized a coup. We are all here now. Let's do something. Or guy is now saying it will take us about 2 hours to even get anything sorted. Did he know about it or not? You can make up your. Of course, he knew about it. You don't have to make up your mind. Let me tell you, he knew about it. What were you supposed to be doing for 2 hours? They already have a head start. Let's continue. This was the point at which Gowon really reacted. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at 3 a.m. So this was about 5 a.m. already. Now you're saying they should wait till 7. He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, "These people have got 2 hours ahead of us, and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready." He then turned to the general and said, "I am going." So the question is this: why did the general say wait for 2 hours? If he did not know anything about this stuff, was it trying to buy time for the coup plotters? When you put all these things together, it's called that Ironsi was not a hero of the coup, like he stopped any coup. He didn't stop any coup. He knew about the coup. And that's not even the end. No, we're going to be going from, we're reading about 4 or 5 books at the same time right now, but you're going to enjoy this because it shows you the scene. Back to the book by Hilary Njoku. By the way, somebody came in the other day and said Hilary was a woman. He's not a woman. He's a man. He was the head of the Biafran army later. So Hilary Njoku was a colonel in the Nigerian army. And he was in the room with both Ironsi and Gowon. And this is what he said. The book is called A Tragedy Without Heroes. This is page 19. It says, "But they said they would not kill anyone," the general said. That obviously was an admission of foreknowledge of the coup. Jack looked at me. None of us said a word. From this day forward, I was to lose Jack's confidence from all indications. He thereafter bore the impression or the notion that I knew about the coup beforehand. Even though we visited each other almost daily between February and July 1966. Sorry, I'm trying to write something down. Jack never, okay, sorry, let me read that again. Even though we visited each other daily between February and July 1966, Jack never forgave nor confided in me. Sorry, we always have irritants coming once in a while. Let me just do what we do to cockroaches and spiders. We use broom to sweep them away. You are muted for 5 minutes. If you come back after 5 minutes and your brain is not working, you will either be muted for the entire life or you are blocked. Thank you very much for your understanding. Back to the book. So he says that they were visiting between February and July every day, but Jack never forgave nor confided in him any longer. Let's go to another part of this stuff. Okay, so he said, I did everything within my power to correct this notion because I believed that the unity of the country, the success of the military regime, depended more on Jack and I working together in mutual trust and confidence than any other pair. Occasionally, I would catch him red-handed, hobnobbing with junior officers who were bent on counter-coup, revenge as they termed it. Let's jump to the next part. The general officer commanding asked for paper and pen. Who is the GOC? Ironsi. These I provided. He wrote down key points, KPs, and very important personalities, VIPs, to which troops were to be sent for protection. This included the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, the Parliament House, Post and Telecommunications, P&T, the Prime Minister, the Inspector General, the Brigade Commander, number 11 Thompson Avenue, and so on. In addition, he listed some of the officers he wanted apprehended. This included Major Ifajuna, Captain Oji, and Lieutenant Nwokocha. He had lost his nerves. His hands were shaking. His writing could not be read without difficulty. I asked him to have some coffee. He was grateful and coffee was ordered for him. Jack and I did not take the coffee. During a conversation, the general officer commanding repeated his earlier statement, quote, but they said there would be no bloodshed, end quote. He knew about the coup. He made this statement twice. This is Ilarin Joku telling us what happened in the room. Before we go, I'm going to tell you what happened in the room again according to David Ejo, because another person came into that room. I'm going to tell you what happened when he got in there. Why are we doing this? We're trying to understand what really happened. We're trying to really get it. So people just keep like, oh, he didn't know. That's why I was made the head officer. It's just nonsense. There's something else. There's something else. You see, when you look at the book by Bengbule, the Nigerian Five Majors, there was something he said. Again, if you remember what we saw in when there was a country, in Ademoyega's book, right? When he came out into barracks and saw Okafor, Okafor said he had lost his guys, right? He said, I have just lost my command. The question is, did he really lose his command, or was it the one who actually informed Ironsi? Why am I saying that? Because of what's in this other book, Nigerian Five Majors by Bengbule. What is here? It says by far the most formidable obstacle between the coup executors and success was the unanticipated element of treachery. Oh my God. In the history of this country, those who call people treacherous, those who call people betrayers and traitors, have shown it over and over again that it's like a thing where they come from. Could that be the reason Ironsi refused to prosecute the coup plotters when they were apprehended? It could be. It could be, Bishop. Let me read something to you here. It says, but by far the most formidable obstacle between the coup executors and success was the unanticipated element of treachery that manifested itself in the course of the nocturnal operation. In that regard, and to begin with, who is this one now? If you know you don't have anything sensible to write, why not just listen and be blessed? I'll mute your 30 seconds. Hopefully that will help you. Just listen. You don't have to type. If you're not going to type anything that will help anybody, just keep it to yourself. God bless you. Back to this. So there was an unanticipated element of treachery. In that regard, and to begin with, both Major Don Okafor, one of the primary guys, you're looking for why we call it Igbo coup. This is why. Major Don Okafor and Captain Ogbo Oji, the latter of whom, that's Oji himself, was Ironsi's kinsman from Umuahia. They are taking a stand against any step that might embody the killing of Ironsi, the very same man who at the most crucial stage of the operation called out the troops of the 2nd Infantry Battalion with orders to quell the rebellion. So what do you see here? You see here that there's a huge possibility that Don Okafor and Captain Oji reached out to Ironsi before the coup even happened. And by the way, when you look at what this man, Ilari Njoku, said, you discover that one of the names that this guy mentioned that they must, bring to him was Captain Oji. He said he wrote down key points and very important personalities to which troops were to be sent. And then I read all those names. And then he said, in addition, he listed some of the officers he wanted apprehended. This included Major Ifajuna, Captain Oji, and Lieutenant Nwokocha. Captain Oji was from Umuahia, just like Hiroshi, and he was the one, according to Bengbule, who must have been responsible for the treachery. There's nothing like he didn't know about it. Everywhere we looked, Hiroshi knew about it. Everywhere you looked, you saw Hiroshi. There's one more other source I said I was going to read to you. Let me read to you from David Edger's own account. Did I open this thing earlier today? I think I did. I hope you're getting something. He was now. And for those who say he became the Oga because he was good. I found what I opened earlier. Good. Let me write it down so I won't forget. So he was the Oga. That's the reason he became the head of state. That's nonsense. There is no when you organize a coup, nobody cares about seniority or hierarchy. The people who organize the coup will determine who will rule the country, not based on who is the Oga. If they choose you, they choose you. If they don't choose you, they don't choose you. So there's nothing like, oh, this person, it was because he was the GOC, that's why he became the head of state. No, it was because he became what he became because he knew what was going to happen and he strategically positioned himself to take advantage of the situation. It wasn't like, oh, there's a coup. No. There's another report. I think, is it from this book? There's another report about how Palm had reached out to him. Oh man, there's so many things to get into today. Say Palm reached out to him and told him. The Palm that they said reached out to him, by the way, this is in a book by, oh boy, I read it this morning. Guys, sometimes the book, then plenty, so you are just putting everything together. There's one of those books, I don't know if it's this one, that talked about I think it was this one, Nigerian 5 Major, that talked about Palm, reaching out to calling Ironsi, to tell Ironsi, but Aula was bundled to prison for planning a coup. Okay. This is what happens when your parents forget to think before they even sleep together. So your own problem is actually from conception. Ibu, from conception, you were... The things I want to say, I'm just holding myself back, but you will collect very soon. You collect very soon. These are children that it's not even about how you were raised. You were not properly conceived. Your conception was a mistake. Anybody that is stupid enough to mention Awolowo anyhow, I will come for you. You know why? Because you have nothing on him. You have nothing on him. It's not like your leaders. I don't even have to try to find their issues. What was I looking for before this fool spoke? I'll be typed then. Anyway, I'll find it. Say, oh, it was Palm that reached out to Ironsi, and that's how Ironsi knew about what was going to happen. No, you know why? That same Palm was killed by the same coup plotters. Let me look for it. But I don't even have to look for it. I'm sure you already get the idea. 161. So what do we see here? We understand the fact that Oga knew about everything and he took advantage of it. And by the way, he was the greatest beneficiary of the coup. So all this thing of, oh, he didn't really know about it, nah, lie. He did. And that's all just... And by the way, we have read from different sources, but there's another thing I want to talk... Okay, David Edger, 1 second. Let me read to you what David just said happened in the room. By the way, David Ejo became the first military administrator of the Midwest. The first military administrator of Trevor and Shine, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Because I'm coming, I'm trying to find the reference. See, tribalism and nepotism is from those who are insulting you. If Ajuna is from Onitsha, just like Azikiwe. How did Azikiwe know? You can make that up. Oji is from Umaya, just like Ironsi. How did Ironsi know? You can come up with it. All right, let's get to David Ejo's interview. Well, this is a long thing, no, but God will help us. This was conducted in 2019, by the way. So we're looking at things from those who were in the room. Oh boy. Excuse me. We're looking at stuff from the perspective of those who were in the room so that we can piece things together and recreate the scene, understanding exactly what happened. Kilo Shelebai. Let's start. The other one will open later. Let me just start with this one I have for now. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to find. Now, I want the interview, not all this Oyinbo. Sorry, I want to read the interview. Go, not. Okay, I've seen it. First, he talked about the first coup that was planned in 1964 that was spearheaded by Ojukwu himself. This one that happened in 66 was not the first coup that was planned in Nigeria. There was one in 1964. It was Ojukwu, it was Bassi. Then they reached out to 3 people. No, let me read something about it for you. It's not part of today's conversation, but just to say something about it. They reached out to Victor Banjo, David Ejo, and the same Yakubu Gowon. However, David Ejo went to report them to General Foster, who was a European officer, and it was, let me read something to you guys. The answer was, well, to take over since they were already leading and yet they had no control of the government. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, Yakubu Gowon, Bassi, and Ojukwu. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince the Yoruba, that's Victor Banjo. Ojukwu and Banjo now contacted me and Gowon for a coup, but we refused. Gowon and I refused, and then they went on their own. But we then reported to that European officer, General Foster. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. So this was the very first time that we are seeing something close to a coup. This was in 1964. But I'm going somewhere. So it says here, I might as well just read everything. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. When Ojukwu's father heard about this, he put a memo into the House of Assembly that all Europeans should leave the army. It was that year that all the Europeans in the army were sent back to their country. Then Ironsi, who was number 2, took over the command of the army. Excuse me. While he was there, Ojukwu still had the coup plot in mind. He told Ironsi that he should not allow Ejo and Gowon to be in army headquarters, saying as long as they remained in army headquarters, they would not be able to execute the coup. So Ironsi sent Gowon on a course. Listen, no. He's saying that even as a 64, Ojukwu and Ironsi were in on the idea of a coup. Is it right or wrong? You can make up your mind. But I'm trying to tell you how this thing happened. Because, and you know why I believe this thing? There's a book that I referenced yesterday. It's by Neil Graham Douglas. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. We're not going to read it today. But there's something he said in that book. He said in May of 1966, Ojukwu approached him to draft a unitary decree. Why would Ojukwu approach his own Attorney General in the Eastern region to draft a unitary decree for Nigeria when, if he doesn't have anything working between him and Ironsi? And why would they want a unitary decree if not that, number one, it was what was preferred not just by Ironsi but by Azikiwe himself? And that Azikiwe always vacillated between unitary and federalism. One day is federalism, the other day is unitary, but it's always is more towards unitary than federalism. Why was that the kind of law that they wanted to implement or promulgate? And why was Ojukwu working with Ironsi? Was that the first time they're trying to create something for Nigeria, or could it have happened before then? Whatever you answer is good. So Ironsi sent Gowon on a course to the United Kingdom, but he left me alone. That course that Gowon went was the one he was returning from when they had this party in Lagos in 66. That course that Gowon went, just return everything together. It helps to understand that way. But he left me alone. When Igbos were worrying him that Ejo was still there, he told them that, quote, this man from that small state, minority state, you can handle him. He cannot do anything. Go away and leave me, end quote. So he left me. By December, when Gowon came back, it was like a small war in Ironsi's office. Some army officers told Ironsi that we told you to send these two people away. Now Gowon has come back. What can we do now? Ironsi was embarrassed, and after Gowon came back on the 20th, and on the 23rd of that month, Ironsi now sent me away from army headquarters to Enugu, saying it should be hidden there, end quote. I went there, and they tried again, but the one they tried was in January 1966, and I had left the army headquarters. But at that time, they said whatever happened, Ejo and Gowon must die. They threatened the person who was to organize a coup on behalf of the Igbos in Lagos side. So who was that person? Emmanuel Ifajuna. The one in Kaduna, Nzogu, I think you know that one. Ifajuna was holding a very big post in the brigade then. He was the chief of staff to Malari. He sent a message that we had this meeting. So please listen to this. This is how this man could have been killed. So please listen, and please power tap as you listen and be blessed, and so on and so forth. He sent a message that we had this meeting, which would last a week, that I should come to Lagos. At this time, Ejo was in Enugu. He was the one who booked me into Ikoyi Hotel in room 17. Remember that number, 17. And my number in the army was 17. It was a lucky number for me. I got to Lagos for the meeting, and then the meeting started on Monday. Then on Thursday, I can't recall what happened in my hotel room. I just complained that I don't like the room. By the way, I recalled for him, there's another source that mentioned another interview he had where he mentioned what actually happened in that place. I know what he said. He was in his room on a Thursday. I think I can find it. I'll read it out to you. He was in his room on a Thursday. He looked out and I found it. Guys, I did fly from one source to another. So the one where I tell you, I don't know if they scroll back up or pick the title of the book. Just this one is from the News Magazine interview in 2016. He said, okay, they knocked and burst into many rooms, but they could not find him. As it will be seen later, a modesty incident caused Ejo to change rooms earlier, hence missing his allocation of death. What was the modesty incident? He saw a girl from his room looking at him, and he felt uncomfortable. Then he went to the hotel, to the reception, and told them to change his room. Let's go back to that. It says here, it was a lucky number for me. I got to Lagos for the meeting, and then the meeting started on Monday. Then on Thursday, I can't recall what happened in my hotel room. I just complained that I didn't like the room. They couldn't change it on Thursday. It was on Friday, the last day of the meeting, that I came back to the hotel by 4:30 p.m. When I got to the hotel, they had changed my room because they knew that the following day I would leave. I said, all right. Because of the cocktail party which Memalari organized for us, we would not come back on time. I left the cocktail party at about 11 p.m. when we should have left at 8 p.m. There was no need for us to come on time. Although he called it a cocktail party, it was like a buffet dinner. So I ate to my satisfaction, and when I got to the hotel, I didn't go to the dining room to eat again. I just went straight to my bed and slept off. It was at 3 o'clock that night that the coup plotters came. They killed my colleague, the one commanding the Western region, and after putting his body in the boot of the car, they rushed to my room, to room 17, to kill me, thinking that I was there. According to their story, they didn't want me to see them, so when they kicked the door open, they just sprayed the bed with bullets and then round before they switched on the light. When they switched on the lights, nobody was there, and they started saying to themselves, quote, he's gone, end quote. And I was snoring downstairs. That was how at least I can tell that God saved me from the coup. Now for Gowon. Gowon had just come back on the 20th of December, and he was posted to take over a battalion in Ikeja. You see, it tallies with what Gowon said about in that book. He had not moved to his official house. He was staying in one of the officers' mess accommodation. On that night, he did not come back to where he was staying because he went to see his prospective in-law. He did not come back in time, so when the coup plotters went there, they did not see him. They were now saying it is me and Gowon that would counter their coup, and on the following day, the news was that there was a coup. The following day, I was told that my colleague was killed, and I went to his room, and all I saw was just blood. His body was not in the room, and so I went to the person who was in charge, Brigadier Pam. This is the one that some Igbos said called Ironsi for Ironsi to escape, that the coup had happened. Evidence we don't have, but that's what they say. Brigadier Pam to come and take the blood sample. So when he went to meet Brigadier Pam to come and take the blood sample of another colleague who died, just to be able to ascertain who it was. But when I got to that place, his wife told me that his husband was taken away in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. to a rendezvous where he was killed. So you see a person that was taken to a rendezvous, killed, and then you say he's the one that caused person. How do we ask him? He don't die. So get that to be. Then I rushed to Memalari's house. Who is Memalari? That was the commander. He was the one who called the meeting. He was the one that Gowon was referring to, the party that all of them attended. And by the way, should I stop? Let me stop here to read something to you from this book. Don't worry, we are together. We're going to talk about Njoku later. There's something he mentioned here that I think about. Okay. It says, Gowon remembers very vividly the evening of January 14, 1966. His new brigade commander, Brigadier Memalari, had invited him to a party, and he felt very reluctant to go. But he changed his mind when he was informed that the party was to welcome him to the brigade and bid farewell to the outgoing CO of the 2nd Battalion and to some other staff who were going on courses or being posted to other units. There's something Gowon says here in his interview. He said, the party was not for a new wife, like some people say. So he said he was celebrating wedding. He said it's not for the new wife. And I knew it could have been one of the reasons, but it was more of an official party. I did not want to go to the party, but when this was explained, that is that the party was in part for me, I had to go. Just to remind you, just trying to create that connection between what Gowon said and what I just said. So let's go back to Ejo now. Then I rushed to Memalari's house, who was then our commander, where we had the cocktail party. When we got there, his soldiers just told me that Memalari was killed in Ikoyi, Awolowo Road, by the petrol station that night. I now told myself, how can I just rush to Enugu when I have heard this bad news? Please guys, fasten your seatbelts, you're about to hear something mad. This is another perspective to what happened in that room. So we saw things from the perspective of Gowon. We've seen things from the perspective of Njoku, who we're going to revisit in a bit. He also knew about the coup, and Gowon knew that he knew. Although in his book he said he didn't know. We'll tell you what Gowon said very soon. But there's something else. There's someone else who was also in the room, and this is something from him. He says here, so I went to Ironsi's house, whether he could tell me anything before I went to Enugu. Please, let's power tap. But when I got there, his soldier said he left his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. Wait, though. I thought they said Brigadier Palm was the one who called Ironsi to warn him. But Palm was arrested at 3 a.m., according to his wife. And that was the last they heard of him. Was it after they arrested him that he was able to call Ironsi? Because that was the last they heard of him. He was arrested around 3 a.m., according to his wife. He was taken and he was killed. Ironsi that you are saying Palm told, is said to have left his house at 4 a.m. Are you telling me that Palm discovered about the coup before the coup came to his house, or the coup plus came to his house? Or are you telling me that after they arrested him, he found a way to get a phone to call Ironsi, and Ironsi now did magic? Then if he called Ironsi before 3, why would Ironsi stay in his house until 4 a.m.? Was he waiting for the plotters to come and kill him as well? You see, these things don't add up. They don't add up because they are lies. Ironsi was very, 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 very aware. Let's continue. And you see why I was very aware. You see it now. When I got there, that's to his house, his soldier said he left his house at 4 o'clock in the morning. What do I do? The head of the army, we could not find him. So I said to myself, let me go to the army unit. Maybe I would get more information. Excuse me. Maybe I would get more information from them. I rushed to Ikeja battalion and it was there. Luckily, I saw his car in a car park. I sent my guards to check his office if there was anybody and to ask if I should come in. Nwadibia Agwobi, waiting we do on ourselves. I'm out. Who cares? You guys lie a lot and you have blackmailed the rest of the country for the last, since 1966. You've been blackmailing us. It's going to be 70 years in the next year. Is 70 or 60? Help me with my math. 2006 minus 26. Yeah, it's going to be 60 years. You know where it is? Sorry, guys. 1 second. I want to. All right, 60, thank you. So you've been lying for 60 years. We've been taking it. It's enough. Dead men, they say, tell no tales. The account of only those who survived might be half truth. He didn't die. Ironsi did not die. So it can't be half truth because he did not die until 6 months later. So if dead men don't tell no tales, or if dead men tell no tales, then you're talking about Palm. You're talking about Lagema. You're talking about Ker Mohammed. You're talking about Mimalari. You're talking about Ademule Gun. You're talking about Ralph Shode Inde. Those are the ones that we can say the dead can tell no tales. Not to stop hiding the truth with all these things just drop around. Dead men tell no tales. Now me write the book. I mean they tell the tale. I be no day after he don't do what he want to. If you have a question, please just give me for some minutes. Let's finish with this first, please. So let me tell you what happened in the room. Are we ready? Now bombshell. I sent my guard. This is David Ejo. I sent my guards to check his office. Whose office? Hironsi's office. If there was anybody, and to ask if I should come in. And then I heard them all shouting, quote, tell him to come, end quote. So I went in. He opened the door for me. And when I got in, I saw Ironsi sitting opposite the door, pointing a gun at me. Saying, David, are you with me or against me? It was a surprise to him because he thought I was dead. I did not say it though. This is David Ejo. He also wrote a book. By the way, there's a book on Irancy that we're probably going to get into very soon. We're going to get into some things from Irancy's perspective as well, the things he said before he died, and things that were said about him. Listen, I don't mind reading everybody's account, but I can assure you, God has blessed all of us in this room with brains. We should be able to piece things together and tell exactly what happened, not just because somebody said it. So I don't mind reading your account or God that is talking about dead men telling no tales. He said he pointed the gun at him, saying, David, are you with me or against me? It was a surprise to him because he thought I was dead. So I shouted back at him that, quote, you are our father. Whatever it is, I am with you. What is it anyway? He then said, all right, sit down. So I sat down and he told me how the Prime Minister contacted him to say that he was being attacked with a Okotiebo and all that. He promised me he was going to get some help, but he couldn't raise any help, and that was why I had to go to the battalion itself to get some soldiers under his command. He told me that he had to send Gowon out with soldiers to trace the coup plotters. I couldn't see Gowon at the time. After I had told him the story, then he said he was going to the police headquarters for a meeting where he was appointed head of state. I told him I was going to Enugu to join my troops and to join my children. He just turned around and said, David, I cannot order you to Enugu now. He did not want me to go to Enugu. We'll come back to this, but there's a point he made. We're also going to discuss it. He said he went to the police headquarters for a meeting where he was appointed head of state. Have you ever asked the question, how was he appointed head of state? We'll come back to that eventually. Let's go back to Gowon's book. That head of state thing, I'm going to read to you two people's accounts, Richard Akinjide and Shehu Shagari, who were federal ministers at the time. So back to the book by Gowon. This book is called Gowon. It's not by Gowon. It's by J. Isawa Eligo, but it's Gowon's biography. It's called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. Let me read something to you from the notes. These guys, everybody was in on it. Not that they just, not this passive thing, where I know that something wants to happen. No. For somebody to say twice, but they said they will not kill anybody, that means that there was a tacit approval. You knew beforehand. But they said they will not kill anybody. In other words, you know this kind of thing that you do where I'm not part of it too, but if it works, if you favor me, I go take them. People must think the rest of us are dumb, sha. Thank God for books. Why are we doing this? Because we want to understand Nigeria's past, and because we are tired of being blackmailed by certain people. Do I hate those people? Nah. I just love my people more. You know how Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself? Let me read something to you from this book. It's page 41 of Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. Curiously enough, in fact, let me read that part, the one I read earlier again. How, for instance, they met at around 5 a.m. Irancy says to them, it's going to take us another 2 hours to be able to track these people down. Gowon, who was a junior officer to Irancy, said, why are we going to wait? He said, when did this incident happen? They said it was 3 a.m. So he said, he asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. Gowon could not understand why it should take 2 more hours. Why would Irancy want to have 2 more hours? The coup was planned at was executed beginning at 3 a.m. You are having a meeting at 5 a.m. You are telling us to wait till 7 a.m. Why? Is it so that the people can run away? Is it so that they can escape? I'm just asking questions. Also, they could escape. May I not speak bad English? He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, these people have got 2 hours ahead of us and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready. He then turned to the general and said, I am going. He told his Oga, and they come out. What am I going to talk about? What's happening? Read the book. Go online and open a room and talk about what is important to you. Why do these people keep coming here? Just go and open your own life and talk about your family's insecurity. And by the way, something's happening in your region. Is your own house safe? Back to, let's talk to people. This is us. Let's get back to the things that matter. He then turned to the general and said, I am going. Curiously enough, Gowon observed, please listen to this. Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, who is Colonel Njoku, is the same man who wrote the book A Tragedy Without Heroes, the one we read earlier. We're going to go back to that very shortly. So he says, Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, who had said nothing all this time, then asked him, quote, excuse me, if something happens to you, who would look after the boys? End quote. Gowon then retorted that if the officers who had been killed meant nothing to Njoku, they meant everything to him. Go on. Oh boy. And there's a note I want to quickly read out. From interviews conducted by the author, who is the author? J. Isawa Elaigo. It's a professor, by the way. From interviews conducted by the author, there was no doubt among Northern officers that Hilary Njoku knew about the coup. He was suspected among Northern soldiers right from the beginning. Please note Captain Yakubu Danjuma's question to Captain Martin Adamu when he arrived at Ikeja Barracks. He inquired why Lieutenant Njoku was still in command when the information from the army headquarters was that he was to have handed over command to Gowon. That's from the book by Lindsay Barrett. And then there's a book by Dudley where he claimed that, he claimed that both Colonel Njoku and Ojukwu were thought to have known well beforehand of the plan to overthrow the government. Ironsi's last appearance at Ikeja was also very suspect, and Gowon's initial reaction was understandable. Good morning, Jesus. Good morning. It'd be like say they wake up for Nigeria now, Shara. My point is, they know about these things. Is it here that I saw that thing? In fact, let me read something to you from Gowon. This is an interview that was conducted by Dudley, BJ Dudley. This is Gowon. It was Pam who insisted that I should not be booked at a hotel, but that I should go and stay near the battalion, which I was going to take over as the new commanding officer. So this again was the arrangement which saves my life. This was the arrangement. You see, Pam was taken from his house and killed. Yakubu Lagema was booked at Ikoyi Hotel, and they went to the hotel, took him, and he was killed. So if I were staying at Ikoyi Hotel, I might have also been killed. It was that same Ikoyi Hotel that, what was this man? David Ejo was booked in room number 17, and he would have been killed as well. Now let's go to that part that David Ejo mentioned when he said he went to the police headquarters and he was made the president. Let me read that part again. He says, after I had told him, this is David Ejo now, after I have told him the story, that's Ironsi, then Ironsi said he was going to the police headquarters for a meeting where he was appointed head of state. There's something that has also been put out there based on this thing of he was appointed head of state. There's different accounts. There's different accounts of what happened in there. A lot of people say things like, oh, it was, what was this word now? Nigeria was in disarray. Nobody knew what to do. Then suddenly, like a hero, a brave hero, he appeared and said, you cannot run the government. Give me the power. And then they said, oh, we can't run it. And now surrender the power to him. He then became the head of state. Therefore, we had a new head of state. Lie. Let me read something to you from one of the ministers at the time. We're going to go, okay, once we're done with this, I'm going to Okotiebo. And now some of these people were unalived. We're going to read what one of the ministers, Richard Akinjide, had to say. Let me just open that and get into that. Superhero Voltron. Haha. Akinjide. This was an interview that was conducted when now? In July 2000. So 25 years ago. And this is what he said. Once I'm done here, I'm going to read something to you from Beckoned to Serve. Beckoned to Serve is a book by Shehu Shagari. Oh boy. You like it. So this is Akinjide. Having nominated Zanadip Charima as our acting prime minister in the absence of the prime minister, whose whereabouts we didn't know, we approached the acting president, whose name of course you know is Nwafo Orizu. Issue should be in our school curriculum. It's in the university, but they will not teach you some of these things in school. All of us have to read at the end of the day. But more just they listen to this thing together. Even they read them to you, so you will just hear it. But if you want to do more studies, please feel free to do so. Having nominated Zanadip Charima as our acting prime minister in the absence of the prime minister, whose whereabouts we didn't know, we approached the acting president, Nwafo Orizu, to swear him in because he cannot legitimately act as the prime minister except he is sworn in. I'll explain all this in a bit. Nwafo Orizu refused. I'll read that again. Nwafo Orizu refused. The GOC said he wanted to see all the cabinet members. Who is the GOC? Ironsi. The GOC said he wanted to see all the cabinet members, and so we assembled at the cabinet office. Have you checked? We're going to switch back soon. I'll call you. Apologies. The GOC said he wanted to see all the cabinet ministers, and so we assembled at the cabinet office. Well, I have read in many books saying that we handed over to the military. We did not hand over. Ironsi told us that, quote, you either hand over as gentlemen or you hand over by force, end quote. Those were his words. Is that voluntary handover? So we did not hand over. We wanted an acting prime minister to be in place, but Ironsi forced us, and I used the word first, to hand over to him. He was controlling the soldiers. One more source, and then I'll explain. This one is from Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. At about 7 a.m., I returned to Dip Charima's residence. This is, we're going to put everything together. At about 7 a.m., I returned to Dip Charima's residence. Who is Dip Charima? You will know about him in a minute. I returned to Dip Charima's residence to meet with some NPC ministers who had gathered there. Dip Charima was then the most senior NPC minister available. We received the latest report on the situation, first from Alhaji Maitama Sule, Minister of Mines and Power, who had visited the PM's residence by bicycle. We then heard from Alhaji Ibrahim Tako Galadima, the acting Minister of Defense, who had brought along with him Chief Anikayode. Chief Anikayode said he had been fetched from Ibadan early that morning by rebels and locked up at the Federal Guards Officers' Mess in Dodam Barracks, where the mutineers initially made their headquarters. Disguised in army uniform, loyal troops handed him over to Alhaji Galadima, who had called in at the barracks, which was a stone's throw from his residence. A stone's throw of his residence. The acting Minister of Defense assured us that Major General Ironsi was doing his best to arrest the situation. Maitama Sule and I were separately detailed to explore with our absent NPC and NCNC colleagues the possibility of naming someone to stand in for the PM. Please stay with me. I was consulting with the NCNC ministers at Dr. Mbadewe's residence. Who's Mbadewe? The one you have that name, Ozumba Mbadewe. That's a person. The one who used the Nigerian Airways to fly his family members to New York, to and fro every time, anyhow, no payments, but was not corrupt enough to be killed like Okotebo, who we're going to talk about very soon, by the way. Anyway, they went to Badewe's residence. When we heard that the northern and western premiers, so let me take it back again. I was consulting with NCNC ministers at Dr. Badewe's residence when we heard that the northern and western premiers, Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Akintola respectively, had been assassinated. Hence, I rushed back to Hence, I rushed back to Dipcharima's residence, where I found my colleagues in a state of shock and desperation. However, we decided to recognize Dipcharima, a Kanuri from Borno, as our interim leader. Thank you, UIG. And to ask the acting president, Dr. Orizu, President Azikiwe was away on leave, to appoint Dipcharima acting prime minister. Is it sounding similar to what Akinjide said? Right? It's sounding similar, abi? We also summoned Major General Ironsi and gave him full authority to use every force at his disposal to suppress the rebellion. He moved his headquarters temporarily to the police headquarters. That also aligns with what Ejo said. At Moloney Street to facilitate easy communication with army units in the regions. While at Dipcharima's residence, we contacted the British High Commission and requested for military assistance in the event that our loyal troops should require any. The response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the PM, or in his absence by a properly appointed... Hey, God. Sorry, I can get very dramatic because... So the response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the PM. Why did I change my seat? Because listen, the PM, we don't know where he is. They can't find him. So they wanted an acting prime minister. What did they do? They appointed one of them to be acting prime minister, but he cannot carry out the functions of a PM unless he's sworn in by the president, who was unavailable. So now that he was unavailable, what else do we have? We need to now have the acting president, who was the Senate president at the time, and his name was Nwafo Orizu. Where is he from? The East. Go figure. He was not supposed to be the one to appoint Dipcharima as a substantive prime minister. Why is that important? Because of this. Apart from the fact that he will be the prime minister for Nigeria, he would also be the one to write the letter that Shehu Shagari is talking about in his own book. You see how these things relate. You want to ask British High Commission for military assistance. They say, okay, that's fine, but we need a written note from your PM. Oh, we can't find our PM. What do we do next? Listen and be blessed. The response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the PM or in his absence by a properly appointed deputy. We therefore drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu and requested him to appoint Dipcharima acting prime minister. Dr. Orizu requested to see our NCNC colleagues to confirm whether they supported our proposition, and they joined us soon afterwards. They had apparently been caucusing at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. He, Mbadiwe, was their choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us since the NPC was the major government. This whole thing is Igbo. You said 2 coups. 3 coups happen in a day. Nigeria SJ can give you a dick. 3 coups happen in one day. We'll talk about the 3 coups later. Let me write it down. I've chosen not to be getting distracted again. At least I hope I'm trying, guys. Come on, try. Àti palace coup, àti kitchen coup, àti table coup. Ó kàn ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ra wọn ni. Ah, God, let me explain. The party in power was NPC, Northern People's Congress. The party that they were in alliance with, or that they formed the government with, was NCNC. They, NPC being the senior partner, would be the one to appoint the prime minister, which is why Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister. Right? They then chose a governor general who became the president after Nigeria became a republic in 1963. The governor general, of course, the president was, of course, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Azikiwe, knowing about the coup, and I'm saying that with my full chest, knowing about the coup, decided to take a trip in December of 1965. He was conveniently away from the country. And by the way, there is no part of this story you will see as it has to do with the Easterners or especially Igbos that you will not find convenience. Even coincidences, just crazy stuff like It be like say it almost happened, but there's always something like that. He was away conveniently, leaving Nwafor Rizu as the Senate president, who was leaving Nwafor Rizu as the acting president, who was of course the Senate president. Is there any moderator here that can help me with some of these retarded children? What was I? Nwafor Rizu was an Igbo man, just like the president. How are you? The president who conveniently traveled. Now here's the problem. By the time they went to the British commissioner, the British the British High Commission says we need something from the PM. So what did they do? The Northerners, the NPC, the senior partner chose Deep Charima as the acting prime minister. The reason you know this is all Igbo, and I'm saying this based on all the facts available to us, and if you notice, I read about almost 10 sources in the last 30 minutes. What you discover is that the Igbos in NCNC decided to have their own acting prime minister as well. Why would NCNC have an acting prime minister when you are not the senior partner? Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome. Sit down. So what you saw is that the NCNC said, you know what, want Mbadiwe to be our prime minister. Why would you want Mbadiwe to be your prime minister? Meanwhile, Azikiwe was in on the meeting they were having with Nwafor Rizu. This is a part that Akinjide did not mention. That's why you have to have like 2-3 sources sometimes to be able to piece everything together. They went to the place and said, guy, we have an acting prime minister. We can't find Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Let's put Zana Deep Charima. You are the Senate president. You are the acting president. You swear him in. You'll be able to send a letter to the British High Commissioner. They will send us military to help us, to help our own military, just in case they need help. Simple, ba? No, it wasn't that simple. They said it was Mbadiwe that they wanted. By the way, Mbadiwe was as corrupt as any of the people they unalived. And we're going to get into those people they unalived very soon. Mbadiwe was the minister, I said earlier, whose family members were flying Nigerian Airways for free. When you hear corruption. No, it is on in NCNC. So the idea is now, so this is why you would know that even these civilians knew about the coup. And this is what they did. It was a two-pronged thing. Number one, we are going to have a civilian solution or a civilian, not solution, scenario, a civilian scenario and a military scenario. The civilian scenario is that Mbadiwe will become the prime minister. So we have an Igbo prime minister and an Igbo president. NCNC was the senior partner based on election result. Are you based on which result? Which election result made NCNC senior partner in federal parliament? How many seats were in the federal parliament? How many seats did the NCNC control? Let's be trying small with these lies now. We are not talking, this is not beer parlor. There's no hero beer anywhere. I don't drink. When you meet your hero beer people, you can say these things are big. I'm saying this respectfully. The North had always had half the seats. Oh, I forgive you too. Half the seats of parliament. And when that started, it started in 1950. And it happened because of the East. I'm not going back into that. Already talked about it. Spearheaded by people like Charles Oyema, Koku, all of them were saying, oh, let the North have it because of Nigerian unity. They gave the North 50% of the seats. And so there is no way on this God-blessed earth that NCNC would have more people in the parliament than NPC. Why? Because NPC has 50%, every other person will share the remaining. So how are you going to take your 25% or your 30% to be more than 50%? It's not possible now. Back to the point. NPC had the majority. NPC appointed the acting prime minister. NCNC had to do the same thing. Why? Because they were in on the coup, on the bloody coup. They knew. And they had two scenarios to take advantage of the situation. Number one, they were going to have a civilian scenario where an Igbo man will be the president and an Igbo man will also be the prime minister. And there is no way you're going to tell the Igbo man, the Mbadiwe, not to be the prime minister if he is sworn in by Nwafor Orizu, who is also an Igbo man, who was the Senate president and the acting president at the time, in the absence of Azikiwe. And Azikiwe wasn't on the meeting that the NCNC guys were having in Mbadiwe's residence. They had apparently been concussing at Mbadiwe's residence. Mbadiwe was their choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us, since the NPC was the major governing party. While we were at Orizu's residence, Major General Ironsi, who had seemingly secured Lagos, came in with some armed escorts. He requested for a tete-a-tete with Orizu. The two had a 40-minute discussion. Oh God. I've read some of these things before, but every time it just come out, you know, and the one that made me cry this morning, I'll read it later. I'm trying to cheat to later because I don't want to cry. 40 minutes. You are telling me that there was no plan in this thing? These are the details I don't find in Richard Akinjide's interview. He just said they came, they asked us to do this. We didn't give them power, they forced us. But this one is fleshing it out. Sorry about that. Sorry, my boys are back, so thank you. We're going to switch over a bit though. Where were we? While we were at Orizu's residence, so they went to Orizu's residence originally. They requested Orizu to appoint the Charima. That's, we're reading the book. The book is called Beyond Beckoned to Serve, not Beyond. Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Igbo man never want to rule Nigeria. They just want to teach you how to govern a nation. Your people have never governed anything before the British. Are you kidding me? Your history, you've never governed anything before the British. Even the warrant chiefs, the so-called traditional rulers, were appointed by the British. You want to teach who? It's only you in this world that I know that will give people clothes while you are naked. You give people things that you don't own. You bless people with things you don't possess. You guys are a bunch of clowns. You just like lying to yourselves. And I'm not talking about your ethnicity because I know the good ones are there. But generally speaking, majority of you, it is what it is. Where was I? We drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu and requested him to appoint Deep Charima acting prime minister. What did Akinjide say at this point? Akinjide said Dr. Orizu refused. What is Shehu Shagari saying? He's saying Dr. Orizu requested to see our NCNC colleagues to confirm whether they supported our proposition, and they joined us soon afterwards. So they also moved from Badiwe's house to Orizu's place. They had apparently been caucusing at Mbadiwe's residence. They had conversations, right, at Mbadiwe's residence. He, Mbadiwe, was their choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us, since the MPC was a major governing party. While we were at Orizu's residence, Major General Ironsi, who had seemingly secured Lagos, came in with some armed escorts. he requested for a tete-a-tete with Orizu. The two had a 40-minute discussion in another room while we waited anxiously in the sitting room with the armed soldiers standing and staring at us. You still think Rossi did not plan this thing? You must be joking. By the way, this was on the 16th. This was on the 6th. This was on Monday. Abi, was it Monday or Sunday? This was on the 16th. The coup happened on the 15th. Soldiers staring at us, and we're waiting anxiously. When Major General Rossi finally emerged, he talked to Dipcharima Sotovose and then drove off with his troops. Dr. Orizu then joined us. He regretted his inability in the circumstances to oblige our request. He suggested we all return to our homes and wait until we were required. All efforts to get any clarification failed, and we left in utter desperation. The king, you will cry, oh. I don't know how old you are right now, but you have the rest of your life to cry. You will so cry, and it's not going to end. And the reason it will never end is because you will never change. And I'm not praying that you change. I want you to stay like that so that you can cry. Hopefully, when your children see you crying, they will ask, what is wrong with their father? And then they will change. I'm doing this for your children, not for you. So please keep crying. You have the rest of your life to do so. But by the grace of God, your children will see your tears and they will change their mind. If you can get the next generation, we will be blessed. I'm concerned about the Yoruba, this generation of Yoruba people and the next. But for your own Igbo people, I'm concerned more about your next generation because you are gone. This thing is long, but I hope we are getting it. So when they say he just gave them power, now lie. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday 16th, it was Sunday, on Sunday 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. Sorry, that meeting was on 15. That was on Saturday. In other words, Orizu was having, sorry, I just remembered, let me recalculate this thing. The coup happened in the middle of the night, around 3 a.m. Gowon got to the barracks at 5 a.m. Ejo got to the same barracks at 4 a.m. They went to talk to the British High Commissioner that day, on Saturday. They had a meeting at Orizu's house that same day. That same day, Ironsi came to Orizu's house. This is still on Saturday, 15 January, after the day of the coup. Ironsi comes to Orizu's house. They discussed for 40 minutes. Faji was naive, but he did not know the whole story of deception. Besides, a lot of people were not sure. Naive Bawo. That's 6 months later now, FR Faji did not do anything until, was not involved until July. Oh boy. That was on, all of this was happening on Saturday, right? So on Sunday, they now called for that meeting. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. The whole premises was surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber, where Major General Rossi, Buka Dipcharima, and Ibrahim Tanko Galadima, in the cabinet chamber where Major General Rossi, Buka Dipcharima, and Ibrahim Tanko Galadima. There were no officials present. Oh, wow. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. There were no officials present. Princess Paratap, thanks for the gift. That's a very beautiful distraction. Thank you. Please distract me with gifts, not with the other clowns that are insulting their parents in the comment section. Thank you for the gifts. Thank everyone. Thank you, Gorilla. Thank you. And thank you, UIG. I appreciate it. So it says the whole premises is surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber were Major General Ironsi, Bukadip Charima, and Ibrahim Tako Galadima. There were no officials present. Major General Ironsi admitted to us that he had been unable to suppress the rebellion, which he said was getting out of hand. He stated that the mutineers were in control of Kaduna, Kano, and Ibadan, and had killed 2 regional premiers, Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Akintola. They had also murdered a number of his best officers, including Brigadiers Bimalari and Samuel Adesujo Ademulegun, the commander 1st Brigade headquarters in Kaduna. Ironsi was full of emotion and even shed some tears. Hey, when we asked him about the whereabouts of Sir Abubakar and Chief Okotiebo, he said he still did not know, but averred efforts were being made to locate them. At this stage, Mbadiwe broke down and kept crying, "Oh, please, where is the Prime Minister?" Well, like, this is Nollywood. Oh, but it's a video. Record that one. Mbadiwe that they already planned will be the Prime Minister. He's now crying, please, where is the Prime? Who are you asking? Listen, this country, you guys, let me just tell you one thing you should be grateful for. As bad as you think Nigeria is, you have books. You have books. Nobody can gaslight anybody with stupidity anymore. Number one, the Ronsi that is crying, Njoku already told us in that book, A Tragedy Without Heroes. Njoku said to us that on the 15th of January, a day before this nonsense happened, on the 15th, Ironsi was saying, but they said they will not kill anybody. But they said nobody will be on alive. That was what he was saying. He's the one now saying we don't know how to catch them. You know them now. You knew them before they had the coup. What are we talking about? And then this other one that came to Soko Egbere, the corrupt Mbadiwe, is the one that same 15th of January, they said he was going to be the acting Prime Minister in Nigeria. On the 16th, he's crying, where's the Prime Minister? Which Prime Minister? He knew he was dead. Mbadiwe broke down and kept crying, please, where is the Prime Minister? He's where you knew he was. When we reminded Major General Ironsi if he needed to avail himself of the British Pledge of Assistance, he replied it was too late, as the army was pressing him to assume power. Which army? Nigeria. We're going back to that book by Ben Bule very soon. We'll be connecting all the dots. We're arriving at the truth. Remember that on the 15th, they had reached out to British High Commission. On the 16th, they're telling Oga, do you need British help? He said no. He said it was too late, as the army was pressing him to assume power. Indeed, he confessed his personal reluctance to take over because of his ignorance of government. But instead, the boys were adamant and anxiously waiting outside. He advised it would be in our interest and that of the country to temporarily cede power to him to avert disaster. Accordingly, we acceded to his request since we had no better alternative, especially if you go back to what Richard Akinjide said. There were guns all over the place. And according to what he also said, they were in battle formation all around the building. You say you are not doing. Akinjide said he told them, you can do this as gentlemen or you can do it by force. You see guns, you won't do it as gentlemen. Even if you're not gentle, you become gentle immediately. He advised it will be in our interest and that of the country to temporarily cede power to him to avert disaster. Accordingly, we acceded to his request since we had no better alternative. Ironsi then insisted that the understanding be written. Surprisingly, there was no stationery to write the agreement, and all the offices were locked while no official was around. Again, it was Sunday. Alhaji AGF Abdulrazak, the Minister of State for the Railways, former NPC legal advisor, managed to secure a scrap paper on which he drafted a statement which we endorsed. That was the so-called voluntary handover of power by the Balewa government to Major General Ironsi. It was agreed that the statement would be typed and Deep Charima would sign it on our behalf. We were then advised to return home and await further instructions. I only got to break my fast around 9:30 p.m. Do you know how I feel? I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed. Do you know how many years we've been carrying these lies all about? Oh, just give them power. You don't did not know all those things. People of God, I'm saying it very boldly. It was an Igbo agenda. I shouldn't forget the part that made me cry. Do you want to see me cry again? Don't worry. If I ever cry again, it will be tears of joy. But that one, I'll read it. I'll read it. This was how power changed hands. This was how Ironsi became the head of state. This was what Nwafọ Mbadiwe, NCNC, and Igbos in power. This was what they did. Later, you are forcing people to write stuff. And now, they have to be for scrap paper. Just to make sure that you get the power. What happened in the meeting between Ironsi and Orizu for 40 minutes on the 15th of January after the coup? What were they discussing? This is a plot by a few Igbos, not all Igbos. My brother, let me tell you the truth. It is not a plot by all Igbos, you are right. But it's a plot that was meant to favor all Igbos. And how do I know? Because even before this, Igbos who were not part of the government were being favored by the Federal Civil Service. Should I read out to you how they got people into civil service? And it was not by merit, it was by nepotism. 70% of Nigerian Port Authority was Igbo. More than 50% of Nigerian Railway Corporation was Igbo. About half of Nigerian Airways was Igbo. Even the Nigerian pool betting company was Igbo. Why do you think that happened? So no, I understand. It's not that the entire people are just bad people. Your leaders do these things especially for your people. This is why I don't like it when people insult Azikiwe from the East. And Islam looks up and says Azikiwe is a bad man, he's Pan-African. The only reason you don't like him is because he stopped believing in Biafra. In reality, he did everything for Igbos. Do you know how you guys controlled the First Republic? The civil service especially. Why would Mbadiwe want to be the head of the government? Why did Ojukwu plan a coup in 1964 according to David Ejo? It was all, again, read it. Read these sources. How can the Igbo have the power? See, you can say, hey, they did not talk to my father in the village. He was not part of it. They were your representatives. That's what leadership means. To be a leader means you are making decisions on behalf of the people who have entrusted that trust into you, and you are representing them at that level. If you want to do anything right now, use your that's what it's like. Some people don't understand the concept of leadership. They are your leaders. They are your leaders. And yes, they may have done something, but guess what? At no time will you ever see the majority from Igbo land go against what the leaders say. If especially it favors them. Let's be telling ourselves the truth in this country called Nigeria. Let me give an example. Guys, perfect example. I'm taking a break. We're going back to the book in a bit. A couple of days ago, a comedian went on social media, said all kinds of things. Lagos is Kinikon, are we Kinikon, are we Kinikon? Tell me how many Igbo people you saw that went online, in line, offline, whatever line, to say what the comedian was saying was wrong. Tell me one. Forget 10. One. You're not going to find. Is this plausible deniability for me? If it favors me, we are together. If what he said now backfires, it's just one person now. It's just one person now. Are you going to use that one person to now judge all of us? It's just one person. Listen, it's not just one person. It's a culture. Because if it's not a culture, somebody will stand up and say, "Oga, listen." When I won't mention many examples in Yoruba land, when people move in a certain way, especially when it comes to Nigerian politics or the political landscape, somebody will speak up. We have a saying in Yoruba, in other words, some people will disagree, even if it was disagreeing sake. But for the most part, it's usually because if you're doing something wrong, Yorubas have another saying, like you have to talk to him, you have to tell him about what he's doing. Because you can't have somebody moving mad, none of you ever speaks up about it, and then when people talk of it, they say it's not just one person, who cares? Who is counting? Is a representative of the whole. If the whole refuses to call that person to order, that's how the world works. For people who have evolved, for cultures that have evolved and have developed, they understand these basic principles. You have your leaders constituting news somewhere, you say it's just one person. It's your leader. Thank you. It's your leader. Why do we talk about our the way we do? He's our leader. He's the Ashiwaju. And if he does something wrong, it's just that you that's the funny thing. Egba Awolowo ò sí lọ́wọ́ anybody in Nigeria yìí, kò sí lọ́wọ́ anybody lágbàáyé gan sef. What do you want to hold him to? Even the British were saying that this guy will not even know what he will do to him. Let's get serious in this country. Say one person. Nwaforizu, Mbadiwe, Ironsi, Ifajuna, Don Okafo, Oji, who again? All these people I'm counting. Ojuku, he knew about the coup, by the way. It's in this book. It's also inside which other book like that? It's not one person. See, our people did not say that. If you want to go to National Assembly right now to go, who is moving the motion for indigenship in everybody's place after 10 years? Who? You tell me it's not all of you? Are we joking? Everybody has the same agenda. And the agenda is, I was watching an interview last night. Let me finish that thought first. The agenda is to spread and take advantage of whatever it is that they can take advantage of. It's only when it backfires that you say it's just one person. Who are you deceiving? I watched an interview yesterday. Fantastic interview. I won't tell you the name of the person who conducted the interview because people already talked about him yesterday as a bad person, but I thought the interview itself was good. Chief Tolala Adeniyi, he asked the question yesterday. I heard that question and my head just, wow. Do you know what he said? He said, I don't even know if he knew what he said or if he was conscious of saying what he said, but I caught it. He said, why would the Igbos return to the north after being dealt with the way they were dealt with? I thought about it. I was like, right there, that's a research topic. It's not Stockholm syndrome, by the way. It's because they needed to leave and they still need to move. You have to move. The house is there's claustrophobia. We've got to go. So even if they do something to you, you will still go back there. If you have self-esteem, when you not stay back home and find a way to drive in, maybe you build your house like Singapore and make sure the rise go. Why would you go back to the same place that you always complain about? Why? I know the answer, but I won't answer it. But you can just, I think I already mentioned it itself. And then when people now go about, you now have a person representing Bende constituency in Abia State becoming our deputy speaker of the House of Representatives, talking about indigeneity in another person's land after living there for 10 years. And you are telling me he's one man? How are we joking? If he works, you will take advantage of it. If he doesn't, you will say he's one man. Who are we playing? We're not fools in this country. Oh. Let me tell you what it is. This happened. They did it for your people. They messed up. And by the way, they always do it for your people. They always do it. And if there's anything, listen, guys, join the Radio Me channel. You will find a document I put there. Let me put up the link here. If you're on TikTok or on YouTube or Facebook, I'm going to put out this link. You can please join the channel. You'll find a document. It's a white paper that was published in 1964. They want to leave. You said no. Nigeria is one. You can live anywhere. You're a very dumb person. I'm sorry. Respectfully. Number one, they wanted to live with people who were not Igbos. They were unaliving people in Akwa Ibom, unaliving people in River State, in Ikorekpeyon, in Enoing, in Ikorobot. They were Ikorobot. They were unaliving people. They were killing people. They were forcing people to be in the same country. Read the report now. Read the report of Enaoro in the at Addis Ababa, 12th August 1968. Read the report. Read Nebo Graham Douglas's report of what happened at Abonema. Say they want to go, they didn't allow you to go. If you wanted to go on your own, it's not today's topic. One day I'm going to go back to that topic and let you know exactly what happened. What are you talking about? Why should you have Biafra? Have an Igbo nation. Have an Igbo nation. Me, personally, I will do everything I have in my life to support you. Have it. And I'll tell you why. Just as a digression, we're going back to the topic very soon. The reason you wanted Biafra was not because of the people. It was because 50% of Biafra land, especially the parts that were empty, were in, agriculture, land for real estate was in the minority areas, particularly the Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers provinces. What do you think happened to the people in Ogoja during the Biafra War? What do you think happened to people in present-day Akwa Ibom and in Cross River State, Bayelsa, River State? How many people were unalived? If you wanted to have a nation, have your ethnic nation. You don't need to have other people. And the reason you wanted it, there are 3 reasons Ojukwu wanted other parts. I think I did a video on it. I'm going to do a full video. It's just that this thing is too... Let me just say it now. 3 reasons. You will find this I'm about to say right now in a book called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. 3 reasons. Number 1 was land. There's death of land in Igbo land. They needed that land. Number 2 was oil. Oil had been discovered, by the way, the first place oil was discovered in Nigeria was Araromi in Ondo State. It was in 1908. In 1956, oil was discovered in commercial quantity at Oloibiri in present-day Bayelsa State. At the time, that was in Rivers Province. Ojukwu needed that oil. Number 3 was access to sea. Those were the 3 reasons. Land, oil, access to sea. Those were the 3 reasons. If you wanted an Igbo nation, we will support it. You are cutting people. Guys, have you really stopped? One day, I think I mentioned it. There's a video on that I put on YouTube. Maybe one of these, I'm going to have another session. Do you know how people suffered in the South? And let nobody come with its nonsense of Shebi, the second in command is from Akwa Ibom. And so what? You have him as tokenism. He's there, but you are killing his people. And you come here and say they said you should have Biafra. You said they should not go. I don't care if you go today, but you cannot take people's places and make it yours and do to them what you are complaining is being done to you, which is not even being done to you. You just know how to blackmail people. Let's get serious in Nigeria, I beg. If you want to leave, leave. Take your part of the country and may God be with you. May God bless you and increase you. I can assure you, if you don't kill yourself, let me just leave it alone. If you want to go, go. But you cannot be taking people's lands. You wanted Biafra, you went to the Midwest. Let me say something. The states were created in 1967. There were 3 regions from 1939 in Nigeria up until 1963 when they became 4, because one was broken into 2. By 1967, the one that was broken into two was broken into two again, making three. The one that was not touched at all in the east was broken into three. North was broken into six. That was on 27th May 1967. On 30th May, Ojukwu said the other two, they must be part of my own. Why? Meanwhile, these people have been trying to have their own states for more than 15 years. Have you ever asked yourself, why did Southern Cameroon break away in 1953? Why did they decide to have another party instead of NCNC in 53? And why did they officially break away in 1961? Ask this question and stop deceiving yourself, because you can't deceive me. And you can't deceive all of us again, because we are waking up. That's why I said, good morning, Jesus. Good morning, Lord. Because it's our money. ATG. Again, there's no hate here. I just don't like being lied to. Where were we? You guys want to have your nation, I will support you if you want an Igbo nation. I think you deserve it. But that one that you are doing 40 states, the Benin people say, if just, by the way, Benin people, they don't get time. Oh. I don't say they do banter on social. If they grab you guys, say Benin. See, even me, they have issues with Benin. But I will still tell you this. Do you know when Benin developed monarchy? 13th century. Do you know when you develop monarchy? 20th century. Hey. But when you don't conquer the normal day, it will come become your state instead of your country. I beg. See, have you find issue with Benin and say with the day they say your history is true, because their own history too now they just make up things. They create nonsense for themselves. But we'll leave that one for one side. Because like I always say, the urban are my family member. We are all together. More we want to talk. How Benin go become state for Biafra? How? Igala, they are Igala to their project. When you hear about Igbo Uku, who do you think that thing was about? When you hear about Eri, who do you think they're talking about? You think they're talking about Igbo people? Father. Igala. Those ones they laugh now. Now play that they play with you now. Igala that conquered, colonized portions of Igbo land, especially that Osuka area. Igala is the one that will become a state in Igbo land. Hell, to Fiakwa. Hey, Effie, I've been going to Nigeria cause all this nonsense. So, people that on a normal day, before the British got to Nigeria, you couldn't look in their eyes, like you couldn't look in their face, like eye to eye. You couldn't look them eyeball to eyeball. Possible? How? How would you look at an Ijaw eyeball to eyeball? How would you look like at a Calabar man eyeball to eyeball? And you're from the how? Even the Ikwere, man, they talk on small, where they drop them small. Even the Ikwere, you think if you look them eyeball to eyeball before British? I don't mention Yoruba because those ones are Where are we going to meet? I don't say cap, I don't hang, I don't freeze. Thank you, Agbex. Thanks for the cap. Thanks for the gift. We have to tell ourselves this truth in Nigeria because be like everybody move mad. If nobody say British come, you think you and by the way, that's what you notice. Thanks for the gift. That's what you notice in the way they moved. There's no understanding of politics. There's no understanding of statecraft. There's nothing. You just go around just moving. It's still happening today. Sit down and study how it's done. No, we are all the same. We are mates. You say something now. Yoruba, Igbo must say something. Yoruba must say something. Are we twins? Where's the where do we meet? With all due respect to my brothers who are Igbos, who are my persons, at some point, and we have to be pausing to tell ourselves the truth. because sometimes we need to help ourselves so that we know how we will be relating. You get like all this we are one is ultimately affect Okpolo. It's like saying that, for instance, England and Ireland are the same. Why? They are white. Even within the UK, you think Wales, a Welsh person thinks it's the same thing as a Scots person, a Scotsman, or the Northern Irish person says, "Oh, we are all Britain." But rather that time back in Nigeria, go only they can progress. No, ẹlẹgbẹ́ mọ rẹ lẹ kíní àtàgbà àtọmọ kékeré wa akọ̀ndórí kọ̀bì kan náà. We are all acting as if we are. Read this history. How can a sane person do this thing? How can a sane person organize schools? Then when you are in, whether it was in Bahamas that he went and eventually went to the UK. By the way, Azikiwe went to the point where the people that went with him left him there. His personal physician left him there. His aide de camp. Have you ever seen aide de camp leaving anybody? Is it possible that your aide de camp will leave you and return to Nigeria? It happened to Azikiwe. He was there teleguiding everybody, having meetings with Orizu, now planning to install another Igbo person as prime minister. I believe you want to spread divisions or eaters. I believe you need to get some brains. Tell the truth, they call it division. Tell lies, they say you are good. These things we must know. Why? So that we know how to have conversations. We are not mates. You can't destroy everything and then you are the one that's crying the most. Hey, see what me do, see what you did to me. What did I do? And by the way, we Yoruba people will now be saying, hey, yeah, sorry. You are the one that was hurt. You are the one apologizing and trying to tell the person sorry again. After you don't slap me. But you know what? We don't hear these things at home. Nobody taught us at home. My parents didn't teach me. At this age where we don't do now, we're not kids. We're not kids anymore. If your children come to you tomorrow and tell you that somebody is saying that, oh, you know, they are victims of something, and you say, it's true. Let me tell you what happens. It's a weapon. I said something yesterday. Anything can be a tool in the hand of a propagandist, including your emotions, including your empathy. Am I compassionate? Absolutely. Are you going to weaponize my compassion? Absolutely not. There's a line. One of these days we'll get to what actually happened during the war. I've said it before. We have to say it again. Why? Because there's no sole victim in Nigeria's story. And by the way, the ones who cry the loudest are usually the ones who foment trouble and the aggressors in many instances. You can't blackmail the rest of us anymore. And like I always say, the only thing I owe people is respect. I'll say respectfully, until you disrespect me, then I will now give it back to you. But I'm respectful. We're just talking. There's no hate here. There's truth here. But it's done respectfully, and it's done with sources. I'm not going to just come and say, I drank a beer. Let me tell you something. I don't drink. And I'm not going to give you beer parlor history. But you can also fact check all these things. By the way, we're going back to the book, Beckon to Serve. The book was written by our former president, Shehu Shagari. Back to what we were reading before. That was a very long break. Thank you. Surprisingly, there was no stationery to write. We already talked about that. We were then advised to return home and await further instructions. I only got to break my Ramadan fast around 9:30 p.m. Later at 11:50 p.m. Listen, please listen. Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. When did they voluntarily hand over power to the armed forces? When? Who said it? Orizu. The rest of us were just being led like sheep to the slaughter all these years. By the way, these books have been written for a long time, but we are bringing them out. So it was Orizu who told in the world that, hey, these people, you have been the face of Igbo faith. I don't have a problem with Igbo. I don't have a problem. In fact, if you really know what's happening right now, what's this guy, that person, what's your name? Mark Dunn. If you really know what's happening, I'm your best friend. You just don't know it. Magdon, I am actually Igbo's friend. You just don't know it because of the way you were raised. You have been raised to like your oppressors, and your oppressors are from amongst you who taught you to hate others for what they did to you. I'm helping your race. I'm helping your race. Igbo Fabian. Okay, Fabian, so I'm go. Really understand? This is how you get free. This is how you heal. There's anything I want for Igbo people. There's anything I want for Igbo people. It's healing. I want you guys to heal. But let me tell you why you will not heal. Because you are still being lied to. Your leaders are literally still lying to you right now. Because if, for instance, a group of people come up and say, we want 10 trillion naira compensation for the war. Me, I'm like, wait, oh. Do they think the people who fought the war did not write anything down? For instance, I start speaking, then you see some people say, you are a small boy. What? You were not there. I'm like, number one, I'm not a small boy. I just look younger than my age. But number two, no, I don't have to be there. Because even if you were alive, you could only be in one place at one time. So what do? You listen to all sides. And no, I'm not just going to say, oh, I cannot listen to Igbo, they're lying. No, that's not fair. I'll listen to the Igbo man. I read Igbo books because that's how you learn. I read from the Igbo, I read Yoruba, I read Hausa, I read Middle Belt, I read Oyibo, I read even the Oyibo for them, the Oyibo against them. Then I look for the one that's balanced. I read everything. Then I make up my mind. Say, Shebi, I went to school. Because if I cannot read all these things and decide, then my parents wasted money sending me to school. And I'm apparently showing my children that I'm not a good father. That's one. Number two, in all honesty, I want you guys to heal. But you cannot heal with lies. I'll say this and go back to the book because this is very important. There's a wound in Nigeria. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. There's a wound in Nigeria. It's a festering wound, but it's covered. It's covered to make certain people feel comfortable. Do you get? It's a wound. It's festering. It's smelling. It's decaying, but it's wrapped up with bandages. And the reason we do that is because we don't want the person that the wound is on his body. We don't want that person to feel bad. So here's what happens. The person is carrying that wound. The person is feeling, that part of the person is feeling good, but the leg is decaying. Why not remove that bandage of lies and falsehood and PC, political correctness, which I try to do, by the way. If you know, I actually try political correctness. You know that I don't feel do that for long because there's political correctness that you have to do with being diplomatic, which is what I like. But the one with lies, I don't like it. So remove this bandage, right? Expose the wound to air. Air in this case is truth. Hear the truth. Do you know what I really want? And I've said this several times, and I like to say this over and over again. Listen, I have children. I say this as much as I can because I think people need to hear my heart. I have children who are Igbo, who I mentor. They are not yet touched by this terrible propaganda. They are innocent. I want to see how long we can maintain their innocence so that when they begin to grow up, they grow up into truth. They will know what happened to Igbo. They have to know. But they also know what Igbo did to others. They also know the fault, who should bear the blame. They will know everything. Then they will speak as Nigerians, as human beings. They will never look at themselves as second-class citizens in Nigeria. They will see the mistakes of their elders so that they won't repeat those mistakes. They won't keep blaming the world for their own issues when they are the cause of the issues, especially their leaders are the cause of their issues. They will be healed. They will be strong. They will be citizens. They will be able to push Nigeria. They will not say that if something happens, oh, it's because I'm Igbo. They will not talk like that. That's how you know they are healed. We don't have a lot of them right now. They exist too, but we don't have a lot of such people right now. We need to work on the next generation. That's why I said this thing I'm saying. It will pain you. You will cry, but your children will ask you, Daddy, why are you crying? Hopefully, in you telling them why you're crying, they will go and study and they will find the truth and they will heal and they will build a nation, and they will not be acting as if they have to blackmail the rest of us. Do you know when this thing became very serious to me? It was when I had a conversation with a PhD holder in America, talking to this person, telling me that, listen, we don't really want all this thing we're talking about. We just want to blackmail you guys to get it. I was like, wait, though, are you serious? Then he said it. I said, okay. I didn't even tell him he was wrong. I now started studying the patterns. Then I discovered he was actually right. That's the pattern. I don't want to be president. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're going to have to... I'd like you to give me... So, this one's just switched to another internet service provider. It might go off. It's going to take a while, but I think you can still hear me right now. So, but at some point, I'm going to have to switch to the other device. Well, can you hear? What? 1 second, please. Anyway, here's the point. I want us to heal as a country. Okay. I want us to heal as a country, but I know it's going to be based on truth. And when that young man told me, we don't want the things we ask you guys for. We just need to blackmail you into getting it. I sat down and I studied it. And when I studied it, I knew he was right. And I refused to be blackmailed. If this didn't have any issues, I'll switch. But for now, I think we're still good with this network. All right. Later at 11:50 p.m., Dr. Orizu made a third nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. Again, he lied. Orizu lied. They did not just give the power voluntarily. How do we know? Let me read what I read earlier from... Excuse me. From Richard Akinjide. This is what he said. Can't find it. Okay. This is Chief Richard Akinjide. He said by 2 p.m. Mbadiwe. That Mbadiwe must be the prime minister. So you're going to have a Senate president who is Igbo, a prime minister who is Igbo, a president who is Igbo. Why? Because the rest of us are here to serve Igbo, apparently. Nwafo Orizu refused. Why did he refuse? He had a meeting, a 40-minute meeting with Ironsi. The GOC, that's Ironsi, General Officer Commanding, said he wanted to see all the cabinet ministers when? On Sunday, on the 16th. And so we assembled at the cabinet office. Well, I have read in many books saying that we handed over power to the military. We did not hand over. Ironsi told us that, quote, you either hand over as gentlemen or you hand over by force, end quote. Those were his words. Is that voluntary handover? So we did not hand over. We wanted an acting prime minister. By the way, Akinjide was an NPC at the time. We wanted an acting prime minister to be in place, but Ironsi forced us, and I use the word force, to hand over to him. He was controlling the soldiers. Having read that, now go back to what Shehu Shagari said in his book. The book is called Beckoned to Serve. He said, oh, shoot. Give me more. He says, I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. The whole premises was surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber were Major General Ironsi, Bukadip Charima, and Ibrahim Tako Galadima. There were no officials present. It was in this particular atmosphere that they asked for power to be handed over. But after all of this, what did we have? That same night, on Sunday, 16 January, Orizu went online to say, went on air to say the cabinet voluntarily handed over power to Ironsi. Was he doing that because he was talking about his brother? Did they know about all of these things? And I'll say something, they did. Read the books. There's one book, one very funny book by Frederick Forsyth, the Biafran story. I was reading it this morning because I was looking for something. I was just laughing. I said this thing yesterday. Forsyth said, Mbadiwe, this same one, who was going to now be made the prime minister, guy, Jesus. On 15th January, in the afternoon, they were having a meeting at Mbadiwe's house, where they decided that he was going to be the acting prime minister, since they can't find Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. This you know, a few hours before then, Forsyth wants us to believe that Mbadiwe ran across the lawn into the residence of the president, who was away, and that was the only place the coup plotters thought not to search. It's in his book, The Biafran. I'm literally quoting him, almost verbatim. It was the only place the coup plotters thought, the soldiers thought not to search. We are supposed to believe that. And a few hours from there, he was going to be the acting prime minister. Are we joking? Busui, you want Igbos to accept they cause everything and they should accept the consequence of... No, I don't want you to accept anything. I don't even care if you accept it or not. I just want Yoruba people to know what happened. That's the number one thing. The number two, I want the other Nigerians to know what happened. The number three, I want all of us to heal and move forward. And to be fair, if anybody should be complaining in 2025, it should be the Eastern minorities. You heard them. I wonder why they don't ask you for reparations. The things you did to those people, I wonder how they were able to heal so fast. I've thought about this several times, because even when you read Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi, that was published in 1973, Amadi was writing as a healed person. Read the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, On a Darkling Plain. Read his tone. He was writing as a healed person. And I wonder, how were they able to heal so fast? This was the 70s. You heard them. And you're the one who is not healing. The paradox is paradoxing. And you hurt people. You are hurt though. I'm not saying you were not hurt though. The Igbos were hurt. But the Igbos also hurt. The ones they hurt have somehow healed. They have decided not to heal. The only stock in trade is to blackmail people. And I'll say this before we go on. Blackmailing is not a product of the Civil War. Propaganda that we have right now, this version may be from the Civil War, but it is actually, the origin is not from the Civil War. It goes all the way back to the 1930s. Read the West African Pilot, 1938. Just if you can find, I have a number, but it's just that they are eating inside books all over the place. You see the way Azikiwe was writing. It's like blackmail is part of it. This one you can find online. If they've not, you find it in two places. I can quickly tell you now. Either you see it online, but that one they've already doctored it. Unless you can find the paper Gogon, West African Pilot of September 1949, or if you can find Awolowo's biography. Oga was saying that God created Igbo race. Let me quote it verbatim. It says the God of Africa has created the Igbo nation to liberate the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. That was Zik in 1949. In that same conference, in that same speech, Zik said they are being marginalized and victimized in Nigeria. 1949. You say, oh, that means it's been a long time you've been marginalizing us. No. How do I know that? Because there's another report we have from 1947. Where the Governor General at the time, Arthur Richards, said that the East was the loudest, but they were the ones that had the least revenue. And they want more and more and more of everything, but they are the ones that contribute the least. But the North that contributed the most was getting less than the East. It's from his speech in 1947, January. So this is not new. If you let anybody gaslight you with, you are the one that's doing something for me, it started before you were born. You did not do it. Read the 1949 speech. It's amazing how he was able to, and I said it 2 days ago. However, he was able to pull that off. I respect Azikiwe for doing it. Not for what he did, but for the process of how he did it. On one hand, you are the conqueror of everybody and the deliverer of all of us. On the other hand, you are the victim of everyone. And you put that together and you sell it to people and they believe it since the 40s. And Ojukwu took the same thing and spread it. Achebe took the same thing and spread it. Nnamdi Kanu took the same thing and spread it. Simon Ekpa took the same thing and spread it. Uwazurike did the same thing and spread it. And everybody believes it. How did he do it? I'll tell you how. If you read Awo's autobiography, he said in that book, he said Azikiwe was the first consummate propagandist. He was Nigeria's first consummate propagandist. That man was brilliant as far as propaganda goes. Anything else I can't really speak on that. What actually I can speak on it, but it's not palatable. Let's go back to the book now. Later at 11:50 p.m., Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. But Awo made it possible. How? How? You have to see. If you want to come for Awo, but please, you have to explain how. That's my own issue. When it comes to Awo, you have to explain how. Don't just drop the phrase like that. You would rather work with the Igbos. How would you rather work with the Igbos? Are you mixing things up? I'm talking about 40s. Awo was not trying to work with him until 1959. Rather than the North that was open. The North was not open. See, I'm going to have another session on this, and let's focus. I'll write it down. I talked about it before, but I'll do it again. Why Awo didn't work with the North. Let me just say you something, and before you say he's a bad person, try and read as much of his book as possible, understand where it's coming from, then you get it. And I'm not saying it was 100% correct. It should have worked. As a matter of fact, he actually worked with the North. He just did not work with the Northern establishment. Awo worked with the North. There were two parties that he worked with in the North. There was NEPU, and there was UMBC, United Middle Belt Congress, Northern Elements Progressive Union of Aminu Kano. The other one was Joseph Taka. Awo worked with the North. He just did not work with the Northern establishment. In other words, if you really wanted to work with the North, you had to work with the MPC, the emirs, and the religious leaders. He didn't want to work with the religious leaders and the emirs. Why? Because they were keeping the people down, according to him. And it is true. He was thinking of free education, whatever we did, everything we did in Western Nigeria from 1954 to 1959, let's expand it in the North. Let's give it everything. That's what he wanted to do. So what did he do? He worked with Northerners, but he did not work with the Northern establishment. And guess what? I don't know. By the way, he tried to work with Northern establishment before. You know what? It's a long thing, man. 1957, there was actually an alliance between AG and NPC, interestingly. There's an alliance with the AG. If you read the book, it's the autobiography. There was a meeting at Ikorodu between Akintola, representing AG, and Tafawa Balewa, representing NPC, talking about state creation. And I'll tell you, Papa probably knew this, but we know why he didn't work with the establishment. They had a meeting. Ahmadu Bello traveled to Ibadan to see Papa. This was in 1957. Went to see Papa, and they discussed this stuff. Then Ahmadu Bello said to him that, listen, we need to get NCNC on board. You know why? Because we're going to London. I know I'm off topic. I'm going to go back to the topic just to answer this thing. After this, if you ask me any other question, now later, please. We're going to go to London for a constitutional conference, 57. But there's the issue. We want to create more states because many people are bickering. So you have bickering in the Midwest, you have COR, and then you have Middle Belt. And so what happened was, he then suggested, that was Ahmadu Bello, that they should bring in NCNC Nnamdi Azikiwe. So they brought him in. They had another conference in Lagos. At the conference, they agreed what they were going to do. They came to an agreement. And I used to think, why did Papa even have to have that meeting? And I remember that, okay, in 1954, there was another meeting that Zeke went to talk nonsense. Sorry, respectfully, nonsense. What did he say? You should not have secession clause because America went to America. Then he mentioned the case of Justice Chase. And then used America to stop. Now people are crying. Sorry, eh? Sorry. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Sorry, eh? That's one. So if he did that in 54, they were trying to make sure that there was no repeat of that in 57. When they got to the UK, Zeke did the exact same thing he did in 54 by changing what they had agreed upon in Nigeria. That time, that period in between 55 and 57, NPC actually worked with AJ, and that was why they were very, very careful about the Middle Belt stuff at the time. But much later, they started working with other parties. So to be honest, Awo worked with the North. He just did not work with the Northern establishment, and he had his reasons. And what was the reason? There's just one. There are many, but let me just give you one. It's because the North was built on feudalism, especially the Hausa area was built on feudalism, and it was a very, very, very clearly demarcated class system. Like, it was a class system that everybody knew. And so what you had basically, for instance, was that you have the serfs and you have the nobles. If you were not up, you were down. If you're not down, you're to turn here. So the Sardauna, for instance, is a grandson of Ahmadu Bello. Sorry, Sardauna was a grandson of Sultan Bello, a descendant of Osman Dan Fodio. He was a Fulani prince, and he carried himself that way. He was regal. Read about him. Even read his book. He was regal. There's a way he just carried himself. And so for people like that, it's not about the people. It's about the class system. I'm not saying he did nothing for his people. Of course, he did something for his people, but it's not primarily about the people as such. Awo had issues with that. Was Awo right or wrong? It depends on how you see it. I just felt that I just left them to do their own. One thing I'm going to say, then I can go back to this book, is this. There was something that Sardauna did that I respect. And what I saw that I didn't do, that I respect, was that he did not leave the North. He didn't leave the North. Awo wanted to work with other people, entered especially the North and also the East, but mostly the North. The reason is that Awo felt we should build nation. In fact, I said I was going to say last thing. Last thing. One of the things that caused trouble between Awo and Akintola was because Akintola was like, listen, this is a structure. This is a reality. Let us align with NPC. More take our own share, more come out. Awo was like, no, that's not how it works. We've got to change this thing. You know, Awo is opinionated. What's another word? Is ideological, right? So, guys, do you mind if I switch back to that other data? Something tells me this meeting might go off anytime. I don't want to lose, guys. Just get back. We'll defend our land. So yeah, that's that about that. But yeah, I did work with the North. It just didn't work with the establishment. But one of these days we'll have a session on that. Sardauna of Sokoto spoke firmly against the Igbos. Baba knew the game plan, but never spoke firmly. No, there was no game. The Igbos didn't have that kind of game plan in Yoruba land. We have to be careful of dates. What Sardauna said, he said in 1964. In that year, Aolo was already in prison for about a year. Note the dates and the timeline. That thing that Sardauna said, oh, he had an interview with BBC, that was in 1964. In all the 50s, Igbos were working in Yoruba land. Nobody really cared. You know why? Because they were not a threat. The civil service, the Western civil service paid more than even the federal government. So we didn't really... If you're on YouTube or Facebook, please, I want to... Okay, there's no problem with that one. It's already connected. All right. So we didn't really care about it. I think Papa just wanted Nigeria to grow. Papa wanted to have like a Singapore. He wanted to build the nation. But no wonder Ojukwu called him the best president Nigeria never had. One of these days, you know what? There's a book I have here. Let me just show you. Maybe one of these days we'll have a conversation on it. It's a fantastic book, by the way. It's called The Problems of Africa. It's by the sage himself, Papa. And we're going to have a session or some sessions on it at some point. the more you read about him, the more you understand why he wouldn't be able to work with certain elements. It didn't like the make I chop style. They like that kind of thing. All right, let's get back to. We have a few more minutes before we bring people up. Later at 11:50 p.m., Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces, which is a lie. Major General Ironsi then made his own broadcast accepting the quote-unquote invitation. He suspended certain parts of the constitution, set up a national military government with the office of military governors in each region, and briefly outlined the policy intentions of the regime. Nigeria's first democratic experiment was effectively over, and although the mutiny had by then practically collapsed, military rule had arrived. It was a fact. The following morning, 17th January, Alhaji Kam Salem, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, then also doubling for the Inspector General, Mr. Louis Orok Edet, while on vacation, called at my residence to confide that both the PM and Chief Okotie Ebo had been confirmed killed. He then hinted that Major General Ironsi was still negotiating with the rebels in Kaduna, led by Major Patrick Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu. This thing is long, but let me just stop here for now. But let me quickly get to Okotie Ebo before we go. Which book was that one? Okay. Is Nigerian Five Majors by Bengbule. Let me just quickly say this. Edet was on vacation too. He was on vacation, yes. Let me quickly say this. What I'm about to read is very emotional. I read this and I wonder how people were able to move on. In the audio source, please. We roll the earth. We defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we all together. For some reason, I've been singing that song lately. I think it's probably one of the best songs about Nigeria, written by Timi Dakolo. But let me say this. I'm about to read something very, very emotional. Excuse me. So let's start by saying this. If you are here and you want to play, insult, joke around, faff around in the comment section, I want to beg you in the name of God, don't. At about 0300 hours, that's 3 a.m., Major Ifajuna's own detachment racing again. I'm reading the book Nigerian Five Majors now. We're going to eventually go back to the main book. This is the main book. We'll go back to it, but we just travel all over the place. But I hope we're able to pull everything together. At about 0300 hours, Major Ifajuna's own detachment racing towards Onikon in Lagos was sighted by men of the mobile police unit on patrol. Strangely enough, the latter had neither the strength nor the appetite for an open confrontation with troops of the country's regular forces. So they merely radioed a situation report, SITREP, to their ops room and took no further action. Minutes later, the same military detachment burst into the Prime Minister's official residence, overpowered the security men on duty there, and abducted an unruffled Sir Abubakar, who sought permission to say his last prayers. The request granted, he was taken away alive. From the Prime Minister's residence, Major Ifajuna and his party moved across to the home of the Federal Minister of Finance, situated in that same locality. Again, they subdued the security men and went after their target. They were in luck. While they struck him repeatedly with rifle butts, a stunned Chief Okotiebo pleaded with them for mercy, whining, please don't shoot me, or please don't shoot me. Guys, I want to read this part. This is the part that actually got me crying. I'm not going to cry again. But please, just listen to the language of the writer of this book and how he described the killing of a human being. While they struck him repeatedly with rifle butts, a stunned Chief Okotiebo pleaded with them for mercy, whining. Whining. Please don't shoot me. Mbo. Trapped in a paroxysm of fear, he even offered to pay any amount of money in exchange for his life. But he ought to have saved his breath, for his captors had turned deaf ear to his entreaty. He was still howling like a wolf and still pleading. That was the place I cried. He was still howling like a wolf and still pleading for his life when the soldiers bundled him into a Land Rover and drove off. How do you say a human being was howling like a wolf? You've already killed him. What else do you want? I read that part because I mentioned Okotebo in the other book. But we're going to come back to this book later on. We're going to come back to Nigeria's 5 majors later on. Let's go back to Adewale Ademoyega. I'm going to try to pull everything together now, and then we'll bring people up to be part of the conversation. We're all we are. We'll defend. We've only read 2 pages of this book today. It's a lie. It's true, Sha. Anyway, let's quickly just flesh it out. I went out to look for Okafor's group. That's where we stopped. I went out to look for Okafor's group. Who is Okafor? Don Okafor, the major. The one who was defending Iran's honor when they mentioned that he was going to be unalived. Where do you find that? You find that in the book by Ben Boulier, Nigerian 5 majors. Himself and Captain Oji were the one who said, no, you can't do it. And then he's the same person who's about to say what we are listening to now. Please listen to what he said. I went out to look for Okafor's group. I met Okafor himself coming from the federal... Excuse me. Excuse me. I met Okafor himself coming from the Federal Guards barracks. What has happened to you and what have you achieved? I shouted at him. I have just lost my command, Okafor said slowly. The news sent cold sweat through my spine. I almost shivered. Oh no, what have you done wrong? What's all this about? I spoke to my RSM just now and he nearly shot me, he said. He said the GOC had been to the barracks. I did not meet him there, explained Okafor. What? Did he escape from you? I asked. I went to his house. This is Okafor now. I went to his house to arrest him. I found that he was not there. He had not yet returned from the party. Which party? I asked. Everybody had left the party since 9 last night. No, it was another party. He had been to another party after Mimalari's party. Now he had been in here. He commanded the troops not to take any orders from me, and none of them would obey me now. In fact, they were ready to shoot me. Now back to Ademoyega. It was shocking. It was horrible. If we could no longer use the federal guards, what troops could we use? Where were the men? Which was the force to rely upon? Why was it that your own group did not achieve anything? I asked Okafor. Because Okafor was obeying Okafor's law. Once Debe, always Debe. The Hirose has already Debe in his head, so he's just thinking with his brain. Okafor was not going to carry out anything. It was just a mole. How do we know this? Because Bengule called it treachery. It was a treachery of Okafor and Oji. You guys know about Okafor's lover. Once Debe, always Debe. Once you are a traitor, Afi Koluwa Dide Ija. Oluwa. Why was it that your own group did not achieve anything? I asked Okafor. No answer. I returned to the main group at the officers' mess. Okafor came along with his bad news that General Ironsi had not been found at home when he went there. He was said to have gone to another party after Mimalari's. but he had since surfaced at the Dodan barracks and succeeded in raising troops against us, claiming that he did not know what was happening. After that, he was said to have driven to the 2nd Battalion barracks at Ikeja to raise more troops against us. Yet, none of the other troops had seen him to accost and arrest him. Who told you they didn't see him? They saw him now. But it's from the ethnic group, that's why. Let's be telling ourselves the truth. OG is from Umaya. Who said that? Busui? No, that was Begbuli. How can you say yet none of the other groups had seen him to accost and arrest him? Of course they saw him. The news of Ironsi's escape came as a shock to all of us. If the federal guards were already... By the way, do you know that the person after this guy was killed in the north? Ademulegun. The one after him was killed in the south. Memalari. But if he's from the east, you don't touch it. You can kill in the north, you can kill in the west, but that is just leave them. Tomorrow we're going to go into details of what happened in each place, in Ibadan, in Enugu, in Kaduna. We're going to go through everything. But for today, we're almost done. I'm going to bring people up very soon. The news of Ironsi's escape came as a shock to all of us. If the federal guards were already made hostile, then the officers' mess was no longer tenable to us. It could no longer be used as our tactical headquarters. What was our answer to this new development? There were only two possible safety valves. One, we had many roadblocks inside the city. If Ironsi had got into the hands of our own troops, they would have arrested him. Two, if Major Obienu had reported at the outskirts of town as he was previously ordered, he would be available to us for a fight against Ironsi. Since Obienu did not turn up at all on January 14 to confirm his preparedness for action, we were not sure whether or not he had turned up with a squadron. It would be a good thing if he had come. We needed to link up with him. The rendezvous had been previously fixed at Airport Junction on Abeokuta Road. At this juncture, it became totally untactical to keep carrying the arrested military officers with us. For one thing, they too were highly skilled military tacticians and could turn the situation to their own advantage. For another, the situation had become somewhat slippery and we needed to be on our toes. It was at this moment that those officers were taken away and shot. You can't tie them and leave them in one room, Abi. It was also at this point that Lieutenant Colonel Agema, who had only arrived in Lagos late on the 14th, all of my carrying are buru. Day 14th or 15. I want any issue. Abeni Satani. It was at this point that Lieutenant Colonel Agema, who had only arrived in Lagos late on the 14th, bringing down Sardauna's last message on the walloping of the West, was arrested and shot. After all this, Ifajuna, Okafo, and a few young officers left the officers' mess for the place of our scheduled rendezvous. They still had the arrested Prime Minister with them. They were soon followed by Anuforo, who carried a few young officers with him in two private cars. Chukwuka followed in a Land Rover. He too had some young officers with him. I trailed behind them in a Land Rover, followed by a 3-tonner. I had some young officers and many soldiers in the 3-tonner. The bodies of the fallen officers were there, and so also was the arrested Federal Finance Minister, that's Okotebo. As we drove through the township, I asked at the checkpoints if Ironsi had been sighted. The first was at the Idumota approach to the old Carter Bridge. Yes, indeed, they had seen him. They had seen his staff car when they were just setting up the roadblock. It had driven off without being checked. By that account, he had passed the place soon after 3 o'clock. He had a full hour to have settled himself at the 2nd Battalion location if nobody had stopped him. Other roadblocks had not seen him at all. Soon, I was at the rendezvous on Agege Motor Road at the Airport Road Junction. Anuforo's group were there, no ferrets, armored vehicles from Abeokuta, no trace of Ifajuna's group. Chukwuka's group had not come. Why? Ifajuna was driving ahead of Anuforo and did not seem to have stopped at all at the rendezvous. Anuforo had sent an officer to the gate of the Ikeja cantonment. There were no signs of the ferrets or Ifajuna's group, but the 2nd Battalion had been roused by Ironsi and they were already holding the gate in full strength. It became obvious that Major Obienu had defaulted altogether. Àfi k'Ọlọ́run dìde o, ìjà enemy. They will call you the traitor, abi? Okay. How many traitors have we brought up right now? You can't be having all these people in your midst and be calling people traitors. It just doesn't work. Even then, where now was Ifajuna, already Major Obiano had defaulted altogether. Even then, where now was Ifajuna, he could be waiting for us further out of town, explained Anuforo. We waited a while to be sure. Then we drove off in a convoy along Abeokuta Road, past Agege and past Ota. Still, there was no trace of Ifajuna or Obiano. When Chukwuka had not caught up with us, we halted. I conferred with Anuforo. Had we now lost Lagos? Had our own men deserted us? Yoruba pot, Yoruba Ronu. Bo Sife Maronu. That's a song by Benga Adenuga. Abi Adeboye. Please, let's power tap. I can see the alert. Kowoko. This is not good. The life will end if we don't power tap. Just brought that message now. So please, power tap. Had we now lost Lagos? Had our own men deserted us? Okafor had lost the federal guards. As Ifajuna also lost the 2nd Brigade headquarters. As Obienu lost the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron. Where were we heading to? We were now at the horn of a dilemma. Revolution. Okay. They will use you for that revolution. They will use your head to fall agbon. And you don't have to they use your head to break coconut. No go fit chop am. It was Anuforo who came up with the notion that even if Obienu were not to be found in Abeokuta, we could still get his squadron for our use. In that case, why didn't we drive down to Abeokuta? And if Obienu was there, we might persuade him to come with us. I agreed. We drove off in a convoy of 2 cars, 1 Land Rover and 1 3-tonners towards Abeokuta. Midway, I halted Anuforo because of the cargo of corpses. Hey, Jesus. Midway, I halted Anuforo because of the cargo of corpses in the 3-tonner. It would be inexpedient to carry that to town. It was already 5 a.m. Hence, some young officers and men were deployed so as to prevent vehicles from either direction reaching our location. Excuse me. Then I ordered the corpses brought down and taken into the bush. The arrested finance minister was still in the truck all the way to Abeokuta, and it was no longer expedient to carry him around. Then leave him alone. Just drop him and go your way. He will find his way. You can't even leave him with his boxers and singlet. He will find his way. The arrested finance minister was still in the truck, and it was no longer expedient to carry him around with us. As such, he was taken into the bush and shot. I want to pause to just say something. Remember what I read from that other book, The Nigerian 5 Majors. I'm going to read it again. I want to ask you a question. See if they tally. Listen to what Bengbule said, which is why I don't take certain people's accounts serious. You have to fact check. Listen to what he said. By the way, this one was there. This one was not there. This is what he said. While they struck him repeatedly with the rifle butts, talking about Kotebo, a stunned chief of Kotebo pleaded with them for mercy, whining, "Please don't shoot me." Trapped in a paroxysm of fear, he even offered to pay any amount in exchange for his life, but he ought to have saved his breath for his captors had turned deaf ear to his entreaty. He was still howling like a wolf and still pleading for his life when the soldier bundled him into a Land Rover and drove off. After, number one, saying he was howling, I don't think it was fair. This was years after the coup. Why are you still trying to make it look as if you did something great? It wasn't even combat. It wasn't a physical combat. It was like you fought and you won. You had gone. The person is crying, and you are now talking about it as if it's a family record. Anyway, the point is that they now took him all the way and brought him here. The arrested finance minister, Okotiebo, was still in the truck, and it was no longer expedient to carry him around with us. As such, he was taken into the bush and shot. Since there were no digging implements, a few soldiers were detailed to remain there on ground till digging implements were brought to bury the bodies. The convoy moved again. It was 6:30 in the morning when we made Abeokuta barracks. Obienu was not around. Who is disturbing you in the comment section? George, you can cry in peace now, eh? I've muted you. Cry in peace, but don't disturb us. God bless you. The convoy moved again. It was 6:30 in the morning when we made Abeokuta barracks. Obienu was not around. Spare coward starts with one alphabet that is not C. I don't know how this guy will be feeling right now, or how he will be feeling at the time. As per all of us we are all Nigeria. We are all detribalized, are we? Despite being Warri man, Okotebo could not be spared. It wasn't killed because he was from Warri. He had not returned, Obienu was not around. He had not returned to station since the previous day and left no orders for troops deployment. Anuforo used his former position to get troops mobilized without waiting for formal order from their own commander or from the brigade headquarters in Apapa. We now had a troop consisting of 4 ferrets in our hands, and we were ready to return to Lagos for further action against Ironsi. I'm going to stop there today. We'll talk about what happened with Ironsi afterwards. So this is where we're going to end for now. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. The one that they planned the coup with. Do you know how many of them? Okafor did his own, Oji did his own, Obienu did his own, but no. Every other person is a coward. Just own your identity with your full chest and let all of us rest. All right. What am I going to say before we bring people up? Today we just spent some time talking, just to put everything together, spend some time talking about how the coup happened. At least the beginning. We've not finished. We're going to continue tomorrow. But it's also important that we're not just reading one book. Thank you very much for the gifts. Thank you so much. We're also using other books to understand what's happening so that we can form a more composite image or comprehensive image of what happened. Why is this important? Because we need to know what happened in the past. And not so that you can use it to taunt people and say, you are the fault, you are the reason for my problem. No. Just so that that person will not be able to blackmail you with his own lies. In other words, we're not learning this to tell people you are bad, we've been noticing you have been lying to us. That's not the point. The point is that when he comes again to lie to you, remind him what the truth is. And what happens is that you discover that you have shield. You have shield. Taunting people is valid. Well, I just think that is a field where they play. They play in that field of taunting and mocking people, and it never ends well for the Igbos, sadly. It happened in 45, it happened in 66, it happened in 53, it happened in 67. Just taunting and mocking people, that's why I don't like it. But the point I'm saying is that just know enough, and let's study enough to be able to say, you know what we should be talking about is don't come with the past to taunt me or to blackmail me. Let's talk about how to move forward. But you see, we cannot talk about moving forward in certain groups. That's why I would say, let's talk about moving forward as a group, as Yoruba people, as Nigerians. But when it comes to all of us working together, more of us understand where we are. I'll tell you why. If I make the mistake of stepping on you while we are discussing, if the thing that comes out of you is it because I'm Igbo? That is the reason I will not work with you, because I already know that's what's going to happen. And it has happened before, again and again and again. We are seated together, we are planning something. I mistakenly step on your toes. Why are you stepping on my toes? Is it because I'm Igbo? It means that you have not healed. Therefore, working with you is dangerous. Oh, and also, we are detribalized. All of us are owning Nigeria. We're not. We're not. Why? Because from history, detribalization means the loss of your space as a Yoruba man. It is never the loss of another group, especially the East. It's the gain of the East. Why am I saying this? Because I hate the East? No. I'm saying this because I love the West. I love Yoruba people. I love the East, I love the North, I love everybody, but guess what? I love my own more. Proudly so. So the less Yoruba bots we have, the better we are at building our own structure. You are not so dumb that you cannot build that. You need somebody to come and do something for you because we are all detribalized. There is no detribalization anywhere. And the person who was doing detribalization is our brother here, our father. Can I call him father? Well, he's father now because fathers make mistakes too. Adewale Ademoyega. All those promises they made to him, now inside gutter. Okafor and Okafor's law happened, and so on and so forth. We'll get back into this book tomorrow, and I hope you're enjoying the sessions. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks to everybody who has been giving gifts, and thank you to everyone in the comment section. Thank you for keeping the live alive. Thank you for your engagement. And let's bring some people up. We'll listen to them. We'll close in the next 30 minutes, and then we'll be here again tomorrow. Please check out the YouTube page, or the YouTube channel, TikTok page. Thank you for the gift. We're on Facebook as well. We're streaming on Facebook and YouTube as well at the moment. And I want to say hello to everybody on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're having a great time. Let's bring people up now, and then they will, share with us what their thoughts are. Thank you for listening.
Ooh, tough. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa lélẹ́yìí o. As in, this is gangster. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
And you know why? So let me say this. There's someone's mic on. Can you?
So let's do like this. Let me. I know you are going to talk a lot. So let me just time. I won't do 2 minutes for you. It's too short. I'll make you 4 or 5. Oh no, I'll do it 4. Then you can take another extra one. Please, if your mic is hot, please make it cold. Oh, yeah, Alabode, you are the first person that's talking.
All right.
But I'm glad you're here. Good to see you.
Good to see you. You see, State, and this is why I said taunting is valid. You see, when this thing started years ago, I remember the conversation you and I would have in private, and we said to each other the things that our kids, the things that this revision of history has caused is our kids are taking false narratives and they had owned it. Now, for about 70 years, we've been taunted with false narrative, right? So now that people are getting to know the truth as it should be, as it was written, people are checking the facts against, people are checking against recorded historical facts. I think the people who have been victims can gloat. I really think they can gloat. If they've sustained it for 70 years, they can gloat for the next 10 years. And you see, I used to come from a place of empathy to engage this type of conversations. Not anymore. Because the point of empathy is what put us in this mess in the first place. And you know what I'm talking about. You are hammering on the cowardice thing there. And you and I know that historically, it's untrue that Yoruba people have played a role of cowardice. I mean, you can disagree with Ademoyega's ideology, but you can see that he was brave and never withdrew, right? You can disagree with Banjo's ideology, but you can see he never withdrew. You can disagree with some of what's this called? Adekunle's tactics, maybe, but you can see he never withdrew. Who are the people who withdrew? Okafor, Ifeanyi, Obieno. Do you get what I mean? The almighty Ojukwu.
Ojukwu that ran away to Emir's palace.
Cross-dresser, yeah.
Now, see, Ojukwu has at least 3 examples of running. He ran in Kano, He ran in Onitsha. He ran to Ivory Coast. The man was always running.
Well, him running is not even the problem. I think that region produced good sprinters in life. So,
well, Ifajina was a good sprinter, to be
honest. So running is not like there's something about that region that produces good sprinters. So the thing is, if people gloat now, if the people of the Middle Belt gloat now, they deserve it. If people of the South gloat now, they deserve it. If Yoruba people gloat now, they deserve it. Why? Because time and time again, the fact has been revised by fictional writers who could not get Nobel Prize. I mean, we know that shit is still we know that stuff is still painful. I mean, stick to fiction. Come on, stop dabbling into stuff, Anyways, you write good fiction. We love your fiction and all that shit, but don't move to reality. So the fact had been revised by these fictional writers time and time again, and we had been on the receiving end of it. So my Yoruba brothers, I used to. Why would people say this?
30 more seconds.
Yeah, cool. Not anymore. With you guys, honestly, gloat. The fact that you've learned, point it to their faces. Everybody needs to learn the truth, and everybody needs to come to the center with humility. Don't pretend that you are any more Nigerian or any more loving or any more, because as a matter of fact, you are the least loving of the space Nigeria. You are the biggest self-servers in the country. So if Yoruba people gloat, I beg, let them, I beg. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. You want to gloat, but the funniest part is the one about fiction. And I'll say this: there are two books that he wrote that are non-fiction, and I wish he didn't write them. One, that's Treachery, by the way. The first one is The Trouble with Nigeria, where he made the statement that Nigeria will not agree on anything apart from the victimization of Igbo. Again, continuing with the victimization tradition, which was started by Zik in the 1930s, and should I say codified in 1949 at the Igbo World Congress. By the way, the 49 speech I was referring to earlier is called the Igbo World Congress. It happened in Aba, 1949, right? And so that first book, The Trouble with Nigeria, it should have just, spared us to whatever. The second one, of course, is the last book he wrote, There Was a Country. He should have just stayed with Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God, like fantastic stuff. I mean, more than 50 languages. Things Fall Apart was translated into more than 50 languages, so that's a great feat, right? But once you get into reality and start writing history, now like Fulham, if you can read There Was a Country, you can read at a stretch and finish it, you deserve a medal, because the stomach to even take that load of bollocks, it's I never grow and finish, just lie every time. But thank you very much for that submission, Olabode. I really appreciate your presence here. I know some people are still trying to come up. I'm going to bring you up very soon. I just want to be done with some of us here, then I'll bring new people up. So please, let's stick to the time so that we can bring up a fresh set of people and they'll be able to close. Let's have my brother Phoenix, who is incidentally an Igbo man, but it is what it is. Like, history is what history is. So please go on, my brother Phoenix.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to touch three things. Number one, on the cowardice issue. I keep telling people that Nigeria, as it is today, it's a collection of warriors in the north. Even the average Fulani man is a warrior. The Hausa people have warrior clans among them. The Middle Belt, the Thief, they're warrior people. The Southwest, these are people, if you read history, they've been fighting wars. Will you now call somebody who has been fighting wars over the years, we can slap person is a coward? No. So I just think it's a stupid narrative that somebody just concocted from somewhere. And then on the platform, I said something on the platform. I said that Nigeria is the cause of this thing. And I said I will explain why when during the chant. The removal of history from our education was a big setback. Because if we had not removed history, this conversation that we're having now would have been had earlier. Because the removal of history, the access to books and all these things were taken off, and this has also helped to this current narrative that we are having. A lot of people in the Southeast, the narratives they listen to are hear what's from Piapalo, what's passed down that is not verified. You understand? But if we had history, all these books would have come out, and you know this conversation that we're having in 2025, 2024 would have been had in the 80s and 90s, and probably by then this victimization thing would have been handled. Then coming to Ben Bule, I have in front of me an interview he had in The Nation. You know, I'm looking at it now, and the guy is, let me know what he said. This is talking about Ojukwu. This was a man who created the impression, ipso facto, that the coup was an Igbo affair. And then he later became a messiah for the Igbo. He was saying something about Ojukwu. And in this interview, he also mentioned that Ojukwu had planned the coup in 1964. He mentioned that those officers had the intention to rule the nation.
Which paper was that? Sorry, which paper is that, please?
I will send it to you. When I finish, I'll send it to you.
Is it The Nation? Is it The Nation?
Yes.
Is it what went wrong with Biafra?
Biafra, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You know. So most of all these things are truths. You know that most Southeasterners don't know. You understand? And I said Nigeria is supporting it because we've allowed history just die and then not allow people know the truth. You know, I keep saying that the truth is what to set you free. No matter how bitter the truth is, listen to it and learn from it, and then move on from there. Thank you very much, sir.
My brother Phoenix, it's because of people like you that somebody has to rate. I have to rate myself in sometimes because some people. But you get out to. Sorry, before somebody else speaks, I just want to ask you one question, my brother. Why is it that you guys don't speak up when your people say the most, let me just use the word, interesting things? And I'm talking generally on social media, elders, or Igbo, Igbo Women's Association, or Igbo Youth Angle. I listen to the things they say. Why do you guys not stop them at some point? Like, not be like this and they do.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please. Yes.
It's like trying to pour sugar in an ocean. You will not get the taste. Because, like I said, a lot of people have been fed information that are not accurate. You understand? Are not right, and it has formed. It has now become to them an ideology. For instance, when this guy came out, he's from my state, in African, it's from my state. You understand? I was speaking against it that this man, what he's doing is not right. What he's doing is not right. That this what he's doing is will cause more problems for us than as he should have not left us as we were, than instead of come to bring this thing. I'll give you an example. I said, can you hear me?
Yes.
I said, they say charity begins at home. You are going to fight Hausa Fulani, Yoruba this. Meanwhile, the problem is your politicians. Look at, what's his name? Let me use my state, for example, Abia State. We've not had governance in Abia State since 1999. It's just of recent that we've had what they call any semblance of governance. Since 1999.
Ojizo Kalunko.
Ojizo Kalunko only did for his own side, his own senatorial district. He tried for them, not to be told. But when it comes to the state as a whole, there was nothing that he really did. He just did for his own senatorial district. It is under the government of Alex Otti now that we are beginning to see some development in Abia State. You understand? So we have places where we speak the truth, but because of when the minority, it will take time. But I'm sure we'll get there.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please keep doing this. Keep telling the truth. I want us to be able to have conversations like I have conversations with you. We don't agree on everything, apparently. Myself and my brother Phoenix, we don't agree on everything. I'm Yoruba is Igbo. That's fine. But at least we can talk without him saying that the reason you are saying that is because I'm Igbo. Or I will say the reason you are saying that because I'm Yoruba. Once we can't have that kind of conversation, it's not going to help us. All about the business, I'm going to come back. Let me just quickly take Aluseku, and then I'll come back. Hello, Alus. Is it Alu or Aku? Aluseku. Are you from Senegal?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Good evening.
All right. So it's
Seku. Okay.
I'm actually Nigerian, but I just like the name. You know,
okay.
Remember Secretary of the Senegal?
Yes.
And, you know, Aludia. Yeah. So I'm the Pan-Africanist, and I tilt towards that ideology too. It's just a reflection of how I feel. So thank you for the submission. You know, it's been bulky, it's been protracted, and it's been filled with a lot of facts. One thing I'll just talk about is, you see, one thing I would say, I'm a Yoruba man, first and foremost. Before we go ahead to even talk about whoever is causing discord or whoever their aggressors are, there is a problem of identity crisis we have amongst the younger generation. And it's sad because a lot of them don't really understand, they don't have the pretext to some of these things that are going on. We see it all over social media where you see people coming out to say, I'm Yoruba, but all these things might seem as though they might not be serious. Nobody might be taking them seriously in the first instance, but there are subtle indications of what the future holds for us. Because if you are not proud to own your ethnicity, to own your cultural identity, you'll be a victim of this blackmailing or this gaslighting that goes on from the people that you are talking about. So it is very important as parents for us to indoctrinate our children with the culture, with the customs and the values of our culture, because thankfully, Yoruba culture is a very rich culture, undoubtedly, all over the world. It's recognized all over the world. It's something that is something you should be proud of ordinarily. But we've seen that a lot of times people are always, I don't know whether it's gaslighting, I'll call it, or emotionally manipulated to be ashamed of the culture. And it leads to some of the things that we see, where you see a lot of people coming out to say, I'm ashamed to be a Yoruba person. It's saddening, really. And there's a common saying from our place that before the enemy from outside would cause any damage for you, of course, there will be a collaborator from within you. You understand? So it's very important that we need to encourage our younger generation to be proud of who they are. It's not something you request for. It's something that was given to you by God, and there's a reason why you are born into this culture. Fine, there's no culture anywhere in the world that is perfect. There might be some little things here and there that needs to be changed, but that's the way life is. Evolution. As time goes on, culture evolves and becomes better. But in no circumstance or in no time should you be ashamed of what you are, because at the end of the day,
10 more seconds, please.
All right, I'll wrap up now. At the end of the day, the only thing you can use to identify yourself is your culture. So it is very important. So that's just my submission for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. That's a very, 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 very important point. Thanks a lot. All right. Let's go to. Okay. So Olabode, want to take a minute, please, and then we'll go to Edauto.
Yes. So the thing is, sometimes people like Phoenix come up and they serve as enigmas, and we say things like, "Why can't you tell your people?" I'm sorry. That's also a selfish position from our side. Because, Busui, what was the name they called people to justify the killing of the people that they called names? What did they call them?
Cockroaches?
No, they called them saboteurs.
So are you talking about in the East?
Yes.
Oh, Sabo, they call them Sabo, and then they all unalive them. He will be called a Sabo, by the way, sadly.
He will be called a Sabo, and immediately he's called a Sabo. That would justify his execution. So that, for me, I feel sort of empathetic to people that have this type of views, because I know that the storytelling, the folklore culture is rife in that place. And, sit under the tree, tell stories, everybody takes the stories as gospel is the thing, right? So you going against the grain means you are a Sabo. And
Absolutely.
the moment you're a Sabo, you deserve to, Anyways, take me to the audience, please.
All right. Thank you very much. I pray that God will continually protect Phoenix. But thank you very much for being here. If you can take 30 seconds, please. Yes, please.
I've been called Sabo. I've been called I've lost relationship with family members, cousins, second cousins, and stuff like that. At a point and in time, I've been threatened with burn your house, because one of them are in the southeast and they are members of IPOB. So it's not, I'm used to it. I'm not going to be because of the fear of death, not say the truth.
God will
it's not going to happen to me.
God will protect you.
Amen.
Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate you being here. So let's have a few more people, and then we'll be rounding up. Edauto.
The point tí ká tó lọ sínú ìwé, the point tá máa kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹni ibì kan tẹ́ tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mi mọ ibẹ̀ ni mo ti tẹ́tí admonish àwọn èèyàn. You see, it is not important that we care about who Biafra takes along with them when they are leaving. It's not important. For me, I think it's not important. Àwọn bàbá máa ń pa òwe kan, wọ́n á ní gbàgọ̀jẹ̀ mi ò gbàgọ̀jẹ̀. Ẹnu ara èèyàn lèèyàn máa fi kọ́. Gbàgọ̀jẹ̀ mi ò gbàgọ̀jẹ̀. Ẹnu ara ẹ̀ ló máa fi kọ́. The people around the Biafra, by the way, the name Biafra itself doesn't even make any sense. Just like the name Igbo. The name Igbo doesn't exist. It was created around 1974 or 1975 or thereabouts. So it doesn't make sense. That these people are inundated with several megalomaniac illusions. Wọ́n ní kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n ní brain kankan láti fúnra wọn lórúkọ àbí láti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn lórúkọ. It's not even bad if other people give you a name that you answer, be that you bear. So we shouldn't care about who they take. Again, the minorities around them, around the Igbos, and the one far beyond the Igbo geographical space are necessarily irredeemably stupid because they don't read. Nobody had kept books away from anybody. Removing history from the school curriculum might do some disservice, but it is not the final. You have been taught how to read and write. You could start asking questions for yourselves, and you can start, go look for books to read. So that being said, about what happened in the 60s, about that coup. Every time you read to us, I feel ashamed of myself to be in the same country with the people that perpetuated such evil. I can, one of the people that was killed when my Malari was spied. If you have read that place to us, I don't know if you've read it here.
No, but I'll do it tomorrow.
I was like, can human beings, even we've seen documentaries of a lioness trying to kill a deer. Saw that the deer was pregnant and left the deer like that. What have I done? Ordinary animal. Let alone soldiers killing civilians as if they are in the battlefield. And you still boast about it and you say, it was howling like a wolf. It was crying like a kineko. That shows you the mindset of the people we live with. It is very, very terrible to live in the same country with this set of people who had done this madness, who had contributed this madness into our history. This history, as bad as it is, might not be this bad if everybody had owned up to say, this that we did, it makes sense, it doesn't make any sense, and we apologize. Then you spoke about, you always remind us of them wanting 10 trillion to save for the war. If we were in a good country, the Igbo people as a people are supposed to pay Nigeria and other Nigerians, I don't care about the minorities, other Nigerians about 50 trillion for the damage they did. Are we going to be talking about the damage in Apapa, in Alagomeji, in Ore?
1 more minute, so.
In Ore,
sorry, 30 more seconds.
So they are supposed to be
4 minutes already.
They are supposed to be the one paying us. But rubbish that 10 trillion because when you were asking Phoenix about him telling his people what is right, that they should do what is right, it is impossible for some of them to do that, and they have just given us an answer. It's like throwing a cube of sugar into an ocean. It will be tasteless. Also, the entire people from that space are very, very stupid, and I do not.
Episode
YouTube. No. Because if we have if something wrong happens, I must say, why do you buy? I'm a big No. I want that join accordingly. In fact, we have a group of people who had slept, and all of them, they are sleeping on a small couch, and all of them they are facing the same place. It doesn't make any sense. One ní brain, and Yoruba person tó bá sọ pé wọ́n ṣe kíní kan fẹ́ nìkan ẹni yẹn ó stupid, and the reason that think come one way is because of Yoruba bots. Nísìn gbogbo ẹ̀yin Yoruba bot tó yín ti gbálẹ̀, mo rò pé ẹ máa rí sẹ́n ń pé àwọn tẹ̀ ń bá ṣe wọ́n ṣe bá dòwò pọ̀. Lánàá, yesterday I saw a video of some guys, Igbo guys, Obina, Bingokan, asking a question, throwing a question to Peter Obi. If you see the way the guy answered, how on earth can you be brainwashed to support this moron? I am not saying because he's Igbo or not. I'm saying that the guy is perpetually ignorant of everything around him, and you want to put that kind of person on the throne to rule Nigeria, 200-something million people that we Yoruba people are part of, and we know that we are brainy people. You want to put that an idiot on that seat to govern us? So I'm talking about the Yoruba bots. Kò ń ṣe pé bóyá nítorí pé try not support any other person, but torí pé your ọpọlọ yín ó slow, you are very slow at reasoning. Could it make sense? So all these books, what we are trying to do with that we are listening to these books is that we are trying to allow you to reflect on some of the stupid actions that you have taken against your hands. To say that
thank you. But thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. I appreciate your presence. Like I always say, the presence of people like Phoenix actually helps us also understand the fact that so let's have Adekomi, 3 minutes, please.
All right. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Well done, sir.
Good to see you, my brother.
Wow. Good. Yes, good to hear from you too, sir. Good to see you as well. This is really an eye-opening lecture that you have given to us once again. Well, it's just so unfortunate that this thing that you have enlightened us today is not just historical alone, but unfortunately, it's still repeating itself. And that's why that author was very hard on, some set of people you collided together to do this, but unfortunately they later found out that they were used. You understand? And there's something little I just want to chip in. I don't know how these people are really going to even govern themselves, even if they are saying they want to go on their own. I know. I support your stand by saying they should not clamor for Biafra, but they should clamor for Igbo, whatever. But nevertheless, looking at things from a doctor's perspective, and even if these people go on their own, let's say, okay, they now for their Igbo, whatever, how are they even going to govern themselves? Because looking at what he just read to us now, Azikwe on one hand, supported the coup. It's not like he didn't know about the coup, supported the coup, but with the intention of later installing an Igbo prime minister that is a civilian. Then Ironzi on the other side also supported the coup, but with the intention of him being the greatest beneficiary of the coup. So at the end of the day, there is conflict of interest. And these are some of the things that we still end up going, even if they say they want to be on their own. I say it, one of the best things that happens to these people in life is that Nigeria came. Honestly, was the fact that Nigerian came. And my own advice to my fellow Nigerian youth and to, especially those that have been Yoruba bots now, is that listen to programs like this. Don't just go. I know everybody have different choice of whatever, but don't just go online and be watching somebody dancing naked and all, and then at the same time you go along with empty brains. So if you are gaslighted, it is your fault. Okay, and even if you are lazy to read, there are programs like this. Listen. At the end of the day, if anybody should gaslight you, it is your fault. Thank you very much.
Well, you just came here with bazooka, but thank you for your submission. So I'll bring 2 more people up so that we can, have everybody speak, and then we'll be closing the session. We'll be again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time, and we're going to continue the conversation. We call the title Why We Struck because we are reading that book as the main book, but there are many other books that we consult when we have this session, and I'm really glad what we're doing. I'm happy that we're able to get some of these things out there. And by the way, if you want to watch the full stuff, it will be on YouTube, but we're going to put out 10%, 10 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 3 minutes here on TikTok and also on YouTube as well. But if you want to watch the entire clip, you can always check it out on YouTube at Busui Oris. And please engage the videos on YouTube. Share with your friends, share the thoughts. If people are too busy to read, I can assure you they won't mind watching the video. And there's a way I do it. The way I do it is because I want it to be something that people want to, be interested in and understand what happens. So even if you're not able to pick up a book, at least read, listen. Maybe when they're working, they could listen. And there are loads and loads of videos on YouTube. One of the things I even started doing last week is that I'll pick a link. Somebody was arguing about something on Twitter. I just picked a link from YouTube and I dropped it there. Then they went to watch it and then sent me a message on Twitter. So okay, it's easier than all this rojo, because they'll ask you what's your source. How many sources? By the way, somebody was asking me here the sources. Brother, listen, when I'm speaking, please just take the source as you are hearing it. Some of the sources I did not prepare before I came. So it's everything. So when I say I'll just mention the source, you pick it. So that's how it works. When you say I should give you a list of sources, it will be very difficult because when I was coming here, I came with 3 books. By the time we got like 2-3 hours, we've done like 10. Do I remember all of them? I do, but so imagine I'm doing that every day. So someone will send me a message, could you remember the sources? Can you send me the sources? I'm like, please just write it down when I'm talking. I beg, because it's if you ask me to do this tomorrow, I can assure you I'm going to do it with different sources. I'll probably use some of the sources that we use today, but there'll be other sources I'm going to use as well tomorrow. So it changes depending on the conversation. Someone might ask a question right now that has nothing to do with the topic, and I have to bring up a source. So please try and understand. If, for instance, you want to clarify a particular topic, actually this particular thing you said, what's it about? Then of course, that's a lot easier. But to write all the sources for today, Ejo. I don't have notes. That's the thing. If I had notes, it would have been easier, but I don't have notes. So unless you want to watch the video and pick it up, but if you want a particular thing, you want to be clear about something, I'm always happy to tell you what sources that is. Please, so try and understand. But yeah, we're here. So thank you very much, Adekomi, for your submission. We're going to do three minutes for everybody, and then because I really have to run. We've been here since 1 p.m. We'll be again tomorrow on Friday. So we do this Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And I'm glad you're here. Please don't stop our tapping if you're on TikTok, and don't stop sharing if you're on YouTube and Facebook as well. Thank you very much for your support. So let's have Kings and then Panther, then we'll have Prof. Remy, and then we'll go to the other people. So Adekomi, thank you. I'm going to have to take you down so I can bring somebody up now. Thank you so much. All right, Kings, are you there? I guess not. Panther.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening to you, Prof. Good afternoon. Good morning to everyone else.
Evening, sir.
Where you are listening from. So mine is just.
Sorry, one second, please. Mr. Bolton, I was trying to bring you up. I just sent your question, Kwada. Please continue. I'm going to find him. Continue, please.
Okay. So I've noticed this trend here, especially from the older folks in Nigeria. They are always very quick to pass the blame to like the younger generations, like the youth. Maybe because I'm Gen Z, a bit older, but I'm Gen Z, and I find it very, very annoying that the older folks are quick to pass on like some of the blame to the younger folks. Oh, the youth of nowadays don't know history. The youth of nowadays don't care about the culture. The youth of nowadays are this, and that. And it's annoying because I feel like if you are pointing one finger at someone, the remaining four is pointing directly back at you. The elders are the custodians of culture. The elders are the custodians of tradition. So if the youths do not understand what is expected of them, you can only look at yourself in the mirror and just blame yourself. And I've been hearing this thing for the past, 10 years now. And people keep saying things like, oh, history, and people don't know history. I'm like, I was in secondary school, I did history. History wasn't removed from the curriculum until Buhari became president. And I think that was 2015, 2016. And even the history that people are talking about is only limited to let's say art students. As a science student, I did history when I was in SS1, and you don't need history as a science student. I think same also applies to commercial students. It's only the art students that need history. And the history itself as a subject was only removed from the curriculum until I think when Buhari became president. So if you are even trying to blame it on history, let's be sincere, it's only like younger folks that are around like 23, 24 that won't have any idea about that. And Tabati, so we can go further, can see older folks. There are a lot of people that didn't even do history in secondary school. And history here was subjective because what kind of history are you talking about? What kind of history? Who is telling the story? Who is painting the narrative? When I was young, they keep telling us Mongo Park discovered River Niger. Is that not part of history? They keep telling us Mongo Park discovered River Niger. Is that not part of the history? Another thing they keep telling us about our independence, no story about the independence. They just told us that, our founding fathers, Awolowo, Anthony Ednauro, just wrote a letter to the British to ask us for independence. Even when I was young, when I was in secondary school, primary school, when I heard that story, I thought that was stupid. No disrespect to my teachers, but I felt like that was stupid, like it was missing some element. So when people talk about history, which history, what narrative are you trying to pass on to the younger folks? And I feel like the elders, they need to take a lot more blame for whatever is happening. If you feel like the culture, the tradition of the Yoruba people is disintegrating, they should look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves where they've gone wrong, and in order to correct it. They are always so quick to pass on blame to the younger folk, and I find it very annoying and infuriating that they don't want to take blame from themselves. Thank you very much. I think I'll just leave from there.
Thank you very much, Bob. Let me quickly say something. Let's not trade blames, right? Let me tell you something that the elders have done for young people. They sent young people to school. That's enough. I'll tell you something first. So I heard this when I was sitting in uni. Chief Akinyele had come to Ife. Excuse me. Chief Akinyele was a minister under Babangida. He came to Ife and he said something. This was it was a while back, about more than 20 years ago. He came to Ife and he said, I hope he was one that said it, because I think he's one that he was one of the first set of people that graduated from Ife. And he said, at the first graduation convocation, Papa was around. Papa Awolowo. And he said to those people, now you have learned how to learn. I've never forgotten that statement. Now you have learned how to learn. What that means basically is that it doesn't really matter what you study in school. It means you have been empowered with tools that will help you to learn. I'll say this. Should history be taught in school? History has never really been removed from schools, though. I hear people say that it's not true. People learn history. My kids did history when they were in primary school, in their junior secondary school. They did history. The one that's in JSS is doing history. And there are certain things you will never tell a kid. The person will have to learn it in senior secondary school. There are some things you will never learn in secondary school. You have to learn it in university and study history as a course. There are things nobody will teach you, but you're going to have to buy books. And I'm saying that not because I don't know that there are so many gaps, like so many things we should have been taught, but I'm saying that at this rate, at this stage, we cannot blame the older ones for not teaching history or the younger ones for not learning history. We can read. That's all. So what do we do now is, see, we are reading history to know history and then to teach our children. You know why? Because if we all do this thing of the younger ones don't know it, the older ones is the fault, what does it accomplish? My father, we talked history, but we never talked Nigerian history. Not once did we sit down and say, okay, 1967, never. But guess what? He sent me to school. I can read. That's enough. Whatever I do with that ability is on me. All these books you are quoting cannot make it to classrooms. It depends on the class now. So if it was in uni, they will make to university, but you will never read this thing in secondary school. It's not possible. Because let me tell you something. Some of these things that we're talking about, they're very complex. So do you know what it is to read east, west, north, south, overseas, and then decide? The question is, who determines what? So if I say, oh, look at, if you go to the east, for instance, and you I wonder how they're able to come up with this kind of history for secondary school, because number one, you can't even teach it. If you teach it, you're going to have to distill it. Now, the problem with distilling it is this. It's not like you can't teach. Let me not say you can't teach it. You can teach it, but you have to be dispassionate. In other words, you are not trying to support one ethnic group. And we know how this thing works in Nigeria. If one ethnic group say, I'm the only problem, I'm the only one that did something to, it becomes, so how do you teach that curriculum in that particular part of the country? No, hold on. I'm almost done. Here's the point. I think the parents could have done better, but I think the younger ones cannot blame those parents, and I'll tell you why. The reason is that all the time they were walking and running around the place, to be honest, they should have taught us. But maybe because I have children, I don't want my children to be telling me what I should have done. The truth of the matter is that what we got. Whatever we didn't get from our parents, let's give it to our own children. But let's not do this thing of the young ones. And let me tell you why it's painful for the elders. Sometimes, and this is actually true, they see their failure in the younger ones. And sometimes they are actually angry with themselves when they're talking to you. Because they wonder, how did we raise children who became Yoruba bots? How come we have like an army that can be easily picked by folks via obedient movement who just don't have to bother with critical thinking? It makes you feel bad as a parent. But I think for parents, let me just say this, it's not going to be like saying now only you are to talk to. For parents who have teenage children or university students, understand the fact that it's not too late. And let me also end by saying this. A lot of parents don't even know the history. You think, how we're growing up, we assume our parents know everything. It's not true. A lot of parents don't know the history. They are busy trying to sort out how you are going to live, what you're going to eat, your school fees. You're running all around the place. Let's get you food. They don't bother. Let me tell you something. The best many parents know is the news. And those are even the informed ones. history is not really something that many people really care about. You just want to eat or to take care of these children, not knowing that that history is the basis for how you are going to eat. Because if you don't know the history and somebody use your ignorance of history to take political power from you and destroy your economy, you're going to lose food. But people don't think like that. So I'm just saying that we know the problems, but let's not trade blames. Let's just learn from it and make sure that we do better. But you can take 30 seconds and then go to the next person. Thank you, Panther.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be quick because I accuse people of going over time, so I don't want to go over time. So first of all, I want to correct two impressions. I think one is from the comment, J activated. I never said I had lack of knowledge. I understand this issue well enough. I'm only complaining about the fact that on this live, I hear guests come up and blame the youth countless number of times. So, Professor Bossi, you know the Newton third law of motion. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So it's every time I come up on the live and I hear the elders speak, they always make reference to, oh, the youth of nowadays, they don't know anything, they don't know history. And it's infuriating to me. Like, every time I hear this. And this is why I'm saying this too.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I apologize on behalf of the elders. And elders, please do better. Let's also have conversations with our kids so that we'll not be. To be honest, let me tell you something. Most parents are just angry with themselves when they see the young people just say, did I fail as a parent? So I think that also happens. But again, I apologize to you on behalf of the parent. But at the end of the day, whatever you see that you don't like from your parents, just do better for the next generation. But well, all right. Thank you. Yes, sir. All right. So UI, is it UIG or Prof? I think it's Prof. Professor Remy, and then we'll go to UIG.
Thanks, so.
Ekabo.
Thanks for the good job.
Thank you, sir.
So to cover a lot of ground. No, I don't have much to say because I think you've done a very good job here. But I've been hearing people talking about they don't teach history and all of those things. Even in the higher institution, nobody is even going to sit you down and teach you this.
True.
What they are going to teach you is to give you the tools to be able to critically assess some of these narratives. So nobody's going to teach you and say, Awolowo did this, Zik did this. Of course, you might touch on those things, right? But that's not how it's going to work. So it's individual. And interestingly, a lot of people, that get interested, because I'm seeing people saying, I'm art student. A lot of us are so maybe because we're talking, you assume that these people are art students. No, a lot of people, these are, engineers, they are scientists, but, they take time to just learn about this. And, and the fact is that if you have an engineering or science background, the way you even look at things is different because you want to really x-ray things. You want facts and things. So it kind of make it better, when you analyze things. So I don't think it's an excuse. We just need to strive. We need to understand, our environment. We don't want to be sheep, right? When people just come around and they give us their narrative and we keep repeating that narrative. And that links back to some of the things we've been saying, right? Because you look at the difficulty of even establishing, substantiating a point, you might have to go through about 4 or 5 books, right? That's how you do a thorough job, right? So people say, I've read Chinua Achebe, right? I've read Chinua Achebe, but that's not how an educated person, read. You have to look at different, you even have to look at people that are opposing to that and you will evaluate it. You also should not mortgage your thinking to authors or big names. So people will say, I read Maxiolu and Maxiolu said this. That is what they call authority bias, right? Don't be intimidated by that. So let me give you an example. In Maxiolu's book, when he was talking about the coup, and the section where he want to justify that Iransi does not know about it, one of the people he quoted or did not know about it was Gowon. And I'm sure you've read Gowon's book by Elaigu, where Gowon categorically stated there that Hiroshi knew about it based on the interaction with him and his girlfriend and the event on that day, right? So, but when Maxiolu wanted to use, go on to justify, Maxiolu went to quote another section. He neglected that area. And then he now concluded that even go on said the man did not know, about it, right? So that's why I say people need to think. Don't be saying, I've read one book, or I've read this, or I've read these big names. That's not how things work. So that's just the advice that I want to give to people. Thank you.
Prof, thank you. I've always said it that he reads a lot. And I remember reading one of the pieces he wrote the other day about Nzogu, and the whole thing about it was because of Awolowo. That piece I read that day, I mentioned it was by him. He's here now, so let me just say it again. He wrote that piece, and fantastic work and very enlightening. So thank you very much for adding to the conversation, Professor Remy. Talokan. So Lucas, UIG, then Lucas Shola. UIG Crawler. This is your first time up here. Good to see you.
No. It's
really?
not my first time.
Did you change your name?
No, same.
Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't. Okay, but it's good to see you. Thank you very much for coming up, and thanks for the gift you gave the other day.
No problem.
Thanks a lot.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for a wonderful discussion that you've shared, and it takes quite a lot of work. 3 things I would say. One, I've written it earlier, that he who does not know his history has no future. And I think it is mostly important not only to know your history, but to also to know the history of the milieu and the environment you live in, because it kind of adds perspective to your story. Because sometimes you may start wondering why people are doing what they are doing, and if you don't read their own perspective, you would never know. Because between the two, you find that there are 3 lines of thought: their own perspective, my own perspective, and then the truth in between. Everybody will add a little bit of some kind of what I call gist to it to make the story as you view it. Now, on the question of the Igbo coup and the sources and the discussions that we have had, honestly, one of the big issues that we have in the country, beyond even our tribal lineages, is the danger of the messianic syndromes that people tend to have. And honestly, particularly with due respect to our Eastern brothers, the Igbos have persistently had this, what I call messianic syndrome, that I know it all and nobody knows it as well as I do. And you see, one of the huge things that you know in terms of what I call even any warfare strategy is like it is to your disadvantage, seriously, if you underestimate your enemy. And the problem is that they have always insisted on towing that line, right from the 1930s and so on, that you've always, and that philosophy of what you said is like the Igbos have been kind of chosen as almost the ones that will show everyone the way. And if you look at it, it's not surprising that they're following, almost with due respect to people's beliefs, what I call the Israelite syndrome. It's the same thing. It's the same issue that it's like we have been chosen. And once you have been chosen, it's like, as they say, you have glaucoma and you have only a tunnel view. You don't see anything good or bad. You may have very good intentions, but this tunnel view that you have completely obliterates your perspective, your feelings, your respect for other people, because whether we like it or not, this is a mixed environment and this is how God has created. And whether we like it or not, we can't nuke the other side out of existence. And that is extremely important. My third point on the issue of history, honestly, is like I would put myself in among the ancestors, maybe a little bit beyond the elders, in the sense that...
oh, really?
Yes, in the sense that if you really look at it, it's like if I look at the opportunities that are available to all of us now. In fact, I've been trying to learn ever since this TikTok came. I've been trying to learn by participating, by trying to see where things match my kind of view, where I can contribute and so on. So the onus is on all of us. the ancestors, the elders, the young people, and the yet to be born. Because it's like with the current way of knowledge, we have this whole troves of knowledge and availability. It's like I'm reading many of these books over and over again. I've read them again, but you're discussing them is giving me a new perspective of some things I didn't see. In fact, I just bought this country, my country. I just got it, and I'm going to read it again.
There was a country?
There was a country, yes.
Okay, please, when you read it, try and get other books around so that you'll be able to you'll be able to confirm some of the things.
I have all of them.
Okay.
And you've done a great job. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
So what I'm urging all of us is that, you see, one of the things that have allowed us to be in this current situation is that one important form of knowledge that we have all been putting at the back show, and the security in the country is not helping matters, is people to travel around the country. Because there are many things in people, how people relate, and what I think that are kind of denominating how they think. Because sometimes until you relate with people, forget about the people that write the story, because there's a bias. No matter how it is, it's an intrinsic human thing. So that somehow, as we all travel and mix and so on, is that we get to know each other, and then it will kind of help us to synchronize. And it's important for us to tell the truth as it is, so that we learn from each other.
Thank you very much,
so
sir.
Much. Wonderful job you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for because you said your ancestor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for being here.
I heard my voice.
Okay. No, your voice actually is good for your ancestor status. Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate your presence. And also to know that those who have read some of these things know exactly that we're not making things up here. We're not lying. It actually does help as well. So thank you very much for that submission. So for the rest of us, please, it's 7:13. So I'm going to have to do 2 minutes, please, because I really have to run. So I have to run. I really have to run. But thank you. Meanwhile, like I've been told that I should be putting the details up, so it's up there. If you want to support the live, please feel free to drop whatever it is you want to drop there. It's a Nigerian account, by the way. I'm in Nigeria. All right. So I just want to put that out there, and I've been told that I should be putting it up every day. So I want to try. But I can't put it up from the beginning, so it's only when people are speaking, just towards the end. If you want to support, please feel free to do so. And please send me a message on TikTok or YouTube or Facebook or on Telegram at Busui Oris, so I can thank you personally. Thank you very much for your support, and thanks to all the gifters. I've seen a lion here today. Is it lion? Is that Tin Lion? That's the smaller one, but it's the smaller lion, but we'll get the big lion soon. And galaxies and stuff. So thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate your generosity. So let's have my brother Lucas Shola, and then we'll go to can I have your full name so I can follow? My name is Busui Oris. That's my name. My full name, you will see my full name when you want to send the money. So please, Mr. Lucas, J-Links, apologies deactivated, and that will be all for today. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hear me?
All right, I think it's his network. Let's have J-Links, please. J-Links, so yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, J-Links, are you there? All right.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay, fine.
Yes, please. Yes.
So thank you for this today's session.
Thank you.
And at least if there is anybody who praising you, I'll continue to do that, because I see beyond the glass, there are a lot of lessons you are teaching. It's like as if you're in a university a lecture room. The way you are connecting the dots and bringing the points, for checking what you are even reading with different books, is, to me, that is a lesson. That is a lot of work to do. That's a lot of research within the short time you have to do this. I like to, concerning the Gen Z or whichever one, adult or a younger generation thing. I remember when I'm discussing politics with my parents too. It was just, I think I'm speaking in line with what you and Prof said. I think many, or you yourself, many parents don't know how to. Maybe there is time they don't know how to communicate this history in this way you are doing it. It's one thing to know this history is about to see those intrinsic happenings or events and how they link each other. They just look at you and they just shake their head like, what happened here? That is what many. I'm sorry for my background noise. I'm at work. What many parents will just say "atoye," or they will just use those words, those proverbs, and look at how faith is making it. So it's not like I see, just like Panther said, is not knowing history, like say Nigeria got independent, Ojukwu is the first Kineko, Zik Aziz is the first Kineko, Ojukwu, all those.
Sorry, can you hear me?
No, hold on, please, hold on. Yeah, continue, please. When it's done, please.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, we all. I want to implore everyone to get those those inner message, those inner teachings, those points, so those salient points, those connections that we should be teaching out, and I'll be able to turn out better person, and we'll be able to do this discourse with other people, whatever case, whatever situation might arise. Thank you
very much.
Thank you for being diplomatic. Thank you for pressing yourself down. I see how you are pressing yourself. Continue to do that. Continue to choose that way. That's the only thing I will do. I will always be dropping it error per se. Because why am I saying this? Your reach, I say it, your reach is beyond Southwest, even though it's for Southwest.
It's not for Southwest, it's from Southwest.
For Yoruba.
It's from
let me put it that way.
It's from Southwest from Yoruba to the world.
Yes, exactly. So insulting. Yeah, I want stupid ones. Not insult, but I want what is that way. But God will equip you with diplomacy.
Amen. Thank you very much. Like I always say, I like to respect people until they disrespect me, and even then, so I may not even say anything, but it just gets to a point where I discover that people think being gentle, being courteous is actually weakness. Then you have to show them that we're not weak here. So those things will happen from time to time. But thank you very much for your support, and thank you for that fantastic submission. So very quickly, we have Lucas Shola. Then apologies, deactivated voice copy. 2 minutes, please. I really want you to help me do this very fast. So,
I'll try. Please, can you hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you. Network is gone again.
Okay. My network is kind of messing up. At sea. Okay, let's do it. I just jotted down some things and I want to go through what I wrote down. So I felt like, number one, we are people that tell stories. Some particular tribe, they are so much embedded in this folk tale that that's what they do with their people. While our own people are busy trying to send us to work, trying to go get food for us, some people are busy hammering their kids with this story. But then, today's class, what I could pick out was this. Before,
I didn't know, but thank you. But we'll still have to put on the gen. Sorry, please go on.
Okay. Before we started, before the coup started, do we really know who initiated the first attempt? If we can go back then we know that Irosi was sitting, they were scheming. It was all a plot. He sent out his foot soldiers, Eshebai, because remember, this was what they've been taught or told from childhood. We need to take this place. While Irosi's kinsmen came to give him feedback, our own Adewale Ademulek, who did he talk to? His senior brother was there, and he ended up being pied. If you look at it, the 5 majors, Okafor, Obianu, all of them, at one point or the other, they faltered. Our own was still standing. And we are the tribe that they call we are coward and this and that. But if we look at the people that ran, Vic ran before the coup, Ojukwu ran, Nnamdi Kanu ran. They had to go and use container to bring him from Kenya. Ekpa is outside telling people to do this, do that. Kids are writing WAEC and they stay at home on Monday somewhere. And those are the people that will call me a coward. Why they cannot fix their own place? I get angry when I think for the history class.
Thank you. We'll go continue from it tomorrow, please. Sorry, there's even noise in the background from my own end. It should start entering into what we're doing very soon if we don't quickly end. because most certain paro. But thank you very much for that submission. I really do appreciate it. God bless you, sir. Up to apologies, please. 2 minutes. Let's make this very snappy. Thank you.
Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Musuyi ẹ káalẹ́ o.
Ẹ káalẹ́ o. Ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ kú àtàtàárọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun.
So what I just want to say is my own from the books that you made a comparison with when you were reading the Why We Struck. What I want to read now, say about, I'm going to title my own, Gaslighting by the Igbos. Everything they say about other people, that's exactly what they are. That is why I just look at this Yoruba bots. Nígbà táwọn ará bí bá ń sunkún, because I heard you always say ẹ̀yin máa sunkún, àwọn Yorùbá bots máa bá wọn súnú ẹ̀. Kò sí bọ́n ṣe ní bá wọn súnú ẹ̀. Because wọ́n bá ọ̀bọ jẹ́ wúrà. I don't. There was a time one was even saying boldly that I don't even know where they got that quote from. That was this Abacha or Bangla that said if Yoruba people are planning they are planning war or something like that, they go to sleep. They always say that rubbish. I don't know where they got it from. A tribe that has never fought war in their life, the only one they fought, they lost. They were.
Apologies. Let's not. I mean, let's just speak to the topic so that we don't make it about passion. Okay.
What I'm going to say is this: what they did is what they actually accused others of doing, and like you said about Okafor law. So exactly what they were doing. The method of Azikwe is what others are following. Even up to this, China went to China too. Man. So the same thing. And I don't see, like that author said the other time, each time I listen to that China, Singapore man,
we're going to have to end now. So, sorry, because I'm about to start on that thought, but I get it. But it's already past 7. Thank you very much. Thank you. Eshe. Thank you, sir. Deactivate it, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Busiri. So
yes, sir.
First and foremost, I have to appreciate you for unveiling the truth for us, because
thank you
for that part you read for us this evening, when you are talking about Azikwe jetting out to UK, deceiving his own people, thinking that he's deceiving Nigeria for medical tourism, but he was part of the coup. So those are some of those secrets I actually assessed. Most of these things you read, part of these video clips are still on the YouTube for Doubting Thomas. Those speech that, what was it called? Agwin Rosie made, and all these, those speech that Agwin Rosie made were still on the YouTube. So most of these things, I read it, and I even got part of their clips, part of the excerpt from the YouTube. So it's very clear. And those are the things that they don't want all people to know about. Because if they know all their gaslight, all their whatsoever they want to do, they will not be able to actually do it. Thank you so much. And concerning this comment I dropped that one youth was saying, everybody, as long as you are more than 18 years, you are absolutely responsible for the knowledge that you lack or you have. And for me, let me use myself as an example as I begin to wind down. You know, curiosity makes me dig deep. I live in Lagos most of my life. And one of the things, when I see a name, there was a particular time I saw Kata Bridge. I said, who is Kata? Kata is not a Yoruba. So from there, I started beginning to research about who is Kata. How does Kata... So I got to know who is Kata. So from there, you could be able to build your curiosity. And from your curiosity, you could be able to actually know something that even your parents never told you. Thank you so much. I know my time has actually gone. But thank you for the opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for keeping to time. I really appreciate your submission. And our last speaker today will be Vodi. Hello, Vodi.
Hi. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Been a while. I was there, you know. I keep saying that I don't know how this man how he did it, that he accumulated so much of this knowledge. I envy you, and I really, really want to say you opened my eyes to want to go back to my history, to want to know better, and to want to teach my children in a way they will confidently say that, oh, daddy told us this thing. He really inspired us, right? Now, I'm a millennial, like the Gen Z said, I'm a millennial, right? So I will always remember something in my right in my head. During the old protest of the old toll gate thing, right? I was initially in support. But what gave me a turnaround was when I heard Nnamdi Kanu said, go to Lagos, destroy this place, burn it down. That was when I had a rethink. And that was when I became curious and I was thinking that, okay, there is something tribalistic about this movement. And that was when I did my own detour and I started doing a rethink. And that was when I went back to my aunt that told me that this thing you're doing is wrong. And I asked some questions and she was able to bring me back around. Right now, what I also want to say is that there's always a saying that there is a method in chaos. No matter how rowdy a place is, if you can study a place for like, no matter how mad a place look, if you can study that madness for like some hours, we see that there's a method in it. Somebody on this downside is saying that we're only talking about histories because they are Yoruba related. This man here has always pieced up his own histories from different narratives. And I can tell you, if you are unsure about something, if you pick a book in about 10 writers, you can come to a truth. Thank you very much. You've always been an inspiration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. It's, I mean, good stuff you said, but I really appreciate. Oh, I have to. Because I have to mute you. Oh, that was me. It was the other device. All right, thank you very much. Fantastic submissions, Oliver. I'll be all round. Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers, everybody who came up. I really appreciate your submissions. Those who came up earlier, those who just finished speaking. Thanks a lot. I'm still trying to see if we can finish earlier than we're doing, but I mean, I'm not complaining. Thank you very much for speaking. Thanks to everyone in the comment section. Thank you for typing and sharing and tapping, and whether you're on TikTok or on Facebook or on YouTube, I really thank you so much for your support. Thanks for the gift. Thanks for the gift deactivated. I've received interesting gifts today, so thank you. Please do it again tomorrow, and two more. And if you're on YouTube or Facebook and you want to support, even if you're on TikTok and you want to support outside TikTok, please use the bank account details up there. That's where you're able to help us do what we're doing. We have a few things we're working on, and we're going to let you know as time goes on. But there are huge projects coming up very soon, because these things have to be said and people have to hear it. Even ní àwọn ẹsẹ̀ kúkú àti ní àwọn ẹsẹ̀ kúkú, by the way, means grassroots, right? And Beriko and all of those places. So I'm going to let you know as we go on. But thank you very much for your support. We'll be again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And I also said something that full content of 40 minutes I will just record and edit, well, we'll be doing it maybe once a month or once in 2 weeks or so, because this daily stuff, there's no way I'm able to do this and edit and publish. I do like 16 hours a day. I don't want crash. So I can't add another stuff to be editing for now, until we're able to get some people to help, who can, take some of those things off me. But for now, at least having this in every day, and that's why if you notice also, I try to bring in as many books as possible. I want to make it so that even if all you have is this one, and also thankfully now we can watch the full content on YouTube. So once we're done, you can watch the 4 to 5 hour session on YouTube and watch everything all over again. And we'll cut bits and pieces and put it out there on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook as well. We're going to have the long form content I just edited, like 1 hour or 30 minutes or so. That'll be coming out shortly, just like the one we had. Did Awolowo betray the Igbos? There are other topics, by the way. There are other scripts I've even written. It's just to be able to, record and edit. Recording is not that much of a problem, but the editing. So I don't like editing and just leaving it bare. I want to have the text. I want to have everything seen. I want to have images. I even want to have videos. The research that goes into that, to do a good video will probably take a whole week of work. And I had to, and that's why it took a while before I released that first one, Did Our Lord Betray the Evils, because I want it to be as good as possible. So please bear with me, but please let's enjoy the ones that we have on TikTok and on YouTube as well. Try to take a break. I try. I'm about to. That's why I want to end, early today. But yeah, before we go, let's play the anthems. We have the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll see again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. I'll see you tomorrow. Here's the Nigerian anthem. Thank you so much for a wonderful session today. Thanks to all the gifters. Thanks to all our supporters. Thank you for being here and thank you for your generosity. Thanks to all the people in the comment section. Thank you for tapping and sharing. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to everybody all over the world. Thank you for listening. Please let's make it a day tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll have another fantastic session. Thank you. Have a beautiful evening and see you tomorrow. Good night. Odaro.
I will still tackle you on this. You know what?
Can you hear me, please? MJ Nature.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, so you pick 150
My
instead of
network is
100
very
so
poor.
far. Check, you pick one.
You cannot, when you're not raised.
Mo ti fẹ́ bí sọ́nẹ́tò, àkànṣe bí bá